dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
the past couple of weeks have been intense as all the Game Changers teams across the world try to make it to that main event, to that championship in Berlin. But now it is time for North America to show us what they got. Welcome everybody to Game Changers Series 3. I'm gonna be your host for today, Dryad, and today I'm joined by Baby Bay and Athena. And guys, I feel like throughout this year we've seen the teams that we expected to be at the top, and we continue to be at the top, but we've seen a lot of those surprises, Athena, come through. So this last event for a lot of the teams is gonna be the last chance to see if it can either get enough points or they can get that number one spot, and that way make it to Berlin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every single one of these teams, they're going to be putting it all on the line, especially because, again, if they do qualify using that first spot, the first spot is an automatic qualification to the finals, regardless of the points that they get. So this is going to be super, super important. All these teams, they have to be on their best behavior. We've seen some of the big teams falling to those teams that we didn't expect, and a lot of the underdogs kind of coming to life. So it's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, and especially with the way things have been going this year in general, right? People didn't expect EDG to make the run they went on. So anybody here truly has the chance to make this run. And a lot of teams are going to need to do that, considering what you mentioned earlier with the points. I mean, a lot of the teams need to actually win the entire way through.
Mm-hmm. And it's possible because we saw it last year. We had that favorite team that didn't get that number one spot, and still it was a Shopify that made it through points to that international stage back when we had it in Brazil. But now this is how things are looking as of right now. The thing though, Athena, is that a lot of teams, they do not remain the same. They went to a different roster, they change. So the points that we saw before are not going to shape out in the same way that we can expect for the top 8 that we have right now for this main event.
Yeah, for sure. So all these teams that are grayed out are unfortunately the teams that haven't managed to, stay together, have enough of that practice to kind of make it through to all these matches. But that being said, we still have so many good teams in the standings, and now all these 8 teams, these are their points. We do see Oomfies and Elation Vortex at the bottom here with 0 points, but again, like I said earlier, everyone is still in the running because of that first place kind of opening that they have to somewhat qualify. But Shopify and FlyQuest, they are sitting very pretty, very happily on the top of the board with over 100 points each. But again, that doesn't mean that none of these teams can make it.
There's a chance for all of these teams, and there's a chance to even make it to the top. It's obviously not going to be easy. We always mention this Game Changers has a favorite team, and that is going to be Shopify Rebellion. But they've been put to the test throughout this year, baby. It seems like they've lost a couple of matches. They've had some things that they had to fix, but they continue to know how to deal with those and resolve them to get those wins at the end. I feel like that's what makes them such a good team.
Yeah, exactly. And it's tough. You can't always be at the top of your game, especially in a game that's so, I don't want to call it inconsistent, but it could be RNG at times, especially with the different patches that come through, different maps that can come through as well. So I think it's a never-ending battle of trying to stay at the top. And, they have the experience that powers them through at the end of the day, though. So, I mean, it's no question that they're going to be the favorites in this tournament. They should be able to pull through and make it to Berlin as they normally do, every single year, especially when you have Flora on your team, an absolute powerhouse in the server.
Yeah, and I feel like Shopify, they've actually managed to, in the best cases, perform when they need to. Like, they've always shown up at the end of the day, and it's kind of the same for a lot of these teams where they do put their best foot forward. But I feel like Shopify always has a really good chance of overcoming that. We haven't seen them have to go into that lower bracket very often. They've constantly been going through that upper bracket, making it very, very seamless. And so I feel like coming into this event specifically, where they do have their full roster, where they do have the fluorescent, it is going to look kind of similar to that.
It seems like this year they've been put to the test a lot more than we've seen in the past, especially when it comes to the core of Mel and Alexis, and obviously all the players around it that has made this team so good. But this is how the bracket is going to play out for what is going to be the next couple of days, as we find out not only who's going to get that number one spot that's going to guarantee them a spot in Berlin, but also who's going to make it through points. And it can be any of those teams that you see at the top, or the most likely that top 3 always have a chance to have that as a possibility. So it's all about the practice. It's all about the preparation, baby.
Yeah, and just to clarify for those at home, I know we see SR on here twice. I'm pretty sure in the upper bracket that should be FlyQuest Red. So just to secure, make sure there's no confusion going on here.
Shopify just love playing that.
Yeah, they're just that good. They want to play in both brackets and really dominate the entire league.
They just
time
have
around.
10 PCs and every player is just running to each one and playing.
Yeah.
They finish one round, they get to the other round. That's just what
There we go.
Shopify does. Don't worry about
Much
it.
better.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Much better. But I'm really excited, especially for this first round for Shopify. I mean, they're gonna get to have the rematch against YFP, who took them down earlier without Floor being there, obviously. But I mean, as long as Shopify basically play their cards right here, they should just be able to auto qualify based off of points, even if they don't win that slot getting first place. It would really take a miracle. But like I said earlier, we've seen some crazy stuff happen this year. Anything can happen in a tournament like this.
And I want to put you guys on the spot because I want to find out how your power rankings are going to look like. Are you going to put Shopify on top? Are you going to put FlyQuest? Are you going to put another team making it into the top? Let's find out. Athena, what are you thinking here?
Okay, listen, I think I speak for both of us when I say we got to put the big three at the top.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? 1, 2, 3, that should be Shopify, should be FlyQuest, and should be YFP. The only thing I would say here is I wouldn't mind putting YFP at number 2. I don't know how you feel about that. Am I trolling a little bit?
So, but how is it gonna work? You think YFP is actually gonna be able to take down FlyQuest? I mean, based off of recent results, I would agree with you. But I feel like FlyQuest is a team that look at the longer picture of the entire season way through. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Jovi especially, all that matters to him is this right here and now. And I'm sure he's been saving a lot of stuff in that tank of his, in that big brain of his, to bring in for his team to make sure that they secure at least second, if not first. But
yeah, oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but I mean, like I said, anything could happen though. You might be right. YFP could take that second slot. I feel
like this would be the first time that FlyQuest makes it to champion. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is where they go all in. Okay, but that being said, this is where it gets kind of scary, kind of Monka-esque, I might say.
Seriously.
Because for me, okay, I think I have a pretty solid idea of who I want at number 4, and the timer's going down. It's making me sweat a little bit. But I would put Refrag in here. I would put Refrag in number 4.
And if you don't, it has to be Oomfies, right? So it's literally it's the match that we have today. That's the cool thing is we're gonna be able to see who it is. I think I'm down for this again based off of recent results. But Oomfies, I mean, they're no joke either. So they gotta be number 5, right? It has to be number 5.
I'm down with that. But 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're at a minute, and this gets kind of dicey.
Yeah, you gotta take over with this.
I have no clue.
You gotta take over with this.
No, okay. So we have. Oh man, Mesos has been pretty good recently as well. So I feel like okay, I'm okay with, who did you say number 5? Where are they? Oomfies, there they are. And then I'm okay with
1 minute.
Mesos. Okay, oh god, these last two. Okay, Elation Vortex or Teddy Tactics. I personally, oh man, this is hard. I don't want to sound rude, but Elation Vortex is definitely kind of the newer team that we've seen pop up into GC. So I would be okay with putting them at that 8th spot and having Teddy Tactics be that 7th spot. They've had, a lot of time to practice. I know they've had Coach Ender, the GOAT coach. I know they've had, him doing a really good job at that. So for me, I'm gonna lock it in at this. If you're with me, then I'm okay. Then this is good. Any last minute changes? Literally 10 seconds left.
I would say I'm down. I would say a big dark horse, just in general, closing thoughts, is that Ender's team might actually be a big dark horse in this tournament based off of some roster changes that they've made.
I agree with that.
I'm really impressed. You guys made it just in time. Mostly Athena, I'll say.
Yeah, what the hell's that about?
But it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, I want to give you guys a hot take before we dive into today. Okay. I think FlyQuest is gonna win.
The whole thing.
They've been so close. They've won matches. I feel like this is the time that they make it happen. Also, I love Shopify, by the way. Love the everybody working at Shopify. They're all amazing. But I feel like there's something in the air that might give me an indication that could happen. So, okay, now let's dive into what today's match is gonna look like. In the first match of today, we have Oomfies going against Refrag, Athena, and there's a couple of things to talk about these two teams. We mentioned the points are gonna be an important thing that they might not have compared to the, what are you guys calling it? That big 3?
Yeah.
The big three, baby, the big 3. Yeah, no, I think it's hard because they're going to be playing and trying to put their names out there. We have them at that 4th place for a reason. Again, the big 3, that's being Shopify, FlyQuest, and YFP. But Refrag, they have some really great gamers here. They've had really great performances as well. Somewhat recently, when they did play in the Neon Dream Invitational, they actually took a map off of FlyQuest, which is really, really insane. I think they do have just like a little minor roster change where I believe Aluvali is playing instead of Rise. But that being said, like, they've still managed to do an insane performance, winning on that Lotus, 13-6, making it really dominant. And that's not something that you can just do easily, especially against FlyQuest.
But that is something that we need to point out, though, is that they had Rise during that time, right? And Rise, like you were telling me before the show started, had some really big moments in that series that allowed them to take a map off of FlyQuest like that. And either way, both these squads, I mean, they've gotten so close, but at the same time, that big 3, it's so hard to bust through.
And another player that I want to talk about, we talk about Verizon not being part of the team anymore, but somebody that's part of the team and is being a difference maker, as we've seen very recently, Athena, is going to be Emlo, has been doing so good. We know this player for quite some time in Game Changers, so very recently you got to see how she was performing, and I think it's great because we were also seeing a bunch of different agents being played by Emlo.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the Vice on the Lotus was looking insane. I might be wrong, don't quote me here, but I believe it's the first Vice win in all of Game Changers that was played. But like, kind of just, even though it was during that Neon Dream Invitational, wasn't actually during Game Changers, but I believe that's the first time we've done it. I could be completely wrong, don't quote me on that. But again, Emlo had a superb performance even throughout the whole of the series. So they did end up losing 2-1 to FlyQuest, but look at this, 244 ACS, 1.2 KD, 159 damage per round. It just felt like Emlo was doing such a good job. They managed to kind of play on their side as that Vice. They were playing the Senti role really well. They were also at some point, I'm not even kidding, Baby Bay, they were literally just jiggling C and just dry peeking down that long C on Lotus and just owning FlyQuest. It was so crazy to watch. But yeah, Emlo, definitely one of the star players to watch out for Refrag, and I'm really, really excited to watch them play today.
I love players that are flexible, and I think that's like the beauty in the game of Valorant and the way that the game is going towards is the more agents that you're able to play, the more possibilities that you have of running different comps, throwing teams off guard. And I think that's something that we see a lot of creativity with in Game Changers in general, that now all of a sudden VCT teams start to pick up themselves. It's really cool to see teams be creative in this manner.
And we got the chance to talk a little bit about Refrag and those players that we know, the slight changes that they've had. But now let's dive into Oomfies and how they're looking, because this team, yeah, sure, you might not recognize the name right away, but when you look at the players, somebody like Panini, somebody like Supercat, are names that you've heard across Game Changers for quite some time, baby. So it seems like this is building up to be a close matchup between the two, and it's going to depend on those individuals and everybody on this team to step it up, because there's the chance that we can go to the third map, and it's everything for this top 8.
And hopefully it does go to a third map, because I feel like it should be a gauntlet between these two teams. And for Oomfies, their win-loss is extremely impressive. And the only teams they've lost to is that big 3 that we were mentioning. I think they're 29-5 in this season together as a unit. And it's just ridiculous. The only teams they've lost to are YFP, Shopify, and FlyQuest. And the comps that they play, it's extremely creative and hard to play against. I mean, they're also running really off-meta comps, double Senti on almost every single map, a lot of Deadlock, a lot of Clove. And it's just so hard to prep against when you're a team going up against this.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like Oomfies, like, they have all these set star players, kind of what Dan was talking about, Drive was talking about. Like Supercat, they've been insane. They've been this duelist that's always been sort of this up-and-comer, hasn't necessarily found themselves specifically in a team able to showcase their abilities. But now on this team, they've become some crazy force. Obviously, Panini, everyone knows, ex-Shopify, has been such a good player, such a good standout controller as well for the team. Then you have Panday. It's just like all these names are such big names that you expect a lot from each one of them. So again, Oomfies, they have a really good solid foundation to go off of.
And in a way, it really comes down to the prep that these teams have been having recently, because as you mentioned, Oomfies, they're just got one step away. They're always so close to making it to winning against those bigger teams, and they're never able to do so. And now for the Game Changer 3, when it's just a matter of making those things work out, baby, there is a big possibility for them. This can be the chance for them to make it and pass that big 3 that you guys love talking about.
Oh, but seriously, and it's for both sides too, because whoever wins this match might get enough confidence to actually make a crazy run right here. Because, I mean, both these teams, I feel like, are so evenly matched in terms of standings, and we saw the power rankings that we just made, right? So this match in itself might actually be enough fuel to add on to a fire that could really, like, just propel them forward.
Yeah, and I feel like on that side of the bracket too, there is only one of the big 3, which is FlyQuest. So they, instead of having to go through 2, they only have to go through 1. So definitely a really good time to have a good run.
The possibilities are there, but they need to start strong for this specific matchup. And that's also going to depend on how the maps are going to play out. So let's check out how the map select went between Refrag and Oomfies. And baby, we're going to have Lotus, Ascent, and Bind. Anything that catches your eye for this map?
I can't wait to see the Vice, hopefully, on Lotus. That's for sure. And I think all these maps are pretty comfortable for both sides. And like I said, there's some weird comps from Oomfies. I mean, you're running, I believe on Ascent it was a Clove in itself, right? So yeah, a Clove double Senti. It's gonna be weird if you're not used to this type of play style and you go up against it. I mean, you could try to prep as much as you want, but once you're in that server, it's a different animal in itself. So you're gonna have to make sure that you basically grind your way through against a double Senti comp like that going on to Ascent.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I do think Oomfies is kind of wild to let that Lotus through, because again, Refrag had an insane performance against FlyQuest Red. Like, it's not just like any random team, it's on our power ranking, second best team in this tournament, and they just let that through. So definitely confidence coming in for Refrag on that first map. But I'm really hoping we can see that Bind, because this is where Oomfies generally does tend to shine. Supercat on that race always has a stellar performance when it comes to Bind, and I feel like when they play together as a team and they have kind of a little bit of that pug mindset but still having those protocols to kind of mid-round, they really do thrive when they're just moving together kind of as a unit and being able to perform.
Yeah, and they've played so many different comps on this map as well. It's almost been a different comp every single match. So what do you prep for? You just kind of have to go in and yeah, if you're Refrag, you have to go in and just like play your own game and hope that your own game plan is enough. Because if you don't, I mean, there's a team that's 6-1 on Bind that literally plays a different comp every single time. And then the last comp that they played, most notably, was the Astra. They played Astra and Viper, so it's a comp that is so great for post plan as well. But as we say that, it's going to be Lotus that we're getting into, of course.
Yeah, is that Lotus for the first map between Refrag and Oomfies. And we were questioning how those compositions were gonna look like. Athena is gonna be the deadlock on both sides. As we mentioned, we've seen everybody kind of able to play a bunch of different agents. So is there something that catches your eye as we are very close to jumping into this map of Lotus?
I mean, I'm just gonna say sorry, baby. I got you hyped up the Vice, and it's not here. I'm so sorry,
okay.
Emlo. But they're still sticking with the double Senti comp. I think before it was the Deadlock and the Vice, but now they're doing the Deadlock and the Killjoy, which still really works out. The only thing that I would kind of look at specifically for Refrag is Illuvely on that Killjoy, because you talked a little bit about this earlier, baby, of how Rise was so good at that lurking kind of situation. It was really good to the team, and now we kind of have Illuvely jumping into those shoes and seeing if they can kind of work it out. But it's the same play style, same kind of way that they can play into it, so it works out really good. For Oomfies though, what do you think about this comp with this Cypher Deadlock instead?
It's so annoying to play against, especially on the entry. You kind of have to maneuver around the map and try to break the utility, even bait the deadlock wall. That's such a big thing, a big key factor for this Oomfies roster. And even on the attacking side for Oomfies, which is what they're going to be starting on, the nade on the entry is everything. So you have to try to play in a spot where you dodge the nade if you want to play in, and if not, you have to kind of play a full retake style, or hopefully maybe try to get some flanks, but it's going to be very hard to deal with. Now, the cool thing for Refrag is they do have VODs on Oomfies playing this composition, so they could use that to their advantage if Oomfies haven't cooked enough.
But let's find out. There's a couple things to look for between this team Oomfies and Refrag. Let's find out who gets this map of Lotus with your casters is Gompers and Rip.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Honestly, listen. Oh, go away, Rip, go away.
We're good.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The composition change is so interesting to me because I remember talking to you actually yesterday, and I was like, what's going on with this neon and this ISO? Like, this is crazy. But now I feel like we're more solidified here on Refrag's side.
Yeah, I love that fact that we're getting another change from these teams, or not another change. We see a bit of the same and a change, but looking at how often both teams have changed on Lotus, it's hard to track everything. But like Baby said, Oomfies has a bit of that VODs that Refrag can watch. They should be able to get themselves some education in that to figure out how to play around this composition. And with what Baby Bay was saying, all of that stuff, the deadlock, the waiting for the walls means it's going to be a little bit slower. So does pace become a way that they use this raise to go a little faster? Supercat has been ebbing and flowing here, Gompers, with being able to access those first bloods. It seems to go to more of the team behind them as they go into the site. But it's already going to be a quick to be, and they're going to go fast here behind Avery.
Yeah, it works out though, because if you are going to have Avery, you know, being that deadlock player where they're going to rush in and create those really hard corners to reach, like right here, right? That's an entrance completely closed off just because of that really quick quick play. For some reason I can't talk today, but I'm low. Just waiting on the outskirts, waiting for something to come through. Yeah, this is
solo mission?
Okay, maybe.
Oh, it works.
Everyone's good though. That's the first.
All right, trade it out. Still coming in, 2 from Waterfall. 3, they do get the paranoia to come across there. They have to wait, but Riv starts them off good.
Oh, yeah, and now they're running it down for RF. Nope, not a lot of struggle here. Refrag are keeping themselves well under locks. Of course, very, very fast attacking side coming through from Oomfies, but they did regather. They did manage to bring it back just off of patience alone, right? Big swing from Emlo there.
I can't believe Emluo actually got in sight. That's huge. I mean, I can believe it because it was played super smart, slow, creeps in, thinking the push has already happened. They went from B to that C site, so it's going to be Oomfies thinking they have a bit of time to push forward and get a better defensive side or attacking side on the defensive Refrag, and Emluo played that timing so well. I thought it could have been Emluo down, and then they don't have numbers to retake site, but what a play there to get Refragged round 1.
They are definitely positioning themselves really, really well to honestly, like, again, ruin the mentals of Oomfies. 91 win percentage, right? On a map like this one, they are so well solidified for Refrag. And I think that really does carry them such a long way where, you know, Oomfies, they let this map slide. Okay, how could they do that? But,
yeah,
you know, when you start to
something we're all wondering about.
Yeah.
Oh. Gonna go in? I don't think so. Oh, continue though. I didn't mean to stop.
Oh no, I don't. I was just gonna say when they kind of have that down, you know, and you start off a round like that, you start to wonder why did we let that map through? But a lot more rounds to go through. Refrag though, yeah, they're just not gonna get by. It's like going through a wall here.
Ouch. Good use of the outlaw on this one. It's getting real scattered right now as they're pushing out, trying to just grab these kills. Spectres, Stingers, doesn't really matter. They're not dropping too much. They have a Bulldog for Riv there. Was that Emluo with... Oh, just a regular. Okay. Yeah, that was her outlaw. I was like, did I see a Phantom for a moment? But we did not, as that mayhem was happening. So, Deadlock Ultimate Annihilation already up. Emluo has been just slapping on that C side, and we do not see much pressure on the right side of the map. So, well, rounds are going to Refrag. This is conditioning towards the BC side. Let's see if that works in Oomfies' favor here towards A.
I'll find you. Right now, just anything they'd have to worry about.
Setup.
Yeah. It's kind of the waiting now for Oomfies, trying to make sure they can take somebody out. Wow. Especially now with, some impatience coming through from Refrag.
A lot faster than I expected so far. However, those 2 first rounds for Oomfies are kind of push and go after you lose. So here on this one, to still keep that speed and have Panday pushing up alone, walks away with 1A is on lock now. And Oomfies really organizing this well around that conditioning to the BC. Rest of Refrag now to come around from the flank and see what they can do. A few from that top side A. There's a Lovely's insight.
Oh no, and they can't miss. That's so detrimental. Panday was in such a good position to keep this game going. You know, it might have just gone away. At this point, Refrag, yep, winning some fights. No, Stinker's not going to be strong enough. This might actually be it for Oomfies to bring it back. And it is. Millie maybe can take that left-hand side. One shot's all that's needed. No shots missed. And the second one there. This is it. Can that third round be won? The timing is of the essence here. Not going to push for that half. They're waiting for the ring around the rosy. Expecting them to be on the other side. Yeah, but it's an NT there. Millie, spectacular play, though.
Really nice snap there. A few good shots. Did pick up the Phantom. 4 down on your gun round is gonna sting. So Refrag are quite happy to get out of that bonus the way they did with as much damage and being able to get back. Spike still planted. A little cash money going over to the side of Oomfies, so they use those credits here to still get themselves a bit of a buy. I wonder how much of that util they have, though. It does look like they have to forego a little bit.
No charges.
We'll see if it gets traded around, but it does look like they're missing a few. So setup still is the same on Refrag. They're going with Deadlock C. You got a lovely Louvely towards B, and now they're going to push towards A, trying to stop that aggression that Oomfies just used to get out onto the rubble area.
Good orb collection, though. I like how they're kind of trying to abuse that.
Yeah.
At least on the side of Oomfies. They know they have at least that capability of making sure the ultimate is there, which I'd like.
I think this one, they could go for, Refrag rather, could go for the throw. You give Oomfies a little bit more space, which actually they're not doing. They're pushing out everywhere with all these ults ready. They're trying to just get under the skin of Oomfies.
Oh, and that they will do. Refrag, not forgiving at all. Like, seriously, dude. You wide swing the smoke angle as a duelist there from Supercat, and there's just nothing that you can do. You get immediately shot down, and Refrag, they're still having that player advantage.
And this makes Oomfies sweat a little bit. They go from a gun round to a little bit of a lower buy and expect to have time to work on the map, and they do not have time to work on the map. That was wild. My expectation was that Refrag would give a slight bit of space and use these ultimates to go in. While they did use the Raze ultimate, they still have Annihilation, and they took space. So just striking fear in the heart of Oomfies. They're down to pretty much a Sheriff buy here with a few ults built up, but it's going to take some time for Oomfies to really figure out what's going to pierce this defense of Refrag.
I think it's interesting because, like, you know, Oomfies, they're not so bad at this map themselves. I just feel like they haven't gone against a team that really has that extra kick to their gameplay, where there is so much space being taken away from Refrag. To where you're correct there. Like, it's so hard to get anything away from that. Right here, I mean, honestly, just a hard time for Emblemo. But, yeah, Oomfies, I don't think they would have banned it because they do so well, right? 81 win percentage, kind of close to that 91 throughout the last 3 months for Oomfies. But it still is so hard to kind of make that assumption as to maybe this map is it.
Yeah, it's funny to think of, especially with how Valorant works, but you still can have kind of a late game-esque look at the game. Oh, did Annihilation hit? I think it did. Yeah. They're just going to still go down there from the grave. A kill comes through. But what I mean in that is if Oomfies can get a certain amount of rounds, that plays into a very big hand that they'll feel better in the second half with a certain amount, because they are definitely going to be stronger on defense. You're coming in with Deadlock and a Cypher here. They're not going to offer you the best sight-taking ability. So Refrag's kind of punishing at this point because they want as many rounds as possible, knowing themselves defense for Oomfies is going to be tough to get by. So here we could look at Oomfies to get 5 rounds on this half, 6 rounds. Bring it 6-6. They could be good. But Refrag, so far, 4-1 is not letting that picture get painted.
There is a picture on the floor, and it's blood. And unfortunately, it's
the splatter.
It is a big splatter. Hey, abstract art, it's in. I believe it. But for Oomfies, there needs to be like a big turnaround here. I'm surprised they did use ultimates, though, on that last round, because I feel like there could have been a turnover rate. But the ego is there for Refrag, to be honest with you.
The ego is definitely there. I think that's a great word for Refrag right now to start the game. We'll see if the egos can be checked with 4 ults for Oomfies. They go ahead, standard take of the rubble control. It looks like Refrag's going to start moving quick here. They will respond. Nightfall comes out. Ultimates are going to be used quick. And it looks like Oomfies wants to pick up the pace.
Yeah, they're wanting to get into the site, but it's so difficult to let that happen. So many ultimates already extended, though. Oomfies trying their best down through smoke. And regardless, it's still a huge fight from Kaz. They're still standing around the back. Yes, they've lost one. But of course, the 1v1 is all that matters here. And Luo now trying to swing the angle. And it's Oomfies to make a pretty good return.
Okay, I enjoyed that round. I love how Refrag stood their ground to fight it, and I love how Oomfies was able to figure out how to fight in that mix, because that's where Refrag has been coming back on these rounds. They've already been closing in. They figure out what Oomfies is doing, but jumping through the door, sacrificing a body. Avery with the flying annihilation there to get a kill and stay alive and keep pressure from that tree area. Like, that took the teamwork of Oomfies. They're figuring out that a lot of these rounds are going to have to be a ball brawl, just straight up the gut here. And it looks like they'll repeat a little bit. This is going to be good. They struck fear into the eyes of Oomfies last round. Use it again and condition them towards A for a few rounds with that pressure.
Pressure, though, that being said, actually coming down towards the side of the defense. Huge hold, right? You have...
Yeah, they move quick.
Yeah, Molly's now set down, and at this point, how are you going to get yourself onto site? But actually eliminating Alavili is going to be so good.
Looks like they already want to gate off Baby Door here. And Emulo moves first. And this is the first time we've really seen Millie towards the left side of the map to start off, and they are just one by one dropping Refrag. The moment Refrag takes a breath and gives space to Oomfies, it's a bad situation.
Yeah, they got a taste of what reality could be if they don't win this, right? This is serious at this point. Trying to push themselves further. Yeah, Supercat is like, man, what? And no sound made either. This is perfect. Clearing the angle for Supercat to use that ult. But no strength to it, of course, though, waiting. And this is perfect. Some sort of patience and discipline behind it. And the fight commences here to get themselves back into the game here from Oomfies, creating that flawless round.
I like that. They're playing a bit off of Refrag being aggressive, and also the fact that Refrag is kind of showing the same defensive setup every time. So 2 rounds ago, they used the ults to get into A. That last round, they got up to the front of A and then waited. Refrag got antsy and they got a peek towards A. Got antsy, peek towards Baby Door. So really nice kind of push and pull and choice of when to aggress and when to stop by Oomfies here to call Refrag out of their positions where they feel safe. And yeah, now Refrag says no more rubble control for you. We're going to get in your face at least with one person to get an early warning system out. And we'll back to solo sniper position on C, as they call it.
Dude, and Amlo is getting so good at just holding sights.
That's crazy.
It is, because it's like, okay, so 1 second, it's just Amlo sitting down, letting the teammate handle everything with the util that they're throwing out. And then at the same time, it's Amlo, okay, wow, 3 times that I'm seeing you on the board on the kill feed. And it's so good, because it's such a good combination of let me help the team and let me step up when it's needed.
Yeah, it just turned away an entire team at C. It's like Emulo can see through smokes and still what the terrain looks like on the other side. Beautiful placement of shots. Another headshot through the wall, though, with the Phantom is only going to put Panda 2 around half there. A little less than half, I would say. Oh my gosh. The Emulo show from C continues with the hat trick on 2 more insta shots. You see the transfer on that. The door was opening, so it was outside and inside the door.
30 seconds left.
Take the mouse away. Let them play just keyboard. I can't do this anymore.
Mouse,
this is
mouse pad warrior. Bring it on.
Play with the drawing pad at this point. There needs to be a nerf because now 4 are already coming through, and Panda is just looking for survival. Spike still in hand. 13 seconds left. Hey, can I maybe frag out? Take the shot. Hope is left, but 3 health left. And Riv, what are you doing in here?
There it is. Showing the prowess, as always. Now, Riv comes up with the one.
Yeah.
Doing well there. Ultimate Nightfall comes up with that. Emluo 12 and 6 in the server right now. Only one above 10. Only one really above anything. As everybody's just averaging at 5 because that's what the teamwork has brought. But a solo hold again and again at C just shreds the side of Oomfies, but they get pushed away. They didn't really go towards A. They went towards C, got taken out, realized they lost A control. So now it's a double fight for A.
Oh, and this might be good, though. Castler, they have at least a boom button to maybe try to create some sort of distraction, put some pressure behind it, but they don't use it. Allowing this team to slowly gain some further ground, but they're holding back pretty nicely. Refrag not letting this go away too easily.
Well, it feels like this A control is just steadying the balance of the game right now. A push, however, coming in from MLuo towards the mid, and this means Oomfies is having to figure their way forward. Panday is going to watch the back.
Potential pickup here, though. Yeah, Oomfies are so good. They have the site just leveled out for them, waiting for it, but they don't know. Refrag do have MLuo and Willie's ultimate readily available, so information could come through. There could be potential for that clutch round. Now that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. But this is good. Carry sec. Oh, never mind. GG's. Oh,
the
maybe not. I just absolutely. Forgive me, Carry, for I have sinned because the way that you just clutched that is insane.
Oh, the mouse jump. All right. Oh, the dink coming in. Oh, Riv goes down. Avery comes up with a few kills. And that actually definitely allows that not dead yet for Carry to come through. Unfortunate happening. 5-4 though, so the A control is exactly what they need. I feel like they have to control it again, at least fight for it, because the pressure it puts on Refrag is something that's just discombobulating the defense enough so it can't work together the way they want. However, MLuo's push is still a thorn in the side of Oomfies, so they have to figure out how to get that because it can still turn these rounds around. Here we go for 8 again.
Yeah, fast execution. Same site, though. It's been the repetition of the A site where now they're starting to get accustomed to actually putting Castler up to the front alongside MLuo. The two players who have continued to try to frag out this game are finally doing it again.
Some of this aim looks like it's on rails. It's so steady right now. Really nice to see. See how they can continue. 3v2. Still position to be gained. They have a good hide to get the 1-by-1. No, it's not going to work. All right, pull it back to their favor, 6-4.
Yeah, such a risk, though, getting shut down, you know, at least this time on the A site. So they could be actually conditioning them to get used to that. Because now, okay, let's say we go C, right? There's so many players already adapted towards A on the defense here.
Spike down A.
And that's what we were talking about. Condition, just get enough rounds so your defensive side just is so, because it's so strong, it'll work out. Okay, 3 ultimates here for Refrag to keep this going. A control is not actually going to be the focus. Both teams just go for a timid, one team, sorry. Refrag, a timid A control is C, is hit again. That wall is gigantic sometimes in its growth. Keeping him at bay for now here. MLuo gets a few shots out, but does not have much armor to keep that going inside his tag.
Honestly, you're right, though. It is kind of like, I guess for the height, it's perfect because then
it's extravagantly big.
At that point, like, okay, it could work for post-plant. Like, you know, you can't necessarily, I don't even know at this point. The wall is kind of insane. But yeah, no jump over from that. Super Cat, inaccessible.
Big play possibly for Panday. Has gotten opening kills in mid 2 of the rounds, I think. And so far holding steady as the team's going to rotate back. 40 seconds on this. This is going to be one of the first rounds we see the timer going all the way down. So Oomfies is now playing a card that we haven't seen. They want to pressure a site, hoping to have greater numbers. And man, did they choose right, and Panday is going to give him trouble here at B. If Panday can stay alive and keep this contraction long enough, it was my fault.
the jinx. Oh, no. You know, I feel like both ribs are connected at this point because there was some sort of like some hindsight there, but it's okay. It's okay. Foreshadowing, and maybe shadows coming through from the rib this time around. No defense is able to hold on, and this is perfect. Though Carry tries to move themselves from the equation, but a 2v2 left. And at this point, I mean, could they handle it? Could the attacking side possibly keep it together? And they will. Oomfies keep keep themselves on the board, and maybe, hey, that 6-6 is going to come through, like you said.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, Avery under pressure there. Supercat hitting the shot, and it is taking teamwork here. Look at the frags here for Oomfies. They got to be behind each other. They got to be with each other on these shots, on these site takes. Supercat here with an ult. This is going to be the pivotal use. They have to figure out where that is best used. And that's going to mean, like Baby Bay said, this one reading the map quite a bit. Figuring out what's going on. How far is MLUO actually going to push if they're going to push for a final round? It's a low buy for Oomfies, so they shouldn't have to worry too much. But it's the shot. It's just a few shots could change the round. A is that focus for now.
Yeah. He had good. I mean, I believe a good early info take. I think that's a camp that they set down. Yeah, for information residing up towards A. Nothing now. Waiting for the retake here. So, sorry. Refrag. I see RF, and that's the immediate place that my head goes to. But Refrag now finally being able to take that A site. So it was good. Slow paced take. You know, the conditioning happening and everything like that.
How well can they protect that weapon? It's theirs. If it is, it was already pinged. Now they have the wall down. You can see it on the minimap now. So tree control for 4. This never went bad, right? No, they should be able to hold it. Okay, yeah, we see one creeping out already. Carry gets a bit better positioning here to start figuring out what's going down in sight. And they're going to try to play the door game.
This is so bad because it is a 1v3 ultimate readily available. And do they know?
What a prowler!
They did back off, though. At the same time, of course, Vision gone away. The ultimate is gone, but a 3v4. And they do manage to push themselves on. Refined are in the game. But maybe so are Oomfies. Supercat cannot hold on long enough, but that's okay. That was huge. The sandwich and coming down towards tree. A pivotal amount of information coming through from Riv. That was a defense round to a T.
Never goes wrong, right? To hide that many people in tree. Oh, no. Oh, we have Kazler jumping off the top. MLUO with the Sheriff. The absolute disgusting mind games. Perfectly timed prowlers to deny the showstopper. Thank you to the replay for this round, because what in the world are the brains on Refrag to just double up on both sides on a perfect entry here that didn't look possible. Wow. And that was on that ult round too. That was the Supercat ult. So we go into the second half now. We're hopping right into it. What a hit with Refrag on the pressure, and the 6-6 will not happen for Oomfies here, Gompers.
I will say, both sides are equally just as strong on either side.
Yeah.
So it really is dependent on how this composition is going to work for Refrag. Are they going to be able to keep that, 91 win percentage, maybe make it higher? Is this the opportunity for them to maybe win another map on their best map ever?
Okay, that's on you.
Yeah, that's on. Sorry. I
but
talked
no,
to her back.
last round, the fact that they did that on a garbage buy to pick up that round 2 is gross. But we're here on Pistol second half. They've already got 2 lost here as Oomfies come out firing. And 2 more come for go into Refrag's favor.
10 health left on Riv, but a good tether to utilize. Maybe even now, actually, Prowler kind of loading up too. So Refrag, they're very well set up for the outside information. Already one. Actually set out.
Oof.
Yeah, to it. Slight decay, but is it going to be enough to allow Kazler to take it? Absolutely. Refrag 2v2 situation. Here is where it really dives down. Millie kind of work with the assistance here. Huge distraction. The back off big. And this might be it. Refrag, if they can take this one, they give themselves the economy to push themselves even further. Maybe the rounds more as well. Though it becomes harder and harder. Millie holds on to keep that 8-5.
Almost an ace to get a much-needed round here. A much-needed round. The rounds that Refrag pick up here, I believe, are still going to be difficult, but Oomfies really wanted to come back and get this started off right in the second half. Nice plays by Refrag to play the patience. Still look for a flank because they got there very early, and then doubling up on a high-low quick peek as Millie finishes that off. 4 Bulldogs and a Luvalese Outlaw. So they are looking to stay far away from anything that Oomfies wants to try to set up. Yep, far enough.
Wow. And holding the angle always does work, especially when you're classic in hand, waiting for the right click to work. Though, no, Sheriff isn't going to work either. And 2 down off the rip on this round.
Quite a drastic push out to A for Oomfies there. They were looking to at least get a few of those sheriffs online for a headshot. What cleaned up. It looks like Refrag are really feeling good here. We have to think of how Oomfies defense is going to work now. What do they have in mind that can stop this? Because momentum or not, if they do have an answer, it might just look like Refrag hits a wall here once guns come out for Oomfies.
That's done.
Yeah, there isn't actually, maybe so. I was gonna say there's not a lot of firepower here. Carry's doing a good job
Yeah.
at keeping these players at bay here for Refrag, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. 9-5, and they did settle the score just a bit. I think it's weird and confusing though, because now they're like, okay, 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw. I do genuinely believe that this is good return on investment.
We'll see. They'll have money coming into the next round. The Bulldogs stay alive, so Million Riv will have quite a bit of money here, especially if they live. Those can be dropped if anybody else dies. Yeah, it's all how you're going to use it. But definitely love to get those buys in second in NA. and on third round. If you should just be bonusing. Going to C. No, just for the orb control. Sheriff on Emluo, Sheriff on Kazler. Good to have an entry. Don't have to worry about losing one of those big guns, as they do take down the camera, and they can kind of let the map sweat now. Has to be a little bit of movement from the defensive positions for Oomfies here, because that vision loss, they don't feel as comfortable. So you can see the sights now separating 2-2-1 with Avery pushing up a little bit more from that waterfall.
They haven't caught anything out mid, so they know it's free space to take up, although the biggest issue is how is that going to work with Supercat watching down inside of mid. So yeah, already information gathered. They're not going to leave that space to be taken away anymore. Carry though, holding the crosshold. It's beautiful for 2 to be taken away immediately. Oomfies are there, and they are not here to play. At least this time around though. 3-player advantage already sitting down here against Refrag. And it's so beautiful. They keep hold, and it's going to be impossible to get past it. Finally putting themselves on the board for this half.
Nicely done. Knowing they had the advantage, and Refrag has some aim going on right now. I don't know what. They are just looking steady. They did not peek. C was taken, the camera went down, and only more defensive positions were set up. They had a look up high, low at C, a crossfire at B, and you had Fade waiting in the back of A, so no way you were going to kill Terror by yourself. Terror has time to let the team get there. So Oomfies, knowing Refrag can get some serious shots there, play it safe and let them walk into some traps. Love that kind of defense. If you have 2 Sentinels, you shouldn't really be throwing yourself anywhere on the map. You should be in sights and setting up with each other. Now we're in a 2-1-2 with the floater on Avery here for defenses. C gets pressured, I think, over and over by Refrag, right? We'll see if they keep doing this.
That was good, though. They did actually manage to take out one of Panday's util. So it's free clearance going up to site on C.
Yeah.
The question is, yeah, can they get onto the site?
Control over and over.
Oh, it's beautiful, though. Kazler's so good at using util. The rocket fuse. Showstopper slowly making its way, but nobody's there. And everything is clear. Everything that's necessary is clear.
Safe. All right, so let's see how the Sentinel team retakes now, because we saw they had a bit of trouble taking sites. That's basically what you're doing at this point if the Sentinels haven't been able to stop or wither away the attackers. So this is going to be the 5-person retake.
Oh, and Tether's already coming through to solidify where these players are. Carry all they have to play with is whatever's happening down in the outskirts. But of course, yep, Oomfies are literally doing an oopsie on the site, and it is brutal with Refrag slowly just not being able to come up.
Wild retake for Oomfies there from both sides coming through, and they just obliterate. I feel like Refrag was a little out of sorts in the site, where we saw the Razes standing. Once we saw the people from Waterfall came in, like, yeah, too many floaters. 2 people die in water there. That really weird positioning for Refrag, but that's great timing on Oomfies. They made the call. It wasn't a mistake on their part. It was a great play, and now that momentum is going to help. If Refrag cannot get themselves positioned, we'll have to see how the post plants continue to go from here. A foray to come in. Might be a dance here. At least 4 of them, yeah. Aluvali's going to go back to C for now. Rubble control coming in from Refrag as they get on site. Oomfies again staying back. They say, hey, okay, that's fine. They throw out a little bit to see how many are listen, and they set up for a hell of a defense again.
Yeah, Oomfies is so passive, I would say, on the defense rather than, you know, Refrag, where they do like to take up that extra space.
At this point, it was Emluo pushing mid or C, right, this early.
And it's so weird. It's such because it's doing so much, but so little at the same time. Refrag's so uncomfortable to push because they have no information. They don't have the early fights.
That's exactly it. You really don't want to just lose out a round where a Sheriff could get a headshot. Winning this round is amazing. Getting a few kills is kind of the idea. They want to get through some of these guns, the money, get some of these alt points online here. Still far away from that, so they could do a little bit of work here as they encroach onto the A site this round. Super Cat with 1 to start off.
Down A.
And that's gotta hurt. Patience is key. The name of the game, and that just might be it. Though Showstopper is readily available. Terra's doing a good job at holding the back. Super Cat not even needing it at this point. Honestly, yeah, they just solidified it. What are you gonna do with Sheriffs and a save round left on the board? I mean, I guess you could do more than what I just said. Louvely is not playing around with the kill joy, for sure.
Another begins.
2 of those big hitters. And it does hit through. There was like 5,000, I think, on Terra or Avery, or Carry, rather. They still have a good amount of money. But this is a Refrag rebuy. So they're back in. Few ultimates are ready. And just these jiggle peaks here. You're not going to be getting a kill on Oomfies unless you're using util to get in there. And this round was pretty much a silent mission. They were walking up for contact as much as they could on the side of Refrag, and that did not work. So Oomfies again. Look at that. You have to see a line of scrimmage among the whole team. No one's pushing. They're almost all in line across the entire map here, and they can easily rotate to each other if need be. Wall's already out towards B. They can still get peeked, though, so they have to be careful. That's kind of a false wall. Just stops people from coming through.
Yeah.
The door goes up, so they take it out. This is the first time we've seen Refrag cross map, though. Play a little default.
It's quite brilliant because they don't need to push out for info. Actually, Avery's wall gave just enough, right? It's over towards
Tons of guns at sea.
Right? Yeah, like, hey, there's like 5 Vandals over here. What are we going to do about that? They don't have to do anything because now they're going to get caught. The possibility of sound? Actually, no. It does make it harder, though. They can't shoot it down or else it gives away their location.
They have Nightfall for retake on this, too. Let's see if this is a good setup. Kazler gets the kill off the boombot position. And they're going to push forward here so that Nightfall doesn't get too much use.
There's a slight take back, though, and that's so beautiful. They're trying to shoot it down. Please come back to me. But they end up dead. Anyway, Avery gone. The deadlock not there. But they have so much to utilize here. The attacking side making way for it. And a flawless round to give that 10-8 back to Refrag.
Yowza. Yeah, much more coordinated. Nobody dying in water. Flawless here. That's unfortunate. What a call there by Refrag to get that kill through the boombot. And just Millie spinning around, getting kills on that one. Like I said, just on rails. It looks like their aim is so on point right now as we see these shots coming through from Refrag. And much better positioning. 2 push towards spawn, a few watching the waterfall that time, and they did not have a mishap. We are into lockdown zone. And this could be a really big round where they just figure out what part of the map they want and take it, knowing how to defend that site against the attack. I should say, the retake of Oomfies.
Yeah, just playing on the info again. I think they trust their ability more to kind of retake the site than they do anything else, which is strong. Like, absolutely strong. Right here, especially, right? You lose out on the 1v1, and you kind of give way for the possibility of a site take.
I think that was a mini-map check from Carey. It looked like a little sleep at the wheel there for a second as that shot from B came through. You still have alerts going from Avery at C. This could be a big pickup. 1 already before they're touched, and now the bounce in comes through.
And it gets harder and harder to take side, especially now as they slowly push themselves up. But Refrag, they are not letting it go. Oomfies, they've lost the mobility. They've lost that streak that they've had. And it's slowly coming back over to the egos of Refrag.
So here's one of the really cool things we're seeing Refrag do on attack that Oomfies was not. You heard Baby Bay talking about kind of where is this Raze nade going to be placed? Who can you displace? What kind of disruption can you make? and we see the Raise nade being used in the beginning to destroy the util, and they have the lockdown nade. So it's just nade on nade on nade. So you still have to worry about your positioning if you hear that, even if you hear that Raise nade go out. So really cool stuff that Refrag's able to kind of pile on there and continue to use. You saw how that C's just locked somebody up. Not C's, but how that net locked somebody up in the back, and Avery could not get a kill from inside sight. So yeah, it's not fun to try and play the lower backside of that C column. Here again, goes for a bit of the util. They have a late trip though. You see it placed back further with double up on that alert. But they just go for the nade. So they're conditioning, destroying that utility, and nice shot.
Nice shot, Riv. My gosh. Okay, super fast down. And maybe even more. They're so good at taking these 1v1s. I can kind of see why the retake might have been more effective, right? With the team gameplay, utilizing the ults and everything else, and the util together so that they can diminish the numbers even quicker. But it seems like, yeah, that's not going to happen today. Already so many players down, and the player advantage still left on the side of Reformed. And even with weapons, right? Oomfies can't fight back.
Yeah. Just too confident. Very much swinging off each other. Right?
My ultimate is ready.
1v1s do seem to be favoring Oomfies a bit. Panday finds 2 there, and that seems to be the story of it, right? Refrag will come up big on a round. Oomfies has 2 that kind of grab the last moment, but it's not enough as there are more members obviously alive. And just across the map here, after working nades towards C, a little bit of conditioning there, it's over towards A, and another round for Refrag. Final round here, 12-8. As it does not look like Oomfies can get this double sent online with the Cypher deadlock.
Could be their final moments too for Oomfies, unless they really do bring it back up. 3 ultimates on the board. Aluvely, kind of a threatening factor though, I'm not gonna lie, right? With that lockdown in place. Oh no.
Nade grab, or orb grab. That's close, so that's one away from Mluo. Let's raise. Castler getting all. Are they gonna go straight up B? They actually decide not to, but they're gonna run into 2.
And it's so different. They finally decide to push up, but they're playing down to this 2v1 situation. They're isolating the fights to make sure that they can win, and that's so beautiful. Finally utilizing that aggressive factor and changing up the game when they know it is necessary is exactly the way it's supposed to go. And the elimination down on the board for Panda to keep this round win. So Oomfies, they're still in the game despite that match point.
Error on the infield. Oh no. That's a bit of a mistake there from Refrag. Great push from Oomfies, and you give it to Oomfies. That's why there was an error. Refrag ready to use Castler's ultimate once they get the site. What the heck? There's 2 people pushed to A. Something they have not seen from Oomfies. The first round that Oomfies pushed is the final hour.
Yeah.
And Castler slaps her head off the roof and goes down, trying to get a blast pack ult in. Like, that's the kind of stuff that Oomfies needs to do. Throw Refrag off their game and get some pushes. Here's another one from Panday. They're on the edge of the brink of destruction this entire time, so they're going to try everything, Gompers.
My camera is destroyed.
Everything does work, and they're actually starting to realize too, like, that aggression that they put forth previously is working as well, and they are better than before. And the ultimate is out. This is huge. They have just brought themselves back in the game, unless Emily has anything to say about it, which I'm not sure they can. Ultimate down, especially for Clove, and they pretty much are down. Match point, yes, okay, you have it, but how hard can you fight for it? It seems like maybe not. The ultimate is out, but still player advantage left on the side of Oomfies here.
My gosh. Mluo has been deadly. Aluvely has ult. Can we imagine? Do we think this up? 45 seconds left. 2v3. Lockdown still used to gain control over site. Fade goes out. A Haunt goes out so they can gain control here on the outside. Oh, the spray!
Her smoke isn't gonna work. Yeah,
That's
team
gonna fizzle it.
is doing so good at keeping their hopes alive. And you can see, like, it's not only that. Most people tend to actually cower when they're about to lose, but it feels like this team kind of just regained their confidence back.
Yeah, it's like the red card teammates out, we gotta play harder. Like, they know something has to change, so they are. It's a great point. Beautiful pushes here. Love the Annihilation grab off the blast pack. I don't know if I have seen that. That was pretty cool. Nice timing there. 10 to 12. There's still money in the bank here for Refrag. They buy. Lockdown is there. And they can get denied a site. Having Nightfall for any of these sites is huge. They are just the right size for Fade to get the retake on for a team. And A Rubble Control is going to start us off on round 23.
Oh, no. They're already well spotted. Supercat is going to have to get out of that, but it's too late, unfortunately. Smoke coming down at the perfect time, and those leave these players very, very well sought out, though. Refrag, they're trying to keep it cool. The attacking side is the only thing they need to worry about, and they just keep on eliminating these players. Oomfies just have nothing to do about it. They're not playing that Refrag game anymore. They just can't. So many players down, and maybe the match point.
Spike planted.
I mean, exactly what they needed. At this point, yeah, Refrag, they've let a couple of rounds go, but they did manage to take it back.
13 to 10 in the end. What a game that started to turn out to be. I think if we see, maybe Oomfies is still warming up. They started to have great ideas, but they were only the last few rounds before something was happening. Their conditioning wasn't working, so they kind of seemed stumped, and that goes to Refrag. Really great plays. Great last round of the first half. I think kind of set a pace to the momentum and the mentality they were using throughout that game and solidified it so they could get that second half.
I think we also saw a lot of improvement, I'd say, on both sides. The adaptations that we saw from Oomfies come through. Yeah, like, it was beautiful. And I really did appreciate the fact that it wasn't an adaptation to play safer. It was an adaptation to play riskier, because it was, honestly, put everything in or lose it all. And to me, that's beautiful.
I can't wait for next game. It's going to be good. I feel like Oomfies is awake now. They got the nerves shaken off, and we're going to get a hell of a match.
Oh, yes, we are. But of course, I want the analyst desk to break it down, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Valorant Game Changers.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro and a new iPad, all on us. Only on Verizon.
A 13-10 that goes the way of Refrag on the first map of Lotus. And we got to see a back and forth between the two teams, especially on that first half. It seems like Refrag were going to get away with it in a more dominant fashion. But Athena, after we started seeing both the teams trying to fight back, and Oomfies that was also figuring things out, they just didn't have enough time to do so.
Yeah, I felt like this game was a lot closer than I originally thought it was. They came from a really strong foundation, solid background on this map with the Lotus. And I really misjudged Oomfies for picking that attack site first, but they really proved us wrong. I mean, Baby, earlier you were talking a little bit when the game was going on about how different the playstyles was, and I think that's one of the reasons why both these teams were so back and forth.
Yeah, you had one team that just had an absolute monster in the server who was, Emluo just absolutely anchoring C. And then you had the other who was Oomfies basically just playing a heavy retake C. But at the end of the day, the star power that Emluo brought into the server, just starting from even the pistol round, right? Where she just bided her time around that C mound area and then waited for her team to come retake, dealing with a B to C split. I mean, it was insane to have that type of control and confidence in yourself. And she was such a big reason why this team ended up winning. I mean, Oomfies looked lost on that first half for most of the time until they just basically did the simple game plan of dodge Emluo. So.
Yeah, at some point they were literally just going A and getting into the post plan. So 5 out of 7 that the post plans that they won, I'm pretty sure all 5 of them were at the A site because they were just so good at getting into that site, avoiding Emluo, and it just worked out great. But 100% I agree with you. Overall, both these teams, they played so different. But again, look at these stats. Emluo with this MVP was crazy.
And it's not only the kills that she's getting, but also the support, the utility, everything else working out for Emluo, making this deadlock look one of the best that we've seen so far in GC. We've seen some of the teams kind of run it, but oh my god, nobody is matching up Emluo Athena.
Yeah, I feel like not only was Emluo just honestly insane, mechanically insane, she was also able to just stay on that C site, hold it down, play as an actual anchor, and get multi-frags time after time after time. On top of that, they were also really good on the attack side at getting those lurks, being aggressive towards that A site. On both sides, that aggression really played out because the amount of space and map control that Emluo got was actually so beneficial for their team. And for me, for RF, Emluo definitely the standout player going into it.
I mean, 29 kills already tells you enough. On the deadlock, it's just everything working out, and it feels good when you're starting this strong. But also, baby, something that we saw was the strategy and the plays and everything coming through to make sure that Refrag were gonna get this win. And it started with that first pistol.
Yeah, is the pistol that I talked about earlier. I mean, and Emluo is the crutch of that. I mean, it's such an awkward spot to be in when a team actually gets the entry on B like this, and to have the poise of even tapping the door here and not going through, and then just waiting for the retake. It's a tough thing to do. It's a fine line that you tread on. I mean, look at all this util being thrown at her, and the patience that you have, and then to still make a play like this after you get stunned is insane. She ends up winning a 1v1 backside. I mean, look at this timing. It's just insane. And this is how you start off the map, you know? So much of Valorant could be momentum based, and if you start off like this, basically setting yourself up for your team to snowball, and then in the bonus round even, being able to take away 4 of the rifles that Oomfies had and not invest your Raze rocket, it's just more than ideal. And this map is, at times, you think of it as very attack sided, so to get off to a strong start, that's W.
That's W, as Baby likes to say. I think the cool ideas, and it's something that you guys were mentioning just a little bit when it comes to the preparation for these teams. We see how elaborate their ideas that are when it comes to the pistols, when it comes to the bonus rounds as well, Baby. And that's what is allowing Refrag to just be able to close out that map. Although, as we head into Ascent, we don't know what to expect. Oomfies were playing this not very common composition. On the other side, you had Refrag playing that standard composition that we've seen on Ascent, but we've also seen teams kind of change the composition as they go and move forward in the tournament, so we can expect anything, really.
Yeah, and there's more recent footage on Oomfies, right? So it is going to be interesting to see if Refrag want to go into this with something other than standard. I'm not sure if they will, though. They've only played the map 4 times as a team, which is not a lot. You know, this is definitely one of their weaker maps, but I think overall they're pretty happy with how the picks and bans went, especially after winning that Lotus, even though it was a little bit close.
Yeah, I feel like for me, the reason that I felt RF really won out on Lotus, regardless of the close scoreline, is because they were just so much quicker at adapting. And you mentioned like the weird kind of comps that Oomfies sometimes has, Baby, but I feel like regardless, RF, they just have such a good idea going into on how to kind of counter. It takes them a couple rounds to come back into it, but for that Ascent, it's so standard, it's such a meta kind of gameplay style that it could be really easy for them to kind of figure out the protocols that they need to follow. So for me, going into Ascent, I'm going to be really looking forward to kind of the mid rounds and see which team comes out on top.
Yeah, no matter what the composition ends up looking like, as we get to see on the side of Oomfies, they're going to be playing the Astra, Deadlock, and Cypher. So it's going to be that double Sentinel with Astra as a controller. No matter what, you want to be able to control the game, and that's something that Refrag has been able to do. So even when it's slipping through their fingers a little bit, maybe they're able to catch it in time. Is there something else that you think we should be looking forward on this map of Ascent?
I definitely think RF are going to need to play a little bit disrupty on their defensive side. They're going to have to kind of take the fight against this composition, because if you look at it on paper, if Oomfies actually get control of either A or B site, the post plant's going to be a disaster to go up against. I mean, you're not going to want to deal with, you know, the Deadlock utility, maybe even a trip. You got shock darts, you got the suck from Astra. The only detriment to running a composition like this for Oomfies is, do you have enough punch to actually get through the choke? You know, so if they can get stuffed, or if Refrag can kind of disrupt, you know, when the actual sight hit is coming through, it might be tough to play this comp on the attacking side, especially with the change of Oomfies going towards that Astra. They played Clove on this map as a solo controller for the last like 10 matches they've played. So it's going to be a different pace.
I just want to like go on to that as well. We've seen Oomfies play really good retakes and really good post plants. So I really think that letting them get into the site is going to be so cursed for Refrag. Yeah. But that being said, obviously MLO, we've seen them kind of go beast mode. And I feel like just as a team, mechanically, they are just a teensy little bit up there, a little bit better. And so taking the fights is definitely doable, and using that KO flash, using the util in the right way is going to be something that's really cool. We didn't even see them play with a flash character yet, so we don't know how kind of that process is going to be, but ideally the KO should be working good for them.
It's about having control of this game of Ascent, and it's definitely not an easy thing to do with that composition that we're seeing on the side of Oomfies, but if somebody can make it happen, it's going to be Refrag. Let's find out if Refrag is going to get this win 2-0, or is going to be Oomfies pushing us to map number 3, and it's going to be with their casters is Gumpers and Riff.
Hey, I mean, Oomfies fought for their life going into this, right? So
I want a map 3.
Yeah, right? All is not vain. All is not lost. This is the possibility for a comeback here, Riff.
Absolutely. I really think that Oomfies found what they needed to do, at least read Refrag really well towards the end, and that's going to build confidence in Oomfies and with the decisions that they're making, that their leader's calling, and that they're trying to move forward with. And maybe they will have a little bit more aggression coming in here. You can get on the back of Supercat as Supercat heads into the site off of all this cover, off of all this control that you know nothing's coming in behind you, and it'll work out well. That retake should be pretty decent. Obviously, KO shutting everything down. It's going to be tough here, but we will see as we get kicked off on Ascent here. 2-3 split to start for Oomfies. And it looks like a little bit of a heavy stack towards A for Refrag.
Standing ahead.
That crosshair's so thick. That's the first thing that comes to mind here.
The chonk hair.
The chonk hair is so accurate. It's so real.
Drone out towards Cat. A lot of mid control here for Oomfies to start. You might see this a few times as they work the map 1-3-1. They know they got a dart out for about 40 seconds towards C, and they're figuring out where some of this util is. As it looks like it's going to be an A hit in the end. The separation could cause trouble.
Calling their name there. They just got free access to space up in tree, and it makes it so much worse because now Lugly down, Riv trying to fight. Just up top of the A site. It's over. 3v3. Not too much of a player advantage, though. So RF, they do have the possibility for a comeback here.
Millie with that push. Walled off, though, so there's only 2 getting into sight. Is there an updraft? No, just a smoke. So there's not really a way to get to this wall. Kazler buying time. They're trying to get to just every way that they can. It'd be too tough to go through any of those orbs on the wall right now. Still going to try. There is a weapon behind if they need to get more ammo. All right, they're timed in. Let's see if they can do it.
Oh, wow, okay. Just a run and gun. And again, it's the confidence that does carry you so far with Emluo now with a headshot down. And big on communication for RF.
That was so good. The jump up going in from Kazler. Then the noise was made from Millie. Millie made the most noise to start that off after breaking the wall and getting a reload. And then the site was just swarmed from top and side. And who else to get him through another pistol with something big? Amluo coming up with 2 on that one. But this push through, the control for Millie on A-Long cannot be understated. That was so big for that control.
Yeah, they kind of shut that down real nice. And they sandwiched in to the point where, you know, they had all the intel on where everyone was, but also they knew they had some sort of refrag potential, which was so good off the side of Refrag.
Man, those retakes are so good by Refrag on in this series so far. Same strat again. They've said that might be conditioning. They're doing it with a little less util this time. Oh, yep, okay.
Such an interesting...
Sun was in her eyes.
It's such an interesting change, too, because I'm so used to, you know, from the last game, Refrag pushing out continuously and kind of choosing to pick the fights very, very early on. For early engagement, but it feels like that's not happening. Obviously, Ascent not the very forgiving site to do that. But so passive and so adaptive right now.
Seeing some nice spice here in these shots. Kuronami with a riot buddy. That's a taster's choice right there. That's a good setup. And Millie again. Long A control. Seems to be locked down there, at least for the first round.
Yeah.
Get the Bulldog down. He'll get picked up again. But they are still leaving some weapons on the ground. So 3 kills on that. Not too bad for Oomfies. Oomfies to get through that round with that damage. And they'll see what they can do here on the bonus. They should be able to just wipe right through here.
Farm, you know, for some wards too. They're so close to having some ultimates on the board based off previous rounds, right? But leaving only a couple players left alive on Refrag definitely gives them potential to load up a little bit more. But it's just segregating what exactly you want to fight for, right? We could fight for Supercat to have that for the next round under the circumstance economy comes through or whatnot. So
see how they're using Avery too. Bringing that Astra into the composition, having some stars towards A now. It's nice to have that extra star. They're just going to go ahead. That was a dismiss on Cat as they get back and forth. Trying to get a few back. So a fake towards A with the stars. They could still end there, but it looks like Avery's just trying to do a bit of dismissing and messing with them at this point. A real smoke on Cat.
This is such a cute combo. Kazler's so well fed with info now, and the reposition starts. So at this point, they're not going to utilize these, so it's a one and done. They could possibly get more, and here it comes, though. 2 players readily available to the touchdown. So much damage, actually, surprisingly, from Refrag.
2 kills means an easy entrance. Yeah, they're going to back up. Good patience on this round. Again, using the Astra Stars towards A to hold the members of Refrag there. Make sure they're not, hopefully, joining together any shotguns or a few of these sheriffs. And it looks like they have whittled down the numbers enough to make this a pretty easy round and a bonus to grab for Oomfies.
Refrag are keeping their hopes high. Oh gosh, Refrag's limited there, especially with Millie coming in. And it has to be potential to take it back. I mean, the possibility is big. Riv is there to possibly take this one down. I mean, honestly, just baiting any sort of utility to keep them alive. Yeah, the vulnerability there. So yeah, it's going to be a 1 tap to the head there coming through from Panday for a 3K. But Oomfies putting themselves on the board.
Their confidence begins to crack.
Getting a little lax there. Didn't need to lose that many guns. I think that situation is just losing control of what angles are being watched and kind of doing a spray. You're drawing the fight. Yeah, you're seeing if they push, but you drew the fight a little too hard. And it's just, I think Oomfies will slow down on those situations. Not a problem. They've still got a bit to buy in. It is going to mean some low armor, but they just avoid Millie, and it won't matter, right? The operator's out now. This could be big. Millie's going to be at A. A little overwatch on Riv's position here as Aluvali also towards that side. And we'll see what Oomfies can do. It is just mid-control after mid-control. They like the variety of being able to work basically anywhere.
Listen, Millie, we saw what they could do with the Outlaw, so there is a bit of a fear factor when it comes to seeing that op in hand.
Yeah?
Yeah, but we'll see exactly how that works out, because info's already coming through, and Kazer's making that way.
Yeah, Guardian tap on Aluvali through the wall there. Slowly forward, Panday's just on the other edge. Oh, didn't see the alert. Yeah, that was going to be the play, but it was already thought about. Love to see stuff like that. Looks like they're going to go ahead and try to reset Strat B, whatever that might be. They're still holding. And this is what Oomfies did last time too, right? Sometimes they got into that position. Going down here, Kazler gets one. And they waited and to see if Refrag would come out of their hiding spots. And other times they would go a little faster. Here it doesn't look like Refrag is giving them as much.
30 seconds left.
And they're really staying on the defensive side.
Oh, my territory, my
That was a quick peek out.
Managed to get shot
Carry?
down though.
Carry?
This is good. I like the ultimate. Nobody's going to shoot it down, so they actually eliminate Riv out of the, my apologies, not Riv, Kazler out of the equation. So any sort of information that could have come through from this retake is gone. Maybe Riv can fight for something. Of course, there is a suppression to come through, but Carry is insane and on their A game and forcing a save from them, but actually catching them before they can leave.
That was a great round from Carry, picking up 4, able to just pull the team right through the round, especially after there was kind of a stutter to the round as well. They were seen in mid, they didn't know if that was going to work, and then boom, Carry opens up B. And it's a little of the same situation that happened the previous round. Somebody was spamming. The angle wasn't being watched. Carry just walked into B and shot Kazler in the head. Or whoever was spamming the wall there. Or getting prepared to. So, yeah, I think the angles need to get watched a little bit more in that communication. So it doesn't fall away as fast. Millie going fast towards mid. The Sheriffs are going to be quick on this round.
This is good though, Terror. Looking to eliminate any sense of veto that might be placed, but Emerald's not there. Consistently placing themselves on B for information. Now the A side is theirs, but the retake might just be equally as effective, right? Lockdown available for Emlua.
This would be big if they decide to use it. Great reaction so far by Oomfies. Hearing the push towards mid, they decide to go for a rush towards A. Very unlike them, but they know the play has to be made. Double shock dart out. Kazler taking damage on the defensive side as they try to get themselves in now.
Maybe this might be the play. Everybody's trying to make way, but...
Wait, they did this on Ascent too.
They're doing it so good. Keeping themselves left onto the site. They're holding it well. This is coming through and body blocking as well, but it's already left down in half. And Louvely make way. Actually, no, it's not. They didn't get it half. They managed to eliminate just in time for the round win.
That's insane. I also thought it was half because I was watching the firefight, not the meter go up, and I was like, oh, that was, of course, half. It's long enough. That must have been just under. Maybe it wasn't even close. Who knows? But yeah, that was close. Refrag just going for the quick one. We'll see it here on the top of your screen. Okay, so it was a good thumbnail off. But yeah, great spams, great pressure. It did look a little sketchy for a second. And that's a lot of money to be brought back into the game, or credits rather. But both teams are going to have a buy. I feel like 5 ultimates. Pretty powerful though. Does Refrag let Oomfies walk into a trap here, or do they try to use these ultimates right in their face? Mid control again. Refrag's going to start getting an idea of this and maybe start pinching in a little bit more on these rounds. Ooh. Amluo again out of B.
They did manage to take out some of the util here withstanding, but yeah, mid util gone. Actually, majority of the players gone as well within a matter of seconds. And you misplace. Now Emluo and Kazler, 2 very, very strong assets for the B site. The retake, it just becomes brutal. Oh, wow.
Almost 2. Panday's been here as the anchor almost all the time. Really holding it down. And it's going to be a tough retake. Locked into sight is 3 members of Oomfies, and they should be able to grab themselves a 4th round here. The attacks have been so effective. That's another round where they basically walked up mid to see where where the alert bot, if there is one, and get some kills off it. Find a movement, whether it is in mid or on the other side of the map, that mid pressure is creating and helping.
Last player standing.
Oh, and there it goes.
Such good control on the bomb.
Not going to be easy. They have Avery. I think Avery's been pretty annoying, in my opinion, when it comes to the post plants, because you're really hoping you're in a 1v2 situation, and then you see an orb there, or a star, and then you're kind of like, yeah, at this point, there really is nothing I can do.
Look at that. Just runs up mid. Supercat's like, all right, let's do quiet here. Let's get some pizza, go through mid. And we talked about that. Supercat has been ebbing and flowing through these games. A lot of times you're seeing Carry and Terror on the top of that list, which is never a bad thing. They're usually crushing it as Carry is up there, but Supercat is now. And having your Jet, especially on Ascent, be able to disrupt while dashing into the site, still get a return on that, and not just your life as going in so the team can get the site is so big. So to see that from Carry is huge for Oomfies. I'm sorry, Supercat. So they go towards mid a little bit later than usual, but it's just a little play towards A to start off as they go back to this 1-3-1 that kind of just hangs out, knowing that Avery can work across the map, and usually in a position here, Avery can keep themselves alive. You have, like you said, that suck off the bomb. You can get them. You have the smokes, so not too bad. If they just keep Avery alive, they have a lot of post.
The positioning was so good off MOO, but it's the fear. Like, you could see the hesitation in the movement.
Yep.
So at that point, Panday was like, yeah, let me chill with that. I'm good. But for Oomfies at this point, I actually wanted to iterate on this too. Terror is such a big detrimental player to this team as a Sova, and it's so slight, but we're actually getting rid of it now. As to where their assist marker goes from like 8+ assists throughout every game they play on this map, and you can see why.
Yeah, setting up everyone. Arrows over their shoulder, drones in the right spots to push somebody out of position. Getting their own frags, no problem. Or Kazler getting their own frags from the Sova spot, no problem. But the defense is too strong here. Avoiding those sonar bolts, avoiding the util is Refrag, and they pick up a lot of kills on that B entry as they just shut down Oomfies at the front door. Okay, so we have Dueling Hunter's Fury. Lockdown is ready, though, so it's an idea of when do we get one, or is it saved for the lockdown? We'll have to see what the choice is. See how this one ends. A nice Thrifty going in for Refrag. We know how big they can get on these eco rounds. Like you said, last round of the first half of Lotus showed us just how effective they can be on a low buy. So towards mid. Another round, broken record towards mid, always. We're just going to leave that as their base strat now. Not default, just towards mid.
Towards mid. That is honestly, like, it's the easiest place to gain space, to be completely fair. Because there's not going to always be anyone watching it, especially with, like, the strat of having the marker there down inside of mid. But I mean, either way, fight's already commencing, and Showstopper's making way. It's beautiful for Refrag.
Right away, causing pressure with the Hunter's Fury. They just get more shots towards mid. Know the spike is down. They don't want to pinch too hard right now. Millie thinks somebody could still come towards A, and they don't know what's on Cat. So it's all about this double to mid. In a 1-for-1 trade.
This is so good. Oh, that was not good. That was so scary. That was so... I literally, my mouth dropped for a millisecond the way Avery just wide swung and immediately went into astral form, but it works. The headshot in, and it would have been it, but 2 players still readily available, and Refrag, I mean, they're bringing it 4-4.
They are. So towards mid isn't having that great effect that it was before. Refrag's now starting to figure it out, and I think it's on Oomfies now to change it up. Agency goes to them. What can they do? So it looks like it is going to be a little bit more of a focus towards A. They do not have that B player this time, and we actually see Millie in a mid position. Last time this was a dive forward. Not sure if you're going to get the same thing, but yeah, flash over wall, dive forward tiles. I hope they hold it. Had the flash out for a moment, but they said, you know what? Yeah, we'll just walk out. We'll walk out. Insta change. Audible call. But 5 towards A. A first here. Hunter's Fury could help on this site take, but they're going to go off with this dart as it appears in sight.
Barrier deployed. Very clear majority of the outside angles too. They know which angles to hold, although not aware that Aluvli is there. Slowly take up onto site, down underneath. How Supercat slowly making way, and here it comes for the attack. This might be the moment for them to bring that lead back. How easy is it going to be? Suppression there. Riv is just open and waiting for a revival. But it doesn't come through. This is the perfect situation to be in if you are playing on Oomfies, right? The quick take onto the site, the perfect execution. Ooh. Yeah, lockdown isn't even going to be enough at this point.
No mollies. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I want to see the molly for wine coming from the KJ. The thing is your mollies are already set up. If you have mollies for retake, then you're really lucky they didn't go B. But man, it's so effective. All 3 of them there, you just throw 2 mollies over and hope that one of them misses. They're pretty easy to shoot, so it's usually why you'll never see the strategy. But 3v1, as I dream in my head, KJ plays. Attempts this and only gets 1 on that 4 for Supercat. Definitely stepping up. Claws are out.
They're having a good time. For Oomfies in particular, I mean, that was tremendous, right? Like, everything that could have happened perfectly. They got the trade-off on Aluvli, who was trying to make, that really sneaky play, and it was perfect.
Nothing there. Enemy remaining.
Man, the annihilations this game, I gotta say, they've been really good. Everybody's throwing some good stuff.
I agree.
Ooh, the ops back out. I wondered if this would happen again. It didn't have too much of an effect last time, and it's a big investment here as we come into round 10. Drone up. The drone's going to see the op right away. Shot, dash. This play from Aluvli on Tree has been so good, but it misses that one, and it's just missing by an inch on each side.
They can't hit. It's not hitting, and this is so bad. They do manage to actually push themselves outward, yeah, and just underneath. Imagine getting that through the wall, and Emblemo is insane for Refrag to keep them in the game like this. Taking the MVP down in the last game, and now just solidifying themselves as the killjoy and the sentinel that you probably don't want to run into.
That's a gross amount of detection from Kazler coming in that round. 2 people were lit up under hell there as they came in. Millie gets out alive. And yeah, that was a swarm of a fight. Emluo just drops into sight, getting a 3K as everybody's on heaven trying to figure out what's the safest thing to do. But no, 12 and 9 right into the site. Why not? Emluo and Carry on top here as we get into round 11. And from A to mid to mid, we finally get a big B here out of Oomfies. And this is going to be actually the operator. So they're going to walk right into Millie.
My
Whose shot is it? Supercats or Millie?
Neither. Okay, back off. The plan is done. But at the same time, I like the positioning here, but the smoke just completely deteriorates away from it. Now so much space made off that smoke alone. And they are going to manage to push themselves up, though. Attacking side slowly making the difference. And it's Kazler that does it themselves. Player advantage on Oomfies on a save round, surprisingly enough, but Carry, hero rifle potential here.
Really cool wall. I mean, what are you going to do as Millie with an operator when the wall goes up? Sure, you're going to try to no-scope somebody when they come through, but that puts you in such a sweaty situation, and that was such a nice way to counter the operator being close on site. In they go. Supercat Sheriff, still a Bucky on Avery here, and this could be a round they get in their favor. Oh, this is sketchy.
New timing is so brilliant. What?
So sick.
A thrifty.
So sick.
Last round
for that. That's crazy.
Avery playing hopscotch on people over there with a Bucky to end that one. Really, really nicely done on that round. We've seen a lot of the thrifties in Refrag's favor, but this one, chef's kiss.
Gosh. And I love the abuse of kind of just maneuvering themselves around their own smoke to make sure nobody knew where Avery was. It was
that's
so
a perfect
good.
point.
Yeah.
It's a perfect point. Their smokes, these stars, the Astra they picked up for this Ascent, they can continue to use those, dismiss and pull them back, and we've seen Avery do that a bunch. And now uses one of their own stars to get a pivotal 2 kills with a Bucky on a thrifty round. Really stellar stuff from picking up this agent into the composition for Oomfies here. It looks like they might be able to grab a 7-5 first half with the buy being slightly low on Refrag side. So check on Wine. Clear there. Hunter's Fury is up. And they have done a little bit of damage. Just a little love tap to Emulo in the beginning of the round. But they're back to A. They're going to be facing 3 members of Refrag.
Push. Not gonna be so easy though. It seems like they're trying to push past suppression to maybe stop it from happening, but Supercat not afraid. And especially now with Kazler playing that refrag positioning. This is good. If you're refrag right now in this moment, all you need to do is play together, right? The recon dart sent out, you know where some of these players are, and now the Hunter's Fury. This is the perfect way to slowly make sure, hey, I'm clearing these angles for you, just push.
I wonder if that timing is there. They basically just cleared hell with that Hunter's Fury, so they should be able to... Oh, my.
The jump was crazy. The jump was crazy.
The Avery fade away to get that one. Yeah, the jumps coming across are like, I can make it done. Just made it like 3 hops, and then it was over. What a first half by Oomfies. Coming alive there, doing some really cool stuff and working off the conditioning that they were setting to Refrag. It looked like it was like a more of a, not a guessing game for Refrag, but always kind of a step behind, trying to figure out whether they got their shots or not because their aim has been on. But it did seem like Oomfies finally got that groove that allowed them a little space, allowed them to play their own game.
Keeping that groove nicely. I really do like, you know, despite Millie really trying hard to solidify that op to be that game changer, I didn't see it, and it was majorly because Oomfies really are just not afraid of it, and that really I felt like carried them far throughout that half.
Yeah, they didn't. So nobody has been with Millie each time there's an op too. And Terror is going to find you with a sonar, most likely, or an owl drone, most likely. So what's it going to be? Oh my god, Emulo's pistols are disgusting this series. Kill or not, damage be done. Supercat trades back, though. Gets a bit of their own damage. Better than you this time, she said. And they see if they can grab this pistol and bring it up to 7-6. They would be able to basically get themselves a few rounds here and really put the pressure on Refrag if they can continue this.
Wow, they read this like a book, too. You'd assume with Emulo going down, you know, that Sentinel, that Lurk player, you'd assume that A push coming through. So Oomfies making that rotation up towards A and kind of focusing a bit more towards that. So this gives free sight over to RF. Yeah, but it's not going to happen as easily. This is beautiful usage of util. Deadlock and Terror working together here, though getting caught out by Kazler.
30
Shot
seconds.
just in the last moment of jumping through. RF play a little bit of the long game here after losing one and re-hit the site they initially go to. Now it's the retake. 3 ghosts and a sheriff coming in against 4 ghosts. Deadly pistols on the map right now.
Well, this is good, though. Okay, Avery does solidify one coming out of the attack. But the biggest issue is how are they going to be able to remove themselves even further from getting eliminated? But Oomfies, yeah, they have absolutely no issue of keeping the site and making sure it's there. So it's beautiful, waiting for the retake to come through, kind of baiting that as well, the plant or the defuse.
You're doing a nice job. A lot of teamwork. That left side run towards towards lane. Beautiful double team. They get themselves the kill and already had somebody downstairs and a third person as well. So nicely done by Oomfies there. It does seem like the confidence is pushing or just on high for them. So they're going to stick with some low buys here going into the bonus.
Right here.
We've usually seen that change a little bit, but they stay with the Bucky on Avery. Maybe we want to throw around a bigger gun later here. Avery did go down, though, so that's actually going to be quite a bit of a purchase for her. Sheriffs around on the She Go. A few shots from Emulo on that left side. And it looks like the spike is down, telling us that this round is really just going to be a walkabout to see if they can figure out where Oomfies is playing, if they can get Oomfies to move, and then a final red timer hit on one of these sites. Oh. Ooh, right under, but they saw it. They got you.
Oh my gosh, I love that. That's so weird. That's so quirky. I love the idea behind that. Okay, yeah, be weirdly deceived by my oddly placed trap.
It's like, oh man, I can get under this. They messed up. Oh wait, I got seen. Cool little mind games, and that delays quite a bit of time, right? This whole setup has been Oomfies trying to see like where, or Refrag, where can we go? What can we do? Oh wait, they saw us. Whatever, let's hit it.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how Avery keeps doing that. How do you just keep? Okay, I missed the first shot, but somehow
You
I still
put a little
managed to find
skip
the
in your
second.
step just to do it, whatever. You know, they come around the corner, they're not expecting it, and then you're already unleashing another 8 whatever rounds of buckshot into your opponent. So
That's
little hopscotch and 1-2. Avery seems to be able to come up with some Bucky kills round after round. So
Sound sensor up.
they're still on a
good.
bit of a low buy as that buy now comes through for Refrag. 9-5. What a change for Oomfies here in their confidence. Let's see if they can keep it going. Supercat's going to peek with the outlaw towards tiles.
Okay, but positive to keep this going, though. I like that big push outward. Very, very aggressive from kind of what we saw on Lotus, which is such a big difference. And we know this team. They're so adaptive. They like to make sure that, you know, everything is ever-changing, and they are trying to put their best game forward. There it goes.
It's true.
So many players already slowly rotated down onto the side, and Supercat is making this flawless round come to fruition.
Less oopsies, more Oomfies this map. Big stuff coming in here, even on those lower buys. Really big. That was the Vandal round for Refrag. They're like, all right, we're in. We get past that Outlaw, we're Gucci, no problem. Oh my God, Outlaw's killing all of us. We're getting torn down. This didn't work. Now Refrag is probably pretty stumped. They're going to go ahead and go for a mid play. They obviously have plays to work, but getting hit on a round like that is tough. So Oomfies is now in their head a little bit. They're getting the rounds 10-5. The pressure's on. Gonna get a little Aries spam from the back here for Terror. And they're still on some of these low buys too, knowing that they don't have to push their money because of what RF has to go through at this point. So Spike's down for another round here. We're gonna walk about and figure out what Oomfies is doing.
Avery smokes. Backing them off at the same time. Yeah, and Terror's all they need to do is watch. This is so weird. But at the same time, right, you have Sheriffs in hand. Refrag not necessarily doing as good as I genuinely thought they would. I mean, this is actually more of a comfort pick on Oomfies, if you guys didn't know. So they haven't played Ascent a lot for Refrag. They've only played it a total of, what, 4 times versus the, I believe, like 7 times that we've seen Oomfies play this map?
Right, yeah. They were talking about that on the desk, and you wonder, Lotus gets through, Ascent gets through. You're like, okay, they're going for haymaker swings on a few of these maps that the teams have allowed their opponent to play. And it does seem to be striking true, or ringing true, rather, for Oomfies to come out swing here. 11 rounds now to 5. We're going to see another buy here for Refrag, but everybody is stepping up on the side of Oomfies this game. And they're just making it happen so easy. It's just airy spam kills. Emerald hardly comes around the corner with health. And you still have good weaponry to defend that. We get one of our first timeouts. Hey, bad.
I think this is so pivotal. Like, Refrag, they're not doing too hot. They're constantly getting shut down. And I think it's just because they're not actually playing for the expectation that Oomfies is going to peak. Oomfies is playing for the 1v1. Oomfies is playing for, like, I feel like they have to start to speculate that Oomfies is going to be around every corner because they are always caught off guard. I mean, for example, Panday and the trip, what was that? Like, it's the unknown that I feel they never really account for here.
That's the fun stuff that, like, they didn't use that or get to use that any other round. But the round it is effective and it pays off, it's exactly what you need. That strat worked. Okay, we move on to the next one that they haven't actually run into yet. And it seems like Oomfies has an assortment of those rounds that continues to just make Refrag hit a wall, make Refrag have to wait, figure out where more of the agents are before it feels comfortable to move forward. Unlike Lotus, where they were hitting shots, spinning around, clapping 2 people, and taking these sites on 2 fronts, you know, with 2 points of the attack. Here they can't get that positioning as easy, and Oomfies is doing a great job at defending now. Supercat takes down the turret, so now it has to be watched a little bit more by Mluo for the moment. But mid is finally played pretty hard here by RF. They're doing a little bit of map control, trying to take down some of this stuff they can find. Give Oomfies something to think about before hitting the site.
My ult's ready.
Damn. Supercat was thinking about getting first blood. That's for sure.
The damn was so that was core value. I felt that in my chest. Oh my gosh, reformed art. I mean, sorry, Refrag. If I say one more time, somebody please call me out and like bully me in chat. I'm actually gonna cry. But anyways, Smoke making his way back up. Oh, and that's huge actually. So much information coming through because they're not peeking through smoke. So obviously there's only one pathway where they could really create for themselves. So yeah, Oomfies bringing themselves up to that, I mean, evident match point.
That was fish in a barrel. Panday threw out a cage towards Cat, and then they Sonar bolted it? You're kidding me. Or he threw, okay, so it's in the middle of sight. Sorry, I misread where it was. But yeah, having that cage in sight and then just bolting the sight as well. Oh my God. Free shots through the cage, like you said. All that information just coming in. Absolutely crazy.
Over there.
Oomfies, where was this last map? Honestly. This is crazy. They are absolutely shutting down Refrag. Refrag's going to go ahead and spike down for even what could be a final round. As they just move about the map first before making that happen. Okay, my bad. Aluvali has ult, so it doesn't really matter where the spike is at that point, but it does look like they grab it before they head to their destination. A retreat towards B. So let's see here. Kazler with one ult orb. Will that be the grab in, or will that be actually the null command for Riv? Is the question. Null command for Riv coming up. I'm just seeing if anybody peeks. Are they going back to A here, Gompers? I don't feel sure about this B just yet.
This is
Null command at A is pretty effective.
I think they know, like, I'm not even sure. They get shut down so many times on both sides of site, but to continuously go A knowing that's Panday's like home spot, home field, that's been like the biggest issue. It is so curious to me. But I assume because they do have that null command, that might be like that leading incentive. 30 seconds. Yeah, shot's not going to look too pretty here. Mluo down, kind of baiting into the attention down towards mid, but either way, suppression there. All they need are the weapons and the shots. And Refrag, they try their best to keep it intact, but a 3v3. Listen, this is potential though.
Look for a dart. Annihilation bounce to sight. Not finding. Oh, just to the top left of the head.
Oh, and they're preoccupying Supercat just enough to keep them at bay. They know, oh, flashing themselves. That's not going to look too good. Pop flash actually coming back again out from Riv now. And nobody swings. I mean, it's unfortunate because information coming through. Of course, Terror now in 2 players 1v2 situation. With Oomfies winning this one out, it is the congratulations. And
wow.
Also, Riv, we're going to a 3rd map.
We are getting the 3rd map, and I feel like we just started this one. What the heck? That was quick. That was domination. That's exactly what you want to do heading into a 3rd map. Like, to play like that and show strong with the new agent in your composition and the way you're playing Smokester on the map, and that it was Astra, and to be able to find that result was really incredible. So great restructuring there, great recoup by Oomfies here, and I'm sure Refrag is just kind of wondering where they can fix some of that stuff from Ascent. Yeah,
I think for both players too, the map that we're going to, it is, I feel like, a little bit more aimed towards Oomfies, especially in terms of that comfort pick, but I believe we're going to bind? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, and that's pretty exciting. I mean, we've already seen, you know, map picks from both sides regarding comfort. So, you know, obviously coming through with Refrag, doing such a good job on Lotus. And then the second map of Ascent, doing such a good job on that with Oomfies. And now the question is, who will be the winner of that 3rd map? Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back with more Valorant Challengers. I mean, Valorant Game
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
1, 2, 3. Wow. Boom. What? Wow. Hey.
A 13-5 goes the way of Oomfies, and we have the first map number 3 on this Game Changers main event. It was a little bit of a back and forth in the first half, but it really depended on those heroics plays to come through, the post plans that we were seeing on the side of Oomfies to make it possible, baby bay. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. We had our questions on how the two teams were going to play out against each other, and I'm glad that we're pushing it to the distance to the map of Vine.
Yeah, and actually early on, we saw RF specifically doing a good job of getting a lot of first bloods early on that defensive side. It's something they needed to do. You know, get that man up advantage, because we saw once this composition gets into a post plant for Oomfies, it's just too hard to deal with. There's so many sets of trips and utility and smokes. I mean, you had the Bucky Destroyer on Oomfies going absolutely ham. That was on the Astra, of course. But yeah, I mean, a lot of first bloods going their way in the early round for RF, and then in the mid round, it just all seemed to fall apart.
Yeah, I felt like Oomfies really had such good control over this game just in general, regardless of those first bloods kind of going the way of RF. Every single thing they did seemed so right. They had the correct protocols. They had the correct kind of reactions to what they wanted to do, and they always capitalized off of whatever was left open, whatever was weaker. So it really felt like for Oomfies, this map pick makes so much sense. We talked earlier about this going to 3 maps, and I'm glad we get to see it, and this Ascent just showed Oomfies kind of actual way that they're trying to play and their play style and how supportive it could be. Because again, like every single one of these players too, they had such a stellar performance in this map.
And I had my questions because you never know how these matches are going to play out, especially in the main event. You don't know what the mental is like for the players, what the preparation is like, and how close they really are going to be when they're facing each other. But I like what we saw on this sort of Oomfies on this map of Ascent. They were, as you were saying, Athena, taking control of the situation. Supercat had a chance to shine a little bit more compared to what we've seen before. And this is as well one of the plays that we've highlighted a bunch of times. But something that I want to go over as well is the post plans, baby, because we saw how that was the difference maker for Oomfies to just get enough rounds and secure this map in that 13-5 that they got.
Yeah, it's insane with this composition, what you can do once you get on site. I mean, like I said, you have so many different trips that you could put down that can either secure early info on the chokes, or even just use it for the post plant, the actual bomb timer itself, the spike. I mean, and then you have an Astra on top of it all to just really secure the round. It's just so much to deal with. So again, hats off to RF for doing a good job in the early round, but it's just too much. Excuse me, I got a cough.
No, you're good. I heard you struggling
swallowed my spit there. Oh my god.
Bro, it's not that serious, man. Like, dang. No, I 100% agree. I feel like Oomfies did such a good job of getting that mid control early on in the game. They were literally at some point just walking up mid every single round for their default because they had it so free. And Reform, they only kind of responded really late into the game, and so because of that, Oomfies, they managed to get those mid-round kills, they managed to get those picks, and off of that, every single time, they ended in these insane splits and got onto the site. So again, those post splits were insane.
And the last point to talk about what we saw on that map was that round number 10 that you wanted to highlight, along with that round 15, that round number 10 you were mentioning, how they were being pressured with the time to get into that site. So those little things and the way that they play out just, once again, help them look the way that they're looking for Oomfies.
Yeah, this was so sick. So for those that didn't catch it, there was an Omen smoke top mid from Aluvity. And basically, it causes a reaction for the attacking side of Oomfies. Okay, we're either going to speed up A or we're going to speed up B. But with the camp being broken and seeing 3 players bottom mid with it, the natural reaction is to want to speed up A, where the operator is posted. And then you already have a fast flood to just clean all this up. Emluo hits another just highlight clip there. And yeah, it was just too much. The manipulation was so good from RF into that round. But, I mean, in reality, it was Oomfies who actually had full control of this game. And this bonus round, followed by, the previous pistol round that they did, where they finally won a pistol, by the way. Shout out to Oomfies.
Shout out Oomfies.
Yeah. But we really got to saw a preview of what the setups for the defensive side were going to look like in those rounds. And it just made it look like there was no places available, no gaps available for RF to take advantage of, even with running a KO that gives you in.
And now let's look at what that last map is gonna look like, because it's gonna be that map of Bind to close us out on this series. And we've seen that back and forth, especially on that map of Lotus. It seems like there is a possible comeback happening. Then we get to see Oomfies kind of warming up and looking very confident on that second. But as we head into Bind, Athena, what are some of the things that you're looking forward for these teams?
I mean, I think both these teams are just super explosive. They're duelists, they take aggressive control, they know how to play. Millie, IGLing on this race goes kind of crazy, and Supercat, they've just had this amazing performance on Ascent, so kind of putting that forward and into this next map is going to be super good for their momentum. But I will say, before this, you guys were kind of talking about these crazy comps that we were going to see. But again, I mean, both these teams have changed their comps like how many times now, and
Yep.
I feel like
A lot.
it's pretty similar. I mean, oh, sorry, I was gonna say double controller. Yeah, double controller. The Astra we saw Panday. Wait, Panday wasn't playing Astra. Dude, I'm tripping out right now. These comp changes are getting to my head, you guys. You guys take this over.
Yeah, we were seeing the back and forth, but something that I was curious was going to be the ISO, because we were talking baby about the double duelist, and it's not here.
Yeah, but both teams have ran the double duelist quite a bit with ISO specifically, which is really interesting. And you're right. Last time it wasn't Panday who was on the Astra. Panday was on Cypher last time they played Bind, and I believe it was Carry that was on the Astra. So the Astra pick, it's nothing that they're unfamiliar with, but it's another new composition. Like both teams running a little bit more standard. The only outlier now is that Astra pick, and is it going to be enough? I mean, it might be, especially if Oomfies can, get in that post-plant scenario like we saw them getting on Ascent.
We have a lot of questions left as the compositions and the EDS keep changing for these two teams, but let's find out who gets the win of this match, who continues forward in this upper bracket. Once again, with your casters is Gumpers and Riff.
You know what? I'm already blessed. Because we have third map, and I'm so excited. Listen, I know you're excited, Riff. Are you excited, Riff?
I mean, we're this late in the tournament for game changers. We're still getting teams changing things, trying to trip each other up from map to map. This is not stuff you usually see, especially like the flexibility of it. Usually it's a person changing, but like Baby said, this is a change for Panday and Carry with the Cypher and the Astra previously, because they had switched, and now they're just role changing and agent changing on this one. The other side, you still get a change out here. Instead of the ISO, you're getting the fade. So interesting stuff coming from them. That was Kazler on the ISO, so they're just taking, she's taking the fade to set up this one. So let's get into Bind. I'm excited. This should be a spicy one for both teams. Now they're full warmed up. They've read each other on a few maps, and we're gonna get this one now on Bind for a decider. A good shower control to start off here, but it does look like they still have a bit of map control. Again, Panday across the map with that Astra. We'll have to watch.
Oh gosh, dude, Panday had it good there too. So
Seemed it.
That could have been, that could have been a really good win in that 1v1. Although now Pop Flash comes through, dude, and Millie could have waited a little bit longer. Actually, fed a bit more into how many players would have just made their way out. But again, that comes with, correction and fixing your errors there. Oomfies slowly making their way back. So player advantage there, just by one. It's not that drastic, but drastic enough on the pistol round.
All right, so let's see how Oomfies do in this post plant. Don't have any more Gecko util. Actually, util's gone except for the bite, and they're keeping that in U-Haul. Emluo with a tough peek there. Terror with 3 so far. Seeker's going to be up early in this game. And now no shots there for Riv. Refrag can't get it. Oomfies come up with pistol round, and they get another one. That's going to spell good things for them.
Let's grab some more.
That hurts, man. I guess it was more so that slow push up. I think a lot of it really was just timing, in my opinion, coming down to this round. It is the first round on a new map, right? Slowly getting into the groove of a loss as well for Refrag. So it's about picking themselves back up. At this point, Millie could have waited a little bit longer to get more, right? A little bit more teamwork down in the Refrags here. Their name is Refrag.
True. True. They should be there for each other. It is all in the name.
That's so inspirational.
Default Viper Wall coming up. And they just go for a quick check, knowing that Aluvali is playing in that U-Haul area now. Very spread still. The showers control seems to be something that they want to do round after round with Supercat. Orb control, not something they're focusing on just yet, as you only see one there. And waiting. Doesn't want to get caught off again. And they're getting the space.
Wow. Good preparation, too. They were like, all right, listen, we had an iteration of this before. We're not going to face it again. Oh, my gosh. And that's where the util comes through. Last time we actually saw the raise on Lotus, it was the same thing, where the util really was so evident and so proactive. I feel like we're going to see that again.
That was picture perfect from Supercat. Just cutting the pie on every angle, nading and displacing on things she can't see on the closest effective corners. Really good stuff there. And they set up strong. Gonna be a flawless round here, unless it's a crazy classic. Oakley dokily. Emluo picks one up. You gotta be kidding me. What is that aim? Every time. Supercat with 4. That's gonna be a Raze ult coming up fast soon. So nice build up by Terror and Supercat here.
I really did want to see that though, like Supercat taking a step up, because in previous games, like within the closed qualifiers, performance, I won't lie, wasn't spectacular. It wasn't like blow my mind sort of gameplay that I've seen from Supercat. I feel like we're slowly getting back to that though.
Yeah, we talked about it a little. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that. Supercat is just on one right now. And it was Terry. I was going to do that all the time. Terror and Carry before. But we need to see that duelist come up strong.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Emluo not going to cool down though. And that's something that Oomfies has to worry about throughout this series. First kind of B touch here. They get that showers control cleared, so they might be able to start rotating off A, but they are still holding until the play happens.
He's not looking for too much like engagement here though. Instead, actually waiting towards the background as that smokes player, letting the information come through from their teamwork, right? Through from Riv, and now rotation from Millie.
Double smoke, one to jump out. Oh my god, a smoke maze. That's so cool by Panday. They have to wonder if Panday's trying to walk through all these smokes. How deep has Panday got? I don't know if Emluo's buying it just yet, but they actually get the kill through the box.
Dude, that was beautiful. They basically just baited Emluo into giving away their position by having to position themselves to pick that fight. And now, obviously, you leave Millie down to the backhand side. They could clear that in seconds. And Aluvli and Kazler, they have to find a way to push themselves onto this 2v2 situation and the possibility for more, but it is not that third round to go down for Oomfies. Instead, Refrag, hey, we're back.
Refrag getting a round I did not think they would get. The positioning there from Oomfies is so good, but it was a matter of milliseconds where their backs were turned to the actual fight and the rotation into sight. So really cool stuff for Oomfies to get in on a lower buy round. But great job by Refrag to find the kills and find the W that gets them on the board for this third map. So we get into a partial buy with the kills going around. Refrag can still get that money, but it does look like the side of Oomfies is ready to go. Seekers is there if they want to really push a site. They'll probably dog first here just to get everything figured out on the side of U-Haul. And there it is, destroyed. They can assume basically that's a Luvali right off the bat. And Refrag's trying to do a double up on long B here. So they're changing up their defensive side, but it's not something Oomfies is running into yet. This is so tense.
Oh no.
I've got your trail.
What a good positioning.
So good. Oh, and the wall comes up at probably the most perfect times for them. Really, this is them, and they're so beautiful. They have the 3K down to keep this game alive when you're Refrag.
Oh my gosh, Millie with a huge shot there. Was that too fast or was that a collat? It looked like an almost off-centered collateral. The nade follows up. Panday's gonna push.
One enemy remaining.
Oof.
Oh gosh.
Into the firing squad of Refragged. And now, are they going to go together? Wingman on the assist, of course. Another kill from Aluvali. They're going to go get the defuse on that one. And a nice round, even with the Guardian there. It pulls up a few of the kills they really needed.
Dude, that was a Millie round to a T. That was absolutely beautiful. And again, it's like, okay, listen, I'm alone. I'm taking on this 1v4. My teammate is down. What's the best possibility? Let me throw my nade, take as many as I can with me. And it's so good. It's that last second thinking.
Jeez. Pushing seems to work for them right now. I thought they were actually going to lose that fight because they ended up shooting the Seekers, and that becomes such an unfortunate thing when all your damage goes into the ultimate Seekers and you just get shot by your opponent. But they recouped. They got the kills. A lot of big ultimates here on this round as mid control seems to be a favor again here for Refrag. They pushed showers last time. Let's see if they can put a thorn in the side of Oomfies here for a little bit of mid.
That's not enough, man. Oh gosh. That's gotta hurt. Util is so good though. Again, like I feel like both of these teams have such a good strength with being able to understand, but is Supercat gonna know? No, they don't. They are still alive. This leaves Millie for the possibility to take even more, and they are unstoppable within this game.
Gotta protect. It should be all right. Panday is absolutely setting up tent on B right now. Could get a position towards mid. Gonna see if they can get a good star in here for defense. Oh, they dismiss on mid. And now, okay, so they're going to realize that this is going towards B, but they really don't have a chance to move too much because they can all go as a team. So they're going to wait it out and just make sure. They're going to go to a floating position between both sites here for the moment being. This is a really, really long con play here from Oomfies. They're giving themselves a lot of variables once they get into these rounds, knowing Refrag's going to attack pretty hard. Util, a Prowler there. So is Dizzy. Let's see if they can make it back in.
Nice, too. They did actually use Riv there to clear some space on the B site, which surrounding now, they didn't find anyone. They don't know where anybody is, waiting for that to come through, maybe the defusal to make its way, but Panday in good positioning.
Yeah.
Although it isn't enough. It's not enough, right? Too scattered, in my opinion, they're coming through from Oomfies.
And that's really good patience. You can basically see the mental of Refrag in that situation. We don't have to feel pressured. We still have 3 members. We have a bit of util to retake the site, and they stuck together and they made it happen. A lot of times you can panic in that situation and not hit the right things, not get the right angles, and overthink it. But no, Refrag knew they had numbers, and numbers means a big advantage. They use that to get round 3. Kazler with Nightfall, Aluvali with an ult they can stop or retake with in that orbital strike. It looks like Oomfies going to go back to a little showers control. Instantly denied. Really good thing from Brim Smoke and a Fade on to go out. You really won't get much control over showers. So they're orb denying now on the side of Refrag on both sides. You can see that push out from Emluo.
Okay, they leave some space there within shower. So Kazler, they're not fighting too hard for it. Instead, really just trying to slow down the process of maybe the A site being pushed through, but the B site, okay,
yeah.
So much already surrounding that. So 1 minute left, waiting for that 30-second mark, maybe.
What a creep up. I feel like we're watching Nats on the right side here with Oomfies. Oh, Avery gets Prowlered. Like, okay, bye. See you later. Jig is up. They're going to start going towards B now. Oh, they're hiding high-low on Tin and just under there near that corner. This, if they get flashed, this is going to get sketchy because that gives their position away immediately.
They set the nade, looking to settle the score though. Millie on an offset positioning, but it doesn't work out as much as they wanted it to. Oomfies slowly progressing, but not enough. 3 players though here on Reform to keep the game alive. So you still have the ultimate readily available. The tick comes through. Emluo honestly could just bait for death at this point, and then just solidify the round, taking out Carry so they can get that ult for the next round.
Really cool teamwork. Kind of calling off of contact. Don't move until we have contact. I'll shoot the Dizzy. You shoot this. At this point, Terror has the guiding light, not the Dizzy, but the fact that they can trade off each other so well is big. Refrag is able to show some strength in these rounds. I like the way that Aluvali kind of backed off of backside there and was able to turn around as soon as they started getting a little bit of aggression from that main octagon area right here. Yeah. Actually, that wasn't Aluvali. That was Riv back there. Aluvali was just hopping inside as well. Very cool stuff.
Wow.
All right. Let's see what they have for the next round. 4-2. The Cosmic Divide is up. Still got some alt orbs due to going down, as we'll see our second Thrash here in the first half. Again, big control coming over here. Oh my gosh. They want to fight it too. They don't smoke this time. Oh, they get it through the teleporter.
They can't get away with this. Refrag are literally just making it so hard for this team to even push anywhere near showers. And now the wraparound is so good. Aluvali leaving Panday with wanting more, but they can't find it. Oomfies with a round win coming through for this round 7. So, actually, my apologies. Refrag with a round win coming through for round 7. So they're on a stride that feels almost unbreakable, especially now with like the ultimates. They're continuously coming back. Yeah, you could push for Avery here to maybe get that smoke out, but at the same time, right, we do have that Viper's Pit on MLO as well. So there's so many counters to the game here.
You love to see plays like that. A team setting it up, figuring out what the favor, what side of the site your opponent wants to go to. The second ult we see coming in, and I think that was RF's first, Riv uses it through the teleporter from B and absolutely clobbers some of Oomfies, but also mainly pushing away the rest of the team to gain that space for the rest of the team to push through. Like, oh my gosh. And remember, that fight probably felt safe to Oomfies because they've seen a brimstone smoke come down outside of showers. So they've had time to set up outside that smoke, get ready to flash in, get ready for Supercat to bump through, whether it's a wingman or a dizzy. And they did not have that cover. They met Kazler, they met Millie, they met Riv's ultimate, and that was a sweet change from Reformed to be Refrag. You got me doing it now, Gompers. From Refrag to be able to take that round number. That was cool. Let's see what they got. Throw it up over. A quick mosh towards right side here so nobody can hide. How fast do they go?
Why'd you find it?
There it is. You can't leave. Supercat's in his face.
No, that's hard. The slow, slowly making its way. They're so lucky, Aluli, so lucky they could get out of that in time.
Yep. Just a second off on the nade because Supercat still had to clear with the weapon. So they go ahead, get the Viper's Pit down. Plant is there. Terror is gone. Be a lot to throw in the site, but keep an eye on Carry here. Really has the back of everyone.
Oh no, not even shot down in seconds. So Viper's Pit doing a really, really good effort at keeping Avery alive. And they know where they are, but they can't pick it off. 30 health on Kazler. And Kazler's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, at this point, I just sit in a corner and I die. There really is not a lot that you can do in a situation like that.
That was cool. Just dizzy. Oh, that way. Shoot it. Nicely done. Didn't even take Kazler. Avery absolutely owning the pit as it should be. Nicely done. And a 5-3. I feel like we're going to get a much more back and forth map now as teams are being able to get their ultimates used in a way that your opponent would realize, okay, that is like one thing they can do. We probably won't see Gecko ult come through the teleporter again. So this round we need to make our statement play, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to happen, but we're seeing both teams be much more confident in their pushes, much more confident in how they're retaliating round after round when ultimates were used, or it was a thrifty, or if they can, what I like to call, go at a team's throat when you know you're going to break their economy down and put them back down, especially if you're resetting their money. So we got a tech pause coming in real quick. We'll get that informed of what it is in just a little bit once we're told. But yes, we have a moment here on Bind, and so do the players too, because it has been an all-out brawl between these teams right now as we got to our third map.
It's been a long day, I'd say, as well, like of consistently putting forth like every single strategy that you might have on this particular, and every single map
new agent
too, like,
comps.
Yeah, testing new things out, which, you know, I feel like here, especially for Refrag, coming into this so confident that they'd be able to take it away, and you know, especially off that first map performance, it's crazy. Now you're 5-3, but you're struggling so much against a team that, you know, you might have had a lot of confidence in beating before. I think Oomfies definitely putting together a very, very good performance. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised by just their overall firepower when it comes to util and like trade-offs. They're so good at playing as partners and teams.
They are. It's been awesome to watch kind of get together throughout the maps, because I feel like on Lotus it was two sentinels and you don't really work as much off each other like you would if you flash for somebody with a sky or got a fade haunt in there and you're following up on nightfall, etc. So yeah, seeing them get in their groove has been really, really good, and I think that's exactly one of the things they use to get here is that teamwork on these maps like Bind, and and Ascent that makes Oomfies look so good. Looking for 2 people, I believe, that have DC, the internet gonna internet. So we're waiting for them to come back here into the game. And as we do, don't hate me for spoilers, but I do see that FlyQuest has taken Elation Vortex. So whoever wins this will be going up against FlyQuest Red.
Oh no.
That's a battle. That's a battle.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah, Dryad saying they're gonna take the tournament. So that, I mean,
That's crazy. Against Shopify, too?
what? Oh, FlyQuest.
Yeah. That FlyQuest is gonna take the tournament against Shopify.
Oh, I don't know against who, but Dryad just said FlyQuest takes it all.
Oh, sorry. Am I dumb? Is Shopify? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind. You know
you're
what? I'm
fine.
gonna stop talking.
You're fine.
I was like, everyone's
killing
questioning me right now. Okay, awesome. I think that's a wild take. Honestly, not too far off though, because FlyQuest have been drastically like getting better, and you can definitely see how good this team is getting. And I'm kind of excited for us to see it on the mainstream as well. Like,
Yeah. And besides that, it feels like it's like
so
it's a their moment time. It's like that buildup is there. The universe is around them. We'll see. Well, the universe is around all of us, so I don't know why I said that. Moving on. That was a great tech pause. 5-3. Yes. We get into our 9th round. Terror. Seeker's up again. And they're going to go for this same type of play towards showers. So a smoke towards mid this time, and they leave showers open. So I feel like Oomfies likes the fact that they have a little bit of the space, but you got to look for Emluo pushing down. One space is given, one space gained, another given. That's gross. What is this? Why are you so confident to push up? It's like nobody has been like, oh yeah, we have 2 over here, and the gecko's roaming. You have time to take out 2 people in the middle of the open. Like, who does that, Emluo? Without info, and everybody's pushing now. This round is just going crazy. What is Refrag doing? All the right things, obviously, but what are they doing?
oh, they got it. They got it. Another one. Dude, this is, I'm not gonna lie. The first 2 seconds of this game was starting to look like my DM games. And I'll be honest, the reason being that the very slight one-tap, like, counter-strafing moment where you're just both having, like, you're both missing the shots and you're like, oh my, right here. This was so perfect. I loved it so much.
You can see the patience. Like, Emluo pushed up by themselves, and it's like, wait, sidestep, tap, tap, sidestep, tap, tap, regain, sidestep. Okay, boom, got that control down. It was a little tough, but got it. Like, just no pressure on that round. And it, again, is that they're playing behind each other. Both teams have amped it up so much into this third map. We've seen rounds from Oomfies, just like we saw from Refrag right there. Ooh. Orbital Strike starts them off, and Terror is down again. It makes it tough to not have your initiators both get into sight. Finally dropping Emluo down to a low health and making him think twice.
Yeah, they're backing off. It doesn't seem like the time.
Toxin screen down.
Especially with a kind of being heavily contested all the time by Refrag. I feel like now they're just looking for anything at this point. Oomfies, they're not able to pick off fights. Refrag kind of putting themselves back into that defensive position where, okay, now we have to be careful, guys. Like, we can't take these isolations as much. It just commences. Yeah, playing the super slide game with Rift just waiting alongside. And this is so good. A move lead there to make sure the team does not go down.
Exactly.
And Refrag, they are so good at keeping that company there.
To make sure the team does not go down. It's like, how you basically buying that person dinner. You're switching weapons to get to the classic because you ran out of ammo, and then you just see your teammate come in cinematic style to drop your opponent. Like, Aluvali multiple times on B defense there, and that site has been the savior for her teammates. So 14-5 there on the Brimstone. Yeah, we like that. Get the Brimmy Stimmy going. 2 more rounds in this first half here on Bind, and back to the smoke down, back to the forward push, and a whole hell of a lot in the kitchen sink in the shower.
They could have it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Still
no, they don't
going?
have it. Dude, Millie is like, let me just take a timeout real quick, and you got this, Kowsler. And Kowsler, in fact, did. The trust in this team is crazy. And it feels like it's slowly coming out more and more, especially as, like, the rounds go on. Again, this team thrives off of that ego. And that ego making its way, but of course gets shut down by Carry. And Oomfies, they're not out of the game, right? Player advantage still there.
Yeah. Great fight. I mean, you had the double initiator. If there is going to be smokes in that situation, you can flash through a bunch. And that's where Oomfies realized in the moment they could start flashing through. And I bet they've been planning that. How many times have they gone towards showers after they did see the smoke just to find a fight they couldn't really use their flash initiation for? But when there is a smoke, well, it got messy. They still piled through with the flashes. They used the util right, and they were able to just dwindle the numbers of refrag. So still, perseverance pays off in that situation. And even if Oomfies wasn't finding success there before, it was a pivotal round they grabbed before we get here to the final round of the first half. And where an operator comes out for Millie? I mean, we see it on the Jet. We see it on Ascent. We'll see if Millie feels comfortable here on the Raze on Bind.
Oh, Millie has the op ready for it. Oh, and it doesn't even matter at this point, right? 2 players already downed. What was this going to really accompany with everything going on? Actually, now with the Vandal left in hand, waiting for these players to push down in the extremities, but that's not happening. They're so calm and collected here.
What do they have? Mollies? No, not really anything. They're just outside sight, waiting for the retake. Gonna go ahead and take some hookah control again as they move Carry around to the other side. And this is a tall task here for Refrag. Bye-bye.
Yeah, complete knockdown though. Avery is speaking pretty aggressively, but I like this. If you're looking at positioning from Millie, they're watching down towards left-hand side, so it gives some sort of comfort, yeah, for that peek from Avery. You can do whatever you want, and there it goes again. Oomfies, they are slowly gaining that ground back, that confidence back. They're not that afraid. And again, the adaptation that we see every single game, every single map, it happens so quickly.
See if they can get it to work here. It's going to be the double initiator now on the retake. They still have, obviously, double controller. But this is going to be big. What can they section off? What can they cut off to give Refrag a hard time? If Refrag makes it in the sights, we have to consider that, too. They may get stalled. They may just get info gamed here by a few guiding lights planned out well through the round because you still have Dizzy to retake. Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out, actually. Classic to 4 ghosts on both sides here. And it does look like it's going to be a B strat. One guiding light to start is going to obviously detect some early positioning towards B. And I don't think it matters to Refrag. It looks like they are going to hit the go button.
Oh my gosh, no, but they didn't catch out on Terror. Oh, but the blind just not really catching out too many. Instead, actually, Refrag, they're so good at the entry here on this pistol round. And it always seems to be the case for that, right? The pistol round working out in intention for Refrag because they have Millie, they have Rib, they have Kazler who are so good at pushing themselves. Everyone. At this point, I should name everyone who are so good at using
They have Emluo.
They have Emluo. They have...
It is gross. It does seem like Refrag and just in pistols overall feel very confident in their aim, how they would approach 1v1s, and if they would, like we saw Emluo on Lotus. And yeah, I think it's only been 2 so far for Oomfies, if I'm right there, and Refrag has just been so successful in that pistol round sense. So now 8-5, things are going to get real tight for Oomfies and how they need to play. They have to figure out things fast because it's a few runaway rounds here for Refrag with these weapons. Still with the early flash, looks like it's going to come out. A little bit of a wait time there. Didn't hit the team, but Terror can still hear them. And this time they do have hookah control. So just looking for damage here for Oomfies if they can't get the round.
That was good, though. I like the stall potential on that gravitational pool. Yeah. Now it does create like a sense of fear into the minds of these players, but yeah, no, Refrag don't care, actually. Never mind. Millie and Aluvli are playing together as a team, and actually, they don't know. This is so good. They do not know there's more than one person here. Aluvli picking out the first, Millie staying behind for the Refrag, and maybe potential there. No, they back off. They don't want it anymore.
Good kills there. Nice damage. Wait. few coming in. No, just one. I thought the Sheriff was going to happen from Super Cat, but it does not. The Super Cat was pushing through, still gets found out, and they clean up the hookah push. So all is well in the Refrag world as they get another round for themselves and don't lose too many in the process, which is the biggest part. Terra is going to go ahead and try to get a lower buy. He'll go to Vandal low armor there, or Vandal, or Guardian. No, maybe? Guardian low armor. Okay, sounds good. See this push you were talking about. They're both hiding there. But good, clear insight. I think Refrag doing a lot better job of sorting themselves in the site. We saw that affect them on Lotus pretty hard, where they were a little discombobulated, and we have not actually seen that affect them again. So really communicating once they get the spike down. Oh, hello from Super Cat First Blood, and Millie's at 5.
Somehow still scaring everybody else off. Millie's just so intimidating, 5 health or not.
Yeah,
so.
I was like, wait, you're still pushing? Millie doesn't care. You gotta love that aggression, though. It's exactly what you need from your duelist. Maybe not at 5 health,
God.
but you want that aggression from your duelist.
Nah, you're committed at that point. You've already gotten tagged. Like, may as well make the party happen at this point.
True, true. Somebody else can have the bulldog. If it doesn't work out, that is. So 2 and 2 across the map. A little distraction. They dropped the spike, but it's just for a real delay here. They don't want it to be dropped if one of them are caught off guard in hookah. Quick take. I think they heard a bit of Avery jumping out of the hookah there, so it shouldn't be too bad of a take. They're going to be on about 25 seconds once they really get Fade up long B here, and Kazler ready for this position. So let's see what they can do in sight.
30 seconds left.
Trying their best to make way here, but yeah, they just always do it at the same time. Like, they're so good again at isolating the sites and finding some sort of frag to really solidify this round. And 9 to 6, like, it feels like it's a never-ending portal of who is going to win. And they're so equal. They're so equal at the same time within the mechanics, the skill level, obviously wearing the different composition of course, not having the Brimstone and the Viper instead of that Astra kind of being into play. But it feels so cool how it doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't. Both feel very comfortable with that they've brought to the table. Again, changes to the composition here in the upper quarterfinals. Yeah, whoever wins this goes to FlyQuest Red matchup. Whoever loses plays Elation Vortex. But there's still rounds on this third map of bind between these two. Refrag versus Oomfies. Both getting Lotus and Ascent maps they love to play and winning them themselves. But who gets bind is the question. Minute 20 left in this round, and Avery starts him off right with the first blood.
And they keep the silence going, really just not wanting anybody to know, what that surprise factor is going to look like. Because they have lost out on Kazler, right? The only other player they can play with is Riv, and here obviously Duelist and Initiator trying to work together on Refrag. How effective will that be, though? Panday, again, hiding within the smoke, love to try to maneuver themselves around in here. And they always win, which is what's scary. But this time, maybe not. I jinxed it. That's my bad.
Aluvli ready for it, and they have pushed themselves off of that B site towards A. Now through showers. I gotta be honest, they haven't come out of showers too often, but there's a lot of pressure at the beginning of the rounds here. So I don't think Oomfies expected it to end that way.
No. Wide swing especially. Inside of U-Haul from Avery, so does manage to work itself out. Oh, this is good. Okay, Thrash is making some sort of effectiveness now, but he can't pick it up. They cannot find themselves moving up towards the A side at this moment, because then they might just be taken down, but Riv is so good. And as everybody makes their way towards it, Riv finally secures that 10 to 6 here.
Refrag being really annoying on that one. Couldn't really get to who was in showers. Emluo was doing a great job of playing it safe, not peeking, but also getting the kills needed while everybody in mid was being super annoying. Like you said, yeah, the Gecko ult went out, and it caused everybody to have to turn and look. That wastes time. You don't know where everybody is still. There was just so many factors to deal with in that for Oomfies. They could not take down Refrag. So I think we'll see Oomfies sticking to side a little bit more later in the round, making sure they have a good position on each one of these entry angles. And That was quick. What a shot from Aluvli. Jeez, Panday down. That's going to be one set of smoke, so it's going to be tough for just the Viper to do anything and block off the side of Refrag on this round.
The approach moving up here. This is going to be a huge fight. This is so different. I like this. Okay, Super Cat. Yeah, all the backup that they could have had is gone. Especially now with already a 2K coming through. This is brilliant usage of utility.
Spike planted.
Okay, that's a really big pickup. But with 4 members left, I don't know how long it's going to last.
Last player standing.
Good shot by Emlo to take down Avery, who somehow continues to get kills with the buckets. I love it. Just a game of cat and mouse as Emlo finds kill number 2 on the round. Refrag are starting to run away with this game. Oomfies just doesn't have enough control on what's going on across the map right now. They're losing people before the site take needs to happen, and that's they're great at taking sites on attack, so they're great on taking sites on defense when that utility is there, when they're set up together to use that composition of flashes. So I think Oomfies needs to play a little safer. Honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point. They have to play aggressive, and they almost have to keep Refrag off round 12 on this thrifty buy. Spikes down as Refrag are going to play this one slow, Gompers. They're hoping not to run into a Bucky, per se.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be scared. We've seen what Panday can do, so I don't want to test out the waters. I don't think anybody else does, especially on a save round here. But I like how they're holding respects because of, like, you know, the thrifty moments we've seen from Oomfies.
Yeah, true. It's true. Refrag knows that it can slip. The ultimates are about to hit on the side of Oomfies, so it's not just one round they give up. They give up a lot of possibilities ahead of that, and Emluo solidifies another first blood from the controller position. And there's a Luvli, so pivotal in this third map on the Brimstone.
Everybody's getting caught out in weird positions here, especially. Right, smoke goes down. Gary just slightly manages to find another player, but they have to wait for rotation. There's no way the sandwich in from here from Refrag, but they still find one. Thrifty, impossible though. Unless maybe Terror has it in them. I mean, listen, Guardian and the ultimate in hand, could it happen is the question.
Right, Guardian taps. 2 Vandals and a Phantom. Blast pack off if they need it. This is going to be a tough one. Maybe 1 or 2 to kill on the way down.
Yeah.
But this ultimate, the high-low is going to do it. Terror goes down. Game point for Refrag here to keep themselves in the upper bracket. It's only going to take this last round, but Oomfies, it seems like they've been able to claw back a few at the end. There's something in them that lights a fire under them that gives them this extra gusto. We saw it last time when they were on the brink of destruction. See if they can bring it out here and give us that comeback for a tie game. It's going to be tough, though. Really. Refrag just looks punishing.
Yeah, it's been pretty hard so far. I mean, there is potential. 3 ultimates for Oomfies to utilize. Now smoke's coming through. It feels like here they're starting to use, of course, a more passive approach, but also a sneaky one as well. 2 players left within showers, and everybody else looking to make this happen.
So nothing on the left side from Nightfall. They realize there is a shower push happening. You got coverage on the spike to be planted. Now they're going to take U-Haul control. And they have not found Emluo yet, except they have that last shot, as I said. And the retake comes in from Oomfies. This is huge. This is needed.
This is it for the team, if anything. And can they have it? Refrag, okay, they're doing good. They have majority. Super Cat, maybe the showstopper could help, but it doesn't. It is GG with Refrag taking it to the third map, but also taking it home at the same time. The victory coming through for this team.
The Emluo, yes, on the screen. Crazy stuff coming out from the pickup. And Refrag have played so well through the end of this, showing that if it does go long, they have something in the wheelhouse still that they can play. And they actually played quite well throughout the maps on this one. And they can go back to Ascent and really look what happened and strengthen themselves as they move forward in the upper brackets here. A great game as well, though, coming out of Oomfies, as they showed us a lot, but it seemed that the adaptation was a few steps behind.
Yeah, and honestly, in this game too, I kind of agree with you there. Like, the adaptation was a few steps behind, but they were so close at bringing it back. I think it was just that moment of realization of, hey, we're kind of getting close to our ults. Economy is pretty average. What if we just put them in an uncomfortable position? You know, we kind of load up on these ultimates on this util, use it one by one, kind of distribute everything at the same time, and pick these fights that we've been so good at isolating. So I don't know. Everything really just worked out perfectly for Refrag, and I give them a big congratulations there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where both teams go. Obviously, still in it on both sides. And like you said, looking how Oomfies played that one, I feel like they had all the right ideas. And maybe even towards the last map, the changes were too much. Switching those roles, but also switching people and then the agents on them maybe didn't give everybody that in-the-moment comfort that would have been allowing the snap judgments that we might have been missing from Oomfies there. But still, really cool stuff. Both teams kind of bringing stuff outside the box that they usually show, and it was an awesome series.
But I do want to tell you guys, it might be the last series for these two teams, but it's not the end. There is, of course, another best of 3 coming up. So do not go anywhere. I'm looking at you, everyone watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Valorant Game Changers.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good. I just feel so good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the win. It goes the way of Refrag with a 13-6 on that last map of Bind. And it's the first main that we get on this main broadcast. I really like, guys, what we got the chance to see from this team. I think Oomfies also had some great ideas throughout its series, especially as we get to see go the distance. But when it came to closing it out and to understanding how that bind was going to play out, baby, it was a Refrag that was superior today.
Yeah, and a big part of that was Illuvely, right? Going absolutely nuclear with the Brimstone ultimates, and not only that, but in the actual fragging department as well. I mean, just dropping bombs, whether it was anchoring the A side or even just getting kills on the retake. It was wonderful to see, honestly.
Yeah, and I felt like both these teams really, really showed what they had. I mean, Oomfies, they were so well prepped on that Ascent, but Refrag just showing that they had the ability to counter, they had the ability to adapt a lot quicker, and at the end of the day, they came out on top in a really, really good fashion. The first map was close, second map wasn't close, and this last map on Bind wasn't really close either. They just completely ran away with it.
And now that we get the chance to see these two teams play out, we had our questions, especially as you guys were running or making those predictions and how the whole tournament was going to play out and who was going to be number 1, number 8. Do we think that this play out the way that they expected? Obviously, the compositions were different. I think every time that we were trying to make a prediction based on the last result, we were running something else, baby. But do you think this is what we expected for these two teams?
I mean, it's definitely what Athena expected. The power rankings are pretty accurate so far, I would say. I mean, it definitely, we knew that whoever, wins out of these two teams was going to be a part of the Big Four. No, I'm kidding. There's still the Big Three.
The Big Four.
There's still the Big Three, but who knows? Maybe this is enough for RF to have the confidence and momentum to maybe take out FlyQuest and send them to lowers. Like, you just never know when it's a tournament setting like this.
Yeah, and I feel like something for RF too, that I felt this on Oomfies as well, is that every single player kind of had their standout moments. And you can see on this screen right now, like, look at these MVPs. We originally thought it was going to be the Raze v Raze, like head-to-head. That's what we were planning on going. But then these controllers, Illuvely, you mentioned this earlier, just going absolutely crazy. And Avery as well, following up, having such good pivotal rounds. The 3K in the Viper's pit, it was just so phenomenal. So every single individual player really had their standout moments, and that's why these games were just super, super close and super fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like it's easy to say, like, oh, everybody had their moments, but we do really mean it when it comes to these two teams. That first map was really close between the two, and then it was just understanding your strengths, how to play your own game to make sure that it ended up playing this way for the side of Refrag. But Athena, something that was really cool that we got to see for Refrag was how they were playing around showers. So can you break that down for us?
Yeah, for sure. So they actually showed us that they have a lot of these really good setups. So on this round, they just walked up through showers, but they actually didn't find anyone. So they ended up just contacting all the way through, and Millie had this insane 3K, but again, that wasn't really expected. The Skyle just threw them off guard a little bit. So later on in the game, they actually said they wanted to try it again. And baby, they break this down because this round was actually insane when they finally got the contact.
Yeah, so this is what would have happened if contact would have been made. I mean, look at all this Gecko utility. You have a Thrash, the flash that goes through, all amongst the crunch from Illuvely pushing up short on her lonesome. But yeah, there's so many layers to this type of default, and the fact that we got to see the two different sides of protocols of what happens if they don't make contact, if they do make contact, it shows that there's a lot of depth in this team and a lot to look forward to going up against a team that has a lot of strategic capabilities of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that is exactly what you need. You need the depth of all these ideas, all these compositions, and how you're going to break down the rounds to make sure they go your way, because, yeah, it's not going to get easier at all for this side of Refrag. But this is everything that we have for the post-match analysis. Thank you guys so much as we send it to the Verizon post-match interview. This time, I'm going to be joined by Riv. Riv, congratulations on this win. It went all the way to 3 maps. But my first question for you is, we're seeing not only your team, but a lot of teams kind of changing compositions as we get to see the main event, playing around different ideas. So how do you make sure that as you're changing compositions, changing agents that you're going to play for these maps, you have enough prep and you're ready to face anybody?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that is just based on like our core 3 of myself, Kaz, and Millie. We have a lot of experience playing together throughout this year. But in addition to that, like Emluo and Eluvili, they're both just phenomenal players. Like, I know that I can trust them to, you know, make their own decisions, make their own calls, and they're just extremely capable and smart players as well. And so, like, just having strong individuals on the team as well as a bit of experience in the core 3 is just sets us up really well to do well in these events.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Just very strong individuals that, you know, it's on yourself, but the rest of the team, that is the way that you were solving a lot of the problems. So I want to know, because we've seen you now for a little bit in Game Changers, how do you feel about coming into this main event? Do you feel more confident than ever? Are you taking it one step at a time? What are the goals that you have to make sure that you take it as far as you can and maybe make it to that international in Berlin?
Yeah, so I think we're definitely just taking it one match at a time, so we're not trying to get ahead of ourselves too much and just focusing on whoever the opponent in front of us is. And yeah, so we're just really day by day focusing on what we can do in the present moment to make ourselves as good as we can be, and then yeah, we'll see where that takes us in the next few days.
Yeah, and speaking of that, of taking it one step at a time, that next match, that next step is going to be FlyQuest, which is one of the strongest teams that we have in Game Changers. So how do you feel about going against them? What is your, I mean, how much do you know the other players? How much do you know that team to give your best for when that match comes?
Yeah, I always really look forward to the FlyQuest matches. I've played them a few times here now, but they've kind of gatekept me for a little while. I think we maybe beat them in one OQ a little while back, but you know, that's not recent. Got to look at the recent events. So yeah, I always look forward to it. It's always like a really strong team to play against, and yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, they're a strong team. You guys are a strong team, so I'm excited to see you guys continue to evolve and maybe make it past a FlyQuest. We're gonna find out if that's how it's gonna play out. Riv, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for joining me. And this is everything that we have for this match, but we have a second match going through. It's gonna be YFP going against Mesos Millionaire, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It is time for the second match of the day, and now we dive into YFP going against Mesos Millionaires. These are two teams that we've heard of for the past game changers, names as well that we recognize, Athena. But when it comes to who's gonna stand on top, do you have any predictions for how this match is gonna go?
I mean, you've heard us all day talking about the big three.
Yeah.
And one of these big three is YFPX. They have had such good performances. They're probably one of the only teams to have beaten Shopify Rebellion somewhat recently. Granted, they did do it when Floor wasn't playing, so they did have a sub, but still, that is still a feat in itself. So for me, I'm predicting YFP is going to win this one out.
Yeah,
are you feeling the same?
Yeah, I'm in agreement there for sure, and especially because YFP is on an 11-game win streak right now, and multiple members on this roster play a bunch of different characters. It's kind of hard to honestly not root for them in this type of series.
And it also, they already pretty much know what is in the future, right? Because Shopify, they're it seems like about to close that second map against City Tactics. So whoever wins the match right now is going to face Shopify, which is not something that is easy. That is going to be an easy thing to do. You mentioned a little bit of YP, Athena, and what they've been able to do in the past. But I think it goes both ways. Both of these teams have been making improvements, have been trying to take it as far as they can, and this is the time to do so. And I want to dive first into Mesos Millionaires because it's a name that we heard a little bit. It's a name that rings a bell for sure for when it comes to game changers, when you look at these players too. But what do you think are your expectations, especially seeing what the evolution for this team has been like this year?
Yeah, so one thing to know is that every single one of these players, almost every single one of these players, has played on some form of team, some form of well-established team that's had regular practices. And so I think they bring that into their current team as well. Regardless of whether they're considered a pug team, because they have had recent roster changes or not, they've still managed to keep up the practices. And Animal, I believe, is their most recent addition to this roster, and they have performed really, really well. They played a Haven game recently in the NRG Neon Dream Invitational, and overall, I think their performance has been pretty solid. The only thing that they kind of slowed down on or lacked on was just the ability to, as a team, kind of regroup and make those split-second decisions a lot quicker. But it has been a lot of time since then. So going into this, I expect to see a lot more well-rounded and polished team from Mesos.
Yeah, especially because they're coming as the underdogs for this match. There's a world where I want to see them winning this, because I want to see what you guys are going to do when the big three is not maybe the big three anymore. That's what I want to see, baby.
I mean, listen, it's a tournament, and in a tournament setting, I've been saying it all day long, anything is truly possible. All it takes is that one little spark of magic to get you going. We saw it happen with EDG. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's like so unbelievable that this happened. Like, anybody can really take this into their own hands and just run away with it. It just depends on how you show up on the day, and if you get enough momentum going into it, you might even be able to like bring it on for a whole week and win the tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was an upset, but I don't think YFP is gonna go down like some punks like that. I feel like, especially because YFP played against Mesos already in the NRG Neon Dream, and it was kind of dominant, very one-sided. Keep in mind it was just a BO1, but I think history is going to repeat itself.
I mean, they are the favorites for a reason. So let's talk a little bit about this YFP team, because throughout the year they've had some really good results. Sure, they haven't made it to those grand finals between Shopify and FlyQuest, as they've been, I mean, happening every single time, but they've made it pretty far. And you look at the players and you understand why they've been so good, Athena.
Yeah, I mean, you have Scary Shark, who was on that run that EG had last year through Champions for Game Changers Champions, and they put up such a phenomenal fight. They're such a good duelist, but they're actually switched their role into more of an initiator flash role, setting up the rest of their team. So having that experience as a duelist and kind of bringing it in and being able to understand how to fully set your team up is something that Scary Shark really does such a good job of doing. And overall, across the board, all of these players, again, have been competing for quite a while now, at least in Game Changers. And I feel like for this team, for me, their definite pros are gonna be the fact that they're mechanically insane. That is the one thing that I think they have a little bit over Mesos is just that mechanically they're just so good, and they've been super well polished this whole time that we've seen them, and that's why they managed to still get that map off of Shopify.
Yeah, and not only win a map off of Shopify, but actually beat FlyQuest Red. And yeah, okay, it wasn't in Game Changers, but still, recently YFPX was able to take out FlyQuest Red in a BO3. I mean, that's not easy. And obviously, you know, maybe FlyQuest was saving some stuff. Like, you don't really actually know the full detail of it. But to just have that win under your belt kind of can power you up to be confident, especially for Scary Shark, right? Who was coached by Jovi previously, who's the FlyQuest Red coach. So I feel like these are all things that show really good signs for this YFP squad, not only in terms of the individual skill. Like I think of players like Corrupt, who I've played against not only in rank but scrims many times, and then also, you know, having Scary Shark with the repertoire that they have as well. So it's gonna be a tough order for Mesos.
I think I just heard that the P in YFP stands for punks. So Baby Bay, you were in fact wrong. They are. I'm kidding. Don't quote me on that. I'm kidding.
Wait.
I think you might be right. I forgot. I think you might be right.
What does it stand for? We don't know. Athena is frozen. Things are going crazy.
So hard
oh, she's
that
back. She's back.
I just laughed so hard that I froze.
It's all good. If you're still also getting to know YFP, we have a video where Ella's gonna explain you everything about her team.
My name is Ella, and I play for the Sentinel role on YFP. So our star duelist is Wavy. Oh my god, like, incredible player. So happy to be playing with them. Some of the other players we have are Nora, who's like our controller player and kind of our flex player right now, along with our IGL, who is Corrupt. Incredible IGL, very smart. They know how to take control of a map and really make sure that we can succeed in any round. And then lastly, we have Melia, who is also kind of a controller flex player, but incredible player. She's probably the most mechanical skilled, and it's a joy to watch. Before, we were known as Solstice. That was just what we called ourselves, and we were basically like a pug roster. It was just like a team made of friends. We were just, you know, pugging out 30s and seeing what happens. But then we found ourselves finding a major success, and now we found ourselves repping the YFP brand. I started as a duelist, and so I think, as for favorite agent, Raze will always have a special place in my heart. Like, her like boom entry style was just something I really enjoyed. Just like her kit was just probably the most fun to play around with. Some people find it irritating, but it was like, you know, when you're just exploding everything and just like getting these picks, it's definitely a lot of fun. But after swapping roles to Sentinel, I did find myself really enjoying Cypher of all agents. Going to an international land anywhere is just a dream of mine, but specifically somewhere in like, yeah, Korea or Japan or something would be sick. Ooh, I really want to go somewhere in Japan, like Tokyo would be cool or something. Or like, what was the most recent one they did? Up there in Korea, yeah. Just somewhere around the Asian country, because I've always wanted to go somewhere and explore up there. But I think it'd be a really fun experience. But I mean, even like just going to like Berlin even would be sick, because it's just a land in general. Oh, one of my favorite players, unfortunately they just retired, is Tens. He's always been a real fun favorite player just to look at. Like, he's always so flashy the way he plays, and he's such like a vibe. If you ever like catch any of his streams and stuff too. Yeah. So you look at me and you're just like, she delivers for Amazon? That's crazy, because I'm just this really small girl. But yeah, I do Amazon delivery outside of competing, and that's kind of how I pay the bills to, you know, continue my competition. But I've been doing that for a couple of years actually, and I still really enjoy it. It feels just something nice I can do, and then just like being active. And this is a job that I don't like dread going to, and like every day it's just something nice, you know. So I guess cartoon would be like Adventure Time was always a favorite of mine. I don't know, I don't watch too much TV now actually. But I found myself liking I started watching Avatar, the Last Airbender, and getting through that series. That's a really fun one. My girlfriend got me into that, and so I've been watching that with her, and we finished the original Avatar Last Airbender, and then we started watching Legends of Korra. So we're in the middle of that right now. That's been a lot of fun. I do watch like animes and stuff too, though. So one of my favorites is Demon Slayer. That was just a like really cool, fun series. One of my favorite ones is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That was probably one of my favorite series I watched. The one with like the students and their quirks. The name is escaping me. My Hero Academia. That's also one of my favorite ones. So okay, I do listen to a lot of music while I'm working specifically, but I listen to mostly pop. I am a Swiftie. I listen to like Lady Gaga. Oh my god, I'm like names are escaping me right now. Ed Sheeran, Shawn Mendes. I listen to a lot of random stuff because I even have like Eminem will play randomly throughout my playlist. I have a VR headset and I'll play some Beat Saber before my games, and that kind of like gets my energy going. It just kind of like pumps me up, and then like my reaction time, it's kind of something fun I've just been doing. Thank you all supporting us, watching us grow as quickly as we have. I mean, we've kind of been building a name for ourselves, so like a lot of eyes and attention are on us after shutting down Shopify and then taking the most recent tournament from FlyQuest, Neon Dreams. So we have a lot of attention, but thank you all for that support, and I hope we make y'all proud.
It's super sweet to hear from Ella and all the background. Also, she was talking about anime, and I was like, I know Baby Bay has something to say about that. And of course he did. Of course he did.
I got All Might from My Hero. That's what she was talking about.
Yeah, he was like, wait, I have a plushie, I'm gonna bring it up, and then he started saying that it smelled good. Anyways, you guys don't know what goes on in the green room, but let's jump into the map select. Let's find out where we're gonna be headed for the series between Mesos Millionaires and YFP, and it's gonna be this very interesting to start us off, then Haven and then Sunset. Baby Babe, what do you make of this?
I like the maps. I like it's something new. Teams kind of get scared and they don't want to play newer maps or 3-site maps. But I'm happy. It's gonna be a good mix of pace, especially after the more standard-ish style of maps that we saw in the last series. So I think it's gonna be very exciting.
Yeah, and I feel like Abyss is one of those maps that's super crazy, super hit or miss. It kind of reminds me of like old school Fracture, where everything just happens so fast. But in this scenario, it's actually interesting that Mesos picked it because they've only played this once in the recent times. We've seen YFP play this 3 times and they've had 100% success rate. So it's really, really interesting. I feel like maybe Mesos is going to surprise us with some crazy stuff. And these comps, I mean, they look pretty normal to me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the only thing that's really wonky here is YFP's comp, but they've played it, like you stated already, and won 3 times on it already. And I'm actually a big fan, huge fan of the Omen Viper. We've seen VCT teams, specifically, I believe it was Leviathan, incorporate comps like this. And
Harbor,
I mean, yeah, exactly. And if you're supporting, Marceline with this type of utility, you could kind of turn it into an OSPOS of your own, like a mini version on your squad. And in terms of Mesos, why I'm kind of scared for them is that they didn't run a standard comp on this map yet, and it could be kind of obvious of what you're going to be doing running just a fundamentally sound comp.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of ideas. I love seeing the Harbor. Honestly, there's not that many teams that run the Harbor, so you really got to become a specialist on it, and you can see the value of it. So I'm excited to see how these 2 teams are gonna play out. Let's throw it to your casters. It's gonna be Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, team. Yes, we are our second match GC main event. So stoked to be here, and we got a bunch of fun compositions, a bunch of fun players joining us as we kick things off on Abyss of all places.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very fun game to witness here. A fun series. A little bit of a rematch here, Lemon Kiwi, where these two face off against each other in the GC2, where it was a YFPX win, and also in recency bias, they played a BO1 during the Neon Energy Invitational, where it was also a YFP win on Haven. So if you're looking at this best of 3, there is going to be a repeat in terms of the match on Haven, a potential match on Sunset. But focusing here on Abyss, it's going to be quite fun because of the compositions that are coming out from both of these teams, where, as BB has mentioned, bringing out a Harbor, there's not too many teams that have done this in the past, but there's been some shining moments, such as Leviathan running this comp.
All about controlling those sightlines, yeah, with the Harbor and Bunny Bee in this lineup. Mesos the desk talked about how much they've improved and how Habibti was usually going to be the duelist, she's a race specialist. She's shared the duelist role with other players who have made their way onto the roster to pick up the Jet role, but now Bunny B with the Jet superstar. Now cascading in as YFPX now on pistol. A lot of pressure now on the back of Slandy, who at least connects on one, buying time, and these solo swings are not helping out YFP.
Spike down A.
It's looking so good so far with the spike down as well. A great job from Mesos Millionaires on the defensive side.
Last player standing.
Oh, a 1v1, okay, with how that started. This is possible, but not enough health to work with. So Meso's defense holding up. And you just talk about the impact that Slandy had, holding it down on the site, getting two. And YFP really pushes a team. They took angles one by one. They swung, and one by one they fell.
That's exactly what you need from your anchor players, right? And it's being held by Slandy over on that A side and your Cypher over on the B side. Just that harbor wall, you saw it at the beginning that YFP did in the middle. That one single harbor wall kept all three players, the remaining three players, focused on waiting what's behind that wall, wasting utility quite early as well for Mesos Millionaires. So you need those anchored players to really start popping off, and sometimes it's just a game of aiming better. And Slandy started things off quite well, so they win this pistol round. They have great money for the second round, still focusing on a lot of bodies here towards middle, where you do have this lower buy for YFP. You know they're going to be staying as a group, so you're still trying to find this early information. And with this aggressive position now from Bunny B, also at the forefront at middle, they're sitting quite comfortably here to be a little bit more reactionary on the first contact that they'll get here, closing in on the last minute of the round.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to push through that mid lane, so I like that kind of Malia was waiting, seeing after that knife that was thrown from Habibti. Was that going to be a move Meso were going to do? But Slandy seeing smokes, just going to reestablish those now with the harbor wall up. Slandy standing and delivering, not even wanting to maybe play on the exit of the site, but she's ready to go for it. She's had the first blood even in the last round. She had the option to play safe, to play out, and play for retakes with the rest, but that's just how confident Mesos Millionaires are.
YFP waited a little bit too long and almost an element of surprise there. Corrupt almost got that pick onto Animal, but again, this is just a classic save that you have for YFP, but waiting a little bit too long for YFP to actually hit towards that B site. That refresh of the knife was good there for Habibti to catch all five and stop that push. This might even stop the plan. No way.
Marceline just turned so fast. Oh, pop flash. Did manage to enable Starlight and Bunny Bee to get the last couple of kills going. YFP did not be able to do too much there, but with the upgraded weapons on the defense, I don't really blame them.
Yeah, and you see the stall that continues here, so great reads coming out from the Omen at the same time as well, making sure that the smoke comes through, the paranoia from the delay from Slandy, so that everybody can rotate across and support wherever they need. So now this is a gun round coming in for YFP, but also you're seeing potentially more aggression coming out from Mesos Millionaires because of the outlaw that they invested early, because of this bonus round that should give them a much lower buy that they have against the buy of YFP. And you see them focus with this paranoia setup potentially here to just try to get the outlaw in a great space to get the first contact.
Slandy starting off this game 4-1, and Bunny B adding to that total. All the first blood so far going Mesos Millionaires' way. As Slandy joined GC3 for that open qual 1, and Mesos Millionaires, every time they make a roster change, they just look better and better. Now being able to incorporate Bunny B, this is a great start. Now this first blood has really slowed things down for YFP, but look at where Marceline is. She's about to make contact, and no, okay, almost fumbled.
It would have been close, but at least good job here for YFP to find that weakness. The lowest buy and the lowest setup that you have, and the lowest weaponry was Animal pinned here towards this B side. Nothing they could really do, but at least they have a stronghold to push here. A 3-player push back on a retake towards the spawn on the defensive side, and a late lurk from Bunny B.
YFP playing forward, just trying to spray if you can get them weak and lose health, but Marceline connects immediately, dashes out. Great reaction. You got Mel at the corner. If they were to cross, there's a great pinch set up for YFP, but there's a lot of angles for them to touch or to watch, and Bunny B, deadly touch at that, but Scary Shark able to trade, and YFP, despite getting first blooded, even things up and take their first round win.
And despite this being a very expensive round for YFP to win because they only had 2 players left alive versus that bonus of Mesos, at least you're looking at it, they're getting close to a healthy economy in terms of ultimates. So this could still be a very good round, rather, where they could focus on these extremities, trying to grab this or potentially a reckoning available for this harbor, so they could really clear out that space for a full team hit. If not, though, the position's still really good from both of these teams in the post plat. I'm looking that this is going to be a very, very close, interesting game in terms of a matchup between these two teams, because again, this is a revenge that Mesos wants against YFP. 3rd time potentially a charm.
Marceline, she's so quick and she's so mechanical. She could be the duelist that helps YFP get back into this, but Elaborate kind of hesitates on that shot. It's 4-4. As YFP has still left the spike behind. Marceline also lurking over at the B site. Mesos are not going to falter. Big opening from Marceline with a peek from Habibti mid.
It's definitely a lot of overextension happening on all extremities, just to trying to see where they could find that early information as soon as the orb got picked up, if it was going to be a fake hit towards an A site, if it was going to be a rotate back towards B. But in the process, they thinned out the defensive line, and you could already see them pulling back as they realize here that they gambled to stack towards the B site because they lost a player, or they got the kill earlier on over on that side. It's going to be a tough retake in the end. You could already see Slandy not really giving a chance to rotate, and finally she does so. It might be a little too late.
Especially when you need that paranoia from Slandy.
Yeah.
Potential retake. Starlight and Animal going to do what they can, which is the vanilla shots. And I mean, Starlight makes great contact, and kind of a struggle for Marceline. Wait, this is possible. Reckoning is brought out from Scary Shark. They wanted to conserve that for other rounds, but the pressure is on. Wait, what was that?
Oh. Not counting bullets here, but at least Million survived. It's 2v2, gets another pick, and maybe finally erases the troubles of how hard that could have been. It could have been around there for Mesos Millionaires, but TP's away on time. A 1v1, no time left. The round still comes in for YFP, and yeah, it definitely got a little bit hectic there towards that Heaven side, Lemon Kiwi.
Everyone killed after that spike too, so everyone gets reset, but namely YFP were in a comfortable position on the post plant.
Yep.
And they were forced to use that Reckoning, which you can always build up towards it. And at least the retake from Mesos, they got to build up towards some ult orbs too. So despite the loss, they made they did a lot of damage to YP is what I'm trying to say.
No, definitely. And the Reckoning was actually a good idea to use as well, because it does give information on where that retake was coming from. So, and we talked about the healthy econ for the rest of the cycles of the ultimates. You see the knives coming out right now for Marceline to make sure that you could keep a healthy buy in the next, because she was looking like she was going to try to go for an operator in the beginning as they're getting pushed down towards the B side, but quickly evades, and it might be the quick rotate for YFP to hit towards the A site.
Marceline has to take charge from the shadows being used from Slandy. She's going to end up on the site. Defense currently smoked off. No, the anchor, Slandy, now with some help. Habibti with a flash, doesn't even get a chance to pull it out. YFP are here to stay. Will advance towards the back of the site, but all corralled in that top hallway is Mesos Millionaires, waiting for the smoke to go down so they could actually get vision of the field. That will allow the plant to go down, but smoke out. You just saw the shock bolt from Starlight. YFP at least know one angle they gotta watch. Knives out. Here is the retake from Mesos. Opening from Bunny B. And Scary Shark tries to do what they can. Going through the smoke into mind games. Oh my god, the adjustment, the 180, the Red Bull clutch for Scary Shark.
That was a crazy clutch coming out from Scary Shark, because it was looking very doable from the quick shots from Animal, who's been on fire so far this game with the Sheriff, and also with Bunny B coming in with the Blade Storm. I was going to commend how I love Bunny B coming into this roster as a duelist, because I've always been a fan of them playing arrays back in the day for the exit days on top of that, so they're quite comfortable in the duelist role. But also you can't forget Nora, aka Scary Shark, who's also been sublime throughout their whole career of Game Changers as sort of like just a latest addition, and it's always going to be a late addition to a team that's going to create waves and making sure that they could allow a team to get deep runs just because of their skill set alone.
That was a cheaper buy for Mesos, so for them to have that close of a round does speak to how close this series really could be between these two teams, especially based on all the roster changes. Bunny B coming in. Now you got an op in the hands of Elaborate, who is going to try and look over at A, currently being smoked off, but YFP are okay to play this patient game and somehow elaborate. Oh, is that actually over at the B site, opening on Starlight? So YFP could be pulled this way, and the Neural Theft will tell them what is the best site to hit.
So far, the B side, I mean, everybody's really across the map. The TP is, yes, getting you space, but at least Ella will continue to grab that space. I was going to say the TP was going to be quick, but the rotate to bring that spike over is going to be very slow, giving a chance here for Mesos Millionaires to rotate over. But Ella so far with this op on Cypher on the attack, making it work.
It's just a flood, it's an avalanche, it's YFP taking every kill. And YFP also just the awareness to just watch the back of the site and never let your guard down. And YFP with a very clean round win off of a lot of hustle coming out of Elaborate.
Yeah. And I love the approach that they currently have here with the op on this Sentinel, because you're playing more of a lurk role, but it's also very difficult for you to try to activate some quick lurks because of how big of a map this is. So to just have them just use this op to potentially just fight one area of a map and then just get that pick for the Neural Theft is huge. Meanwhile, you could still keep a rifle here onto Marceline, where you move as a group and try to guarantee trades on the other extremity of the site. So it really depends here on where they could punish, where Mesos Millionaires kind of overextend like they did quite a few rounds ago, where they're currently doing now here on this lower buy, and then just capitalize here on the weaker site as soon as they get these picks.
Ooh, big save round again, but Mesos have done well at an economy disadvantage. Now in a 3v3 after a clash. After a forward defense came out from Mesos Millionaires, and still lurking around is Slandy, but pushing up, going for a big risk, big reward is Starlight, and got to steal away the op from Elaborate, and will be behind, but actually went over to the B site, even though YFP really made noise over at A. This is going to push Slandy all the way to the back of the site, waiting for help.
Even Animal went for a Neural Theft so they could pick up these free guns towards the A main. Hunter Skewer even to delay more to not allow the plant to go down, and it will connect onto Corrupt as well.
Down A.
Oh man, this was a bunch of sheriffs and what, one SMG out of Mesos? And they're turning this around. Scary Shark, though, had to pull a 4K out of her hat to win round 5, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially going up against Slandy, who's injured with a sheriff and
an op, yeah. Doable.
It's not fun. Trying to just kind of isolate some duels. Thought she had time to go for the high ground. And no, Mesos just pounced.
The GC Sheriff, baby, once again just pops up and allows here Mesos Millionaires to fight back and to give themselves a fighting chance to also making sure that the economy stays quite low here against our opponents, that overall you're going to have a swing round that could be decided quite earlier on than expected here for both of these teams. So I'm liking the battles that are coming out from both of these teams so far, but the util after that to play this post plan for the retake for Mesos Millionaires continues to be quite good. And it almost looks like with the last few GCs, even going to the last year, Mesos Millionaires always stayed as like quote-unquote a pug team that was just like fragging out at the very beginning, but they definitely look like, with the amount of years and times and months that they played with each other, they give themselves a chance to build that synergy and have a better chemistry in terms of leveraging that utility and the best of their kit to make sure that they could be a stronghold and a strong team that could be an underdog that upsets a lot of what the Des would like to call the top 3 eventually.
Here. Mesos Millionaires, but what they can do when they're broke, whew. YFP can never be too confident going up against their team like what Starlight did. They were already at a disadvantage. She runs down mid, steals away the op from Elaborate.
Yeah.
And gives it to Slandy now in this round. This is going to just reinvigorate the B site. It may even get some extra help because whew, now it's Slandy who's on top.
Looks like there was a missed timing on the attack too, allowing Slandy to just walk out in the open to get that pick. Look at that. They never counted Marceline into the fight until Bunny B had to go for a flick shot for that kill. That was huge. We didn't see it from their POV, but you definitely saw it from the back ends where Slandy was watching through that was a quick flick to get that pick and potentially even at this point put YP into the save, because I don't think you're going to be able to do anything right here with no duelist to entry. You have potentially maybe something to do with the Hunter's Fury with the support from this lurk on the outside from Melia. It comes down to the heroic play for sure.
Oh, I was worried that Sonic was going to maybe catch Mel.
30 seconds left.
It's pinged out.
She's so deep. This is a one-way mission for Mel.
Oh, yeah.
So, trying to deny any weapons. I mean, YFP need to do what damage to Meso's economy. That would be ideal. For how far pushed up Corrupt is, like...
Yeah, it probably wouldn't happen too.
10 seconds left.
But you're right on that call. There was an opportunity to get that lurk from Melia to move down to get the backstab picks. But as soon as those pings came through, it seems as though even Melia kind of knew that she had no opportunities to get anything done. At least there's some trades coming through to lose a weapon in the process. You don't want to do more than that here for YFP to try to hurt the economy of Mesos Millionaires, because on your end, you're going pretty much on a save if you lose all of your weapons. So it's nice at least that towards the end, they actually walked into the crosshairs of YFP to make sure that they could save these weapons off that 2K that Corrupt just got, and still have a healthy buy going into this one to hopefully break the bank here from Mesos Millionaires. But they stand true to their name. They could buy this round. They could buy the next round. They still have an op. This time for Bunny to potentially just walk down for a pick. And they're not going to be ready for this for YFP because this has not been done yet throughout this half. It misses, though.
Just like grazes the shoulder of Marceline. He's just like, I gotta judge. You know what? You win. And well, big ol' arrow out of Corrupt, and Marceline uses that distraction to make the most out of that judge pick. And then she's like, look, guys, I got a whole arsenal. Who want this?
Look at me juggle this. But at least Starlight is like, okay, wait, the show's over for you guys. We're going to try to come back here and play the retake.
All right, Marceline out in the open, gets pinged there. So Mesos will know that YFP haven't shifted away, aren't doing anything but sitting main. Now Mesos just, no, they gotta start taking the space. Time is running out. Go for the defuse. Holding it down, though, is Elaborate. And a 2 versus 1 against Habibti, and that is all she wrote. YFP gonna steal away this round after Mesos were picking a couple of rounds up ever since they lost that bonus round.
And I love the choice of the plant as well for YFP. Sometimes you're trying to plant it at least on the ledge here of danger, so you can go for the jiggle spray and play that time into your favor. Or a lot of these teams that are currently planting at the default box haven't really utilized this one-way smoke that was being placed there on the attack side, which then forces Mesos to just tap and fight against peaks instead of being able to stick it halfway. So you're really winning by time on your side here for YFP on the post plan, and really fumbled the bag there for Mesos Millionaires, allowing even Ella to get that late lurk back towards middle. Going back into a pistol round play, though, they're still up with this wall, breaking that wall in the middle too to try to pull the rotates out. But you can definitely see here this round that they have another op for the defensive side. They don't want to focus on the middle. They want to try to fight towards these extremities, because this middle pressure really only came towards the late round or into a post plan. So they don't have to worry about that yet.
Because of this forward map control out of Mesos, the Aldron from Corrupt got no vision on the A side. It had to just creep up towards A main, so Marceline's kind of going in blind. She has the mobility to go and wrap around. They're not going to expect this with the smoke. She doesn't have to worry about the high ground. Isn't going to go towards the back. Wants to stick with the team so that they could support her on trades. YFP established. Corrupt pushing the high ground. Good trade out of Habibti. Mesos, though, already operating a woman down. As Habibti throws out the flash to draw out any noise without necessarily committing. And YFP, every time someone from Mesos peeks, YFP already have them on lockdown.
Yeah. And you already see once again the late lurk coming out from Elaborate, this time towards Z. With the late lurk from middle. So it's really hard right now for Mesos Millionaires to try to go for that flood retake like they want to, because YFP on top of that, not only did they move into the site, look at how forward they push every single time towards the A side. They want to fight towards security. They even try to walk with the chance for rotates to happen back from the spawn side into heaven. And despite these weapons being lost on the attack side, it doesn't really matter, because now you salvage the op back on your side. You've won so many rounds in a row so far. You've basically broken the economy of Mesos Millionaires. So you're okay with this, because you could start running away here with the rest of the half.
Kind of funny seeing how an op has been bounced from both sides. Mesos stealing YFPs, and now YFP stealing back an op, so... YFP, though, back in the driver's seat, but only by 2 rounds. We're starting to really build some economy, some momentum after that bonus round they won from Mesos. And Elaborate delivers a big blow to Mesos with the op. After that exchange, we're left with only a 3v3. YFP, they always like to kind of look around the A site, not a forward smoke from Slandy, so She'll have to anchor that with Starlight.
Quite a good job, at least, there for the ones that are supposed to play the support and the aggression for Habibti and for Bunny B to capitalize on, breaking the flank watches from Elaborate, breaking entry utility from Corrupt. So this might still give a chance here for Animal, although just playing a little bit more passively towards middle. So use the cameras for the retake and then a team to just move in together with her as she makes sure that this time YFP cannot get the upper hand of pushing more aggressively after a pulse plant like they usually do. So when that happens, you could definitely see here Recon Dart, Owl Drone, Paranoia try to move in as a group, try to fight here on the retake.
With Scary Shark here with full util, like, you were comfortable. Once you got vision of the site, you could have the Cove, and that's exactly what they did. They still have the Reckoning, but now knowing exactly where Mesos are going to be pushing from, YFP set their sights forward. Marceline can play inside of smokes, and maybe wasn't expecting Starlight to be directly on top. Marceline just tried to buy time, stayed hidden. Now, both attackers playing main of the Starlight with really not much time to defuse, and no hope now. 7-4 for YFP.
Yeah, again, just great utility from YFP this time around. Both of these teams doing quite well, looking like they're all seasoned players, seasoned teams that have been playing game changers with each other here for the longest time. This time around here, Scary Shark using that Reckoning on that 2 versus 2 where they can't really go for the Shock Dart Pulse Plant utility, so they're using the Reckoning to get audio cues, to get also concusses if those players are going to try to stick to that spike to make sure that you can't get it halfway here for Mesos Millionaires. So again, once again, just making sure that you're winning off time and guaranteeing these rounds in a Pulse Plant. Very, very nicely done.
Forward smoke from Slandy. This YFP won't be able to just drone for free on A. After hearing, thought I heard it up. Yeah, Elaborate. I think Mesos have to be careful, but that's exactly what they want you to think. They're going to be scared of this up, and look how they're all 3, well, at least now 2, of Mesos defense creeping up towards mid. Now that YFP were cleared out that forward smoke, they try to drone up, and it's another day at the office. Slandy will anchor A, and Mesos are going to take advantage of all this time being wasted from YFP, as that's first blood for Bunny B.
And that's a great start with a camera that's forward positioned by Animal and then getting that pick towards middle. They know that the commitment is towards this A site because of that cam, because of the aggressive push. So they're really pinning YFP here, but also now just leaving Bunny B alone. Might have an opportunity now for YFP to regain control of middle as they do right now with this pick. Leaving,
got too greedy for more kills. I mean, I was kind of down with it when Bunny B got the second one, but...
Exactly, I'm down with that. I think it's more on the rest of the team that kind of just left Bunny B instead, because the 3-player push down and then keeping still utility on the A side was quite good. So just, I don't know. I didn't like the mid-rounding that happened there from Mesos. This gets a chance now for YFP to play the pulse plant towards the B site.
Yeah, YFP pretty established. Holding forward is Melia, but a good dent into her. At least she goes 1 for 1. Maybe even spotting the rest of Mesos' defense coming from that top side, but Mesos are pinching from multiple entries. Elaborate does what she can and won't at least able to keep me up. But can she save the round for YFP in a 1v1 against Slandy, knowing that she's crossing? Holding one lane at a time, sees the spike, misses the shot, has to reload. The defuse is not being stuck. Slandy, so resilient, wins that for Mesos.
Oh my god, that was on land that would have hit. Most like with the operator there coming out from Ella. And then, yeah, look at the camera. It's okay. It's the last round, so seeing them drop is not a bad thing. But just there's Slandy getting off the defuse and going for the instant pick for that kill. And again, this started off so well for Mesos Millionaires on the defensive side because of those 2 picks. But then look at that. Bunny B fully exposed towards the back, thinking that they still had backup from teammates from the 3-player push that they had in the first place. And then look at what happens towards the end. Thankfully, it was a save coming out here from, sorry, it was Melia. No, it was from Slandy on the pulse plan. If not, it would have been a different story. Now, this gives you a chance here to have a fighting chance on a pistol round on the attack side for Mesos Millionaires instead of a 8-4 half that would have been a little bit more dangerous to face.
Hey, you slot in Bunny B, and maybe, you know, if the chemistry isn't 100%, it's fine. Bunny B can just go do Bunny B things like she did, the 2 kills in the last round, to really make YFP worry. Now she'll make entry, and even with this person blind, it took her a couple more extra shots, but that is a time wasted that she couldn't redirect and take care of the rest of the defenders still. Spike has been planted. Mesos have site pretty smoked, and now that's clear. They can start to get eyes on if anyone was going to be on the site. Here's the retake.
It's 10 seconds till you get the high tide out too, so probably gonna have to start activating a little bit more quickly behind the cascades to try to get something, as nope, not gonna happen. Not with those shots.
I think the time for YFP would have been to retake as soon as the spike got planted, while Mesos were a bit uncomfortable, but once the smoke's cleared, Mesos found their positions, they stayed structured, and they just waited. And in these kind of no-util exchanges, Mesos just were locked in on those sidelines, and YFP have really met their match. It is Mesos with yet another pistol win. Even last time, anti-eco went well too. It's the bonus that YFP stole away, so see how close this ends up being.
And an eco from YFP, a sheriff in the hands of Marceline, as trying to concentrate on an A-side push. Meanwhile, this high tide, I mean, that's okay right now. It gives a chance here for Mesos Millionaires to just forget middle and continue to work as a group. Choosing the right site would be a 5 versus 1 at this point, and they've done a great job smothering Elaborate the last time around. They have no choice here for Elaborate to stay back and just wait for the team to rotate with them.
Oh, Bunny B finding some high ground above all the smoke and all the noise. Love that she waited for those mobility cooldowns while she was on the site, and now maybe doesn't want to be the center of attention either when she saw YFP start to make their way in. It's up to Corrupt and Mel. Just pistols, and Corrupt has done usually a good job on that top side, but not doing enough to Starlight, who just has the better gun. Still brought down to half health, no time for Mel to do much except look for exit frags.
Definitely going to be the case here. But trying to get a surprise kill on the outside of Heaven, where that should be watched by 2 players on bottom. It's going to be hard for you to get things done, especially with a long-range Spectre.
Greetings.
But at least they will not die to Rifle on the other end, so that's not an extra orb here from Mesos Millionaires, but at least in the end on the attack side, they'll get the round. But you definitely see a different type of approach here on the attack side from both of these teams. YFP, when, you know, you were talking about this double controller that Baby Bay liked here that he talked about on the desk, it allows for you to play a little bit more defaulty and a little bit more slow, because you're running and guessing and forcing util out of your opponents by throwing a lot of these harbor walls and omen smokes. But on the side of Mesos Millionaires, you're playing with a double initiator rather, where technically that should be quite slow as well for default, but they are leveraging a lot of the util to actually activate Bunny Bee on quicker hits, at least in the first 2 rounds. And it might be similar right here. Disrespect the wall, try to fight through it, and there's the first pick that surprises Scary Shark.
Disrespectful when Bunny B is looking away and she has time to adjust her aim, and diverting more kills too is Mesos with the flash. Now dancing around, just wasting Marceline's time, and now she has brought way too much attention onto herself and no cover to play off compared to Habibti, who's just holding this power position. Now the road is pretty clear for Mesos to get onto A, and Elaborate and Mel are going to try and set up a pinch. Just heard the ult orb get tapped. Elaborate doesn't want to get smoked off, so she's going to hold a closer corner. Don't think that tagged them. But
that
now
won't.
the Sonic might, and trying to delay them with the cage, and Mel makes contact. Gets the first pick, and now Mesos don't want to cross this quite yet.
And that's what I mentioned. You're saying the path was kind of clear here to work towards the A site, but at least the last 2 players of YFP chose the right site to stack, and they had a perfect crossfire. So a great first blood, but you saw that Millie used that paranoia to try to rotate back and try to gamble towards B, which is quite surprising because you still have Elaborate's full setup towards the B site. So now Slanny is able to insert on the top of A Heaven. She's going to call it. It's clear. This is going to be an easy plant. This all comes down to now the lurk and the flank from Melia in the second hand, in the pulse plan, especially now that Elaborate died, because again, they weren't aware of Slanny's position of where Slanny inserted herself as she lurked into the A site on a rehit.
Ooh. Great shot out of Mel.
And you're saving.
Take anything you can get in this round, because it was just Habibti that started off the round so beautifully for Mesos, holding that power position behind the potted plant and just playing with her food, essentially. Getting Mesos such a big advantage early on in the round. They'll actually get to win a bonus to propel them into a lead.
That's exactly it, because you see that Melia, they're counting her losses, because for the rest of the team, this is going to be an eco, and you want to try to decide to see who you want to give this rifle to. Is Melia going to keep it, or are you going to try to give it to Marceline so you can try to work as a group and activate your duelists here to try to get something done? But they don't really have a great composition to pop, flash, and play aggressively with what they currently have here, rather, for YFP. It's the same type of game plan where now you're trying to waste out your opponent's utility on the attack side because of this double control utility that you're currently using. This now is the first time, at least, that they've realized that, you know, on the attack side, Mesos Millionaires are disrespecting the harbor wall, so you might add more bodies behind that, and they'll do so at least in this eco round, right? So 4 players focus down towards that area. You'll throw that same wall, and I wouldn't be surprised if everybody's focused to look on the top of that staircase again where Bunny Bee peaked the last time around, and looks like they're going to potentially do it again.
Look at big risk. Slandy, or I guess Mel now has the hero rifle, and she pushed up all the way to mid, but chose the wrong side of the harbor wall, but at least clears out. Okay, they're not towards B.
Oh.
But maybe catching her is Slandy. Omen v Omen, a little bit of a tango. And Slandy gets the last laugh, taking care of that flank that really could have turned this round in YFP's favor. Get a rifle going, but Mesos cleared that problem.
Melia dying first is also the only rifle that they had for YFP on that 1v1, so she desperately needed to win that fight against Slandy watching that, and you're definitely seeing it towards the end for YFP. You're in lower buy, so, and also on a lower disadvantage, so you're trying to push out for information. Elise Elaborate's able to do some damage with her ghost, but that's pretty much only going to be it. I mean, after that first initial loss that you went through there, the rest is going to be history here for Mesos Millionaires. But as I say that, you still had a couple of players on shares, and with the GC shares, you just never know. But at least it's confirmed now with this 9th round won here by Mesos Millionaires as Animal picks up the last kill.
Yeah, Mesos have been able to do a lot more on these economy disadvantage rounds, but YFP not so much. So needing to take time out to talk about this gun round and how do you get this neural theft going, and what do you expect on the other side? Because YFP really just talked about the win streak that they're on, how they're favoring this matchup. They've beaten some seriously good teams. This is a new Mesos Millionaires. I mean, they've added players after almost every GC. They have Bunny Bee, so... Or not, they don't. Yeah, they do have Bunny Bee, yeah.
Everybody's gone through the ringer, right, in terms of Mesos Millionaires to try to find that, like, that 5th player that could help out. And same thing here for YFP. I mean, Corrupt is the latest addition to YFP. And where in the past they're playing a Solstice, you had players coming in from Brazil. You had a couple of players that are ringing in here and there. But Corrupt comes from experience having played with Melia in the past and a different iteration of nearest airport in the past, competing in that tier 2 scene, and now they have a chance to play with each other again with this full squad that YFP has built for Game Changers. And it's not necessarily on Corrupt here that's making the big difference so far in this matchup. It's really as a team of how they look good here on their attack side. But now on the defensive side, you're starting to see those weaknesses where you don't have, the flash to be able to retake. You only have that paranoia that's going to have to be saved at the right moment for Melia for the retakes. If not, you're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. But you're given a lot of space here from Mesos Millionaires to work around that map behind those harbor walls, and you're not really gaining the space on your side. So I feel that they're feeling that pressure, so you're trying to add a little bit more this time around. Especially with this off.
Especially with the ping from Habibti, catching Corrupt. Maybe it's forward playing off of Sonic or an Aldrone, and now you push them away, make them think twice about it. And YFP really discussing with Coach Crook there what is the problem with YFP on this defense. Mesos have been cracking them open a lot. Now YFP holding the right side of the site. Hoping to catch Mesos crossing in. Now full vision. Bunny Bee standing and delivering off the Aldrone. Will be ready to dash in into her own smoke, and didn't necessarily land in the smoke, but past it. Was not able to get the trade, but who did was Habibti. Now second up with the flash. Other side of cage. No one home. But at least the plant secured for Mesos.
And Hunter's Fury. I was actually wondering why Ella was playing so far back, but it was to play away from that KO moving into the site.
Cage triggered.
Game of chicken, except it's bullets. You do not want to mess with that. At least with the cage kind of confuses her opponent so that she could just her position. 3v3 on the post plant, and that's big for Marceline. Holding the top, and Corrupt caught mid-jump. Hunter's Fury. Where is Marceline? Going all three on the spike and giving time for YFP to push up and shut down this Hunter's Fury. Marceline, does she have time? Just barely for YFP.
With the final number diffuse. But we'll definitely take here on the side of YFP here on that retake, because it was such a beautiful shot that came through the pulse plant from Starlight at the end. But she realized there that she's pretty much at a one and done. So waste out your Hunter's Fury. You kind of wish you didn't have to go against a Jet that updrafted and you could have hit somebody else there. But because of that miss, you're forced in the hand here of Animal to try to run back out and making sure here that she covers her teammates that's stuck in the Hunter's Fury. And as she crosses over, well, at least Marceline was focused on watching down towards that ramp instead of trying to move in and making sure that they get the spike at halfway. So you force the hands of your opponents on the pulse plant, on your retake, and you definitely capitalize on the over-aggression that came through here to the pulse plant support that was attempted here by Mesos Millionaire. So great way. We once again still have a match that stays very close here between both of these teams, and Orbital changing a little bit this time around, being utilized to really just slice down towards bottom middle and towards the breakable door so that Corrupt could really watch it, because they heard that break earlier on here by Animal. Thing is...
Not seeing...
No, go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, yeah, like YFP aren't like smoking off anything too. Like they want to take that early engagement, especially when Marceline has it up, but doesn't care about owl drones. They want to make the rest of the team extinct. Now peeking gets away with that when Starlight was shooting something else, I think. And YFP will try to disengage. Meso's on the chase. Neural Theft for the attack. And YFP stand at the back of the site and hold their ground. They'll have to work that ground against Scary, Shark, and Mel. Elaborate just joining them. Neural Theft may be wanting that corpse on the other side of the smoke. Elaborate may have to wait for that. Bunny Bee camping it out too. Pokes out. Neural Theft. Bunny Bee is discovered. Gets way too much. She cannot handle all of that. 1v3 for Slandy.
Going to be very difficult. That hat already gave the tell that Slandy's going to rotate over towards that side. She's going to hit this trip too. That's going to delay even longer. Then there's going to be the camera. The tap on the spike first.
Got to go for the kills. Only so much you can do. 1v3. Fantastic Neural Theft out of Elaborate. That really dictated how the round was going to end, especially catching Bunny Bee and seeing how close that she was. After, well, you know, the op did a lot of work at the beginning too.
Yeah. And that's the thing. The fact that on the attack side, you kind of just went and peeked as soon as a recon dart kind of hit the wall. Instead of making sure that it goes down and pings first, you're trying to maybe force the dash earlier on, but you definitely know you're not afraid here when you're a Jet to get pinged by a recon dart because you still have your dash activated. So you're more than happy to even let that ping you because you still have an opportunity to shoot first and dash away. So great job here from Marceline to stay calm in that moment and give that the early player advantage, sorry, for the side of YFP. This time, on the defensive side, I was going to mention how their walls and the way that they're using their smokes are a little bit more different to control middle.
Ooh, dashing away, Marceline, just at least trying to go 1-for-1 with the op as Bunny Bee aids away.
Yeah.
Well, at least the plant will go down. Her sacrifice will be honored. Oh,
got there.
and
no, a second? That is hilarious. I mean, it takes like a minute and a half before you die if you keep floating and somehow dashes away towards the spawn to get the kill onto Melia, jumping back towards the spawn and still watching just in case.
She needs
That's
a
hilarious.
telescope, bro.
That is
How?
hilarious.
You need good, like, you need 20/20 vision.
Or you're like net and your face is like glued to the screen.
That is true. Valorant players are different. Corrupt, though. The ants below. Slandy bites the ankle. 9-9 for the lead. A 2 versus 4 retake. YFP are just going to have to give this up, save the weapon, especially this very expensive op at a Scary Shark.
How Bunny Me still gets a second kill on top of that when, you know, it was basically a one and gun. I was gonna say at least I got mine, and as I was about to splurt that comment, they somehow get a second one there onto Melia. That was quite fun to witness there, to make sure that Mrs. Millionaires are not letting YFP really run away here with the game, because they've done a great job since this attack side to really work the map in their favor. If it's not for YFP with the firepower that they currently have, this could have been a different story for sure, because Mesos so far looks pretty good here with the support that they have from Habibti on this KO, who, by the way, usually plays a duelist role. And once again, with Bunny coming through, they're going to leave that responsibility for somebody else, and they'll play a more of a supportive role and still fragging on top of that.
Yeah, they definitely owe Bunny B a pizza or whatever she eats. Because, like, to come in and do the work that she does, ooh. Pray for those on Sundays, but YFP being able to conserve that op too has been so important to them. That's why they don't smoke off these sites usually anyway. They don't want to leave that open for the op. Right now though, Meso's knocking at the door of the B site and just Bunny B taking the high ground. Anakin style, just YFP have nothing more to say about it but burn away. Only 2 left, and again, Scary Shark, same plan as last time. Keep the op, ideally anyway.
Yeah. Towards a spawn, and it's hopefully Marcelino has nothing but the Blade Storm, so they could try to make some econ damage, but you already see towards the end, there's so many players just holding towards that site, at least on the pulse plan, just leaving Slaney around and guaranteeing the rounds on their side. Nice little lurk on the end too to not allow Scary Shark to save that operator towards the end, but it seems that Mesos Millionaires are finding a lot of this weakness from YFT's defensive side over at the B site. Or anywhere, as a matter of fact. What would be the amount of times that they're just able to move in and get these entries towards the sites, whether it's flowing towards the A site or just dashing up, this time on the top of the A site instead of towards Tetris. They're just finding so much value with not too much utility behind it. So there's definitely going to have to be an adjustment here from YFP to try to fight back against this type of, like, fast hits that Mesos Millionaires are currently doing, which they tried with this aggressive push towards the A side, and now it's holding aggressive lines at least. You're seeing here on the defensive side, Marcelino's watching it down towards that ramp, started on the top of the boxes to watch the orb. But if not, you're seeing that the rest of the team are playing pretty passively. So once again, still giving too much map space for Mesos Millionaires to just capitalize on.
I don't think this one's going to be free. Ooh, Marceline. I mean, Slaney didn't want an early swing even when Marceline was looking away. And usually these offenses have been able to get free plants almost every single time off of the impact of these duelists. Bunny B, Marceline, the matchup of a lifetime it seems. Is Meso going to collect the spike now and make a decision quick?
That's where it gets difficult too. Exactly. That space was because you didn't place that trip from Elaborate down towards middle, where if you're going to focus a lot on these extremities and play a little more passively towards middle, you might as well just stack players on either extremities and leave a trip to at least guarantee like a trip break or some audio cues when they're jumping down towards the top side of back middle. But instead, you're forcing your Sova to be the one that's going to rotate around and try to find information, but you're on a lower buy. I don't even think Corrupt had an Owl Drone this time around, so they couldn't find the information in the mid-round. And then unfortunately, you see there under the defensive side, Marceline got picked. And again, another one there from Bunny B at middle.
Man, Scary Shark says, I'm going out kicking and screaming, and went out with a whimper. Reckoning, use to try and delay Mesos and do any kind of damage that you can, because look how rich Mesos Millionaires are. Now the name makes a bit more sense. And by taking this round, they'll go to match point, and this was their choice of map. And to deliver any punch to YFP is when you'll go out with a smile. So Elaborate and Mel left with Vandals. You know, YFP did go in with like 3 pistols, so doing anything you can here would be huge. Forcing Mesos to buy another weapon. Just a small dent into this economy would be nice. Mel Cage is gonna get an easy one here. Does she get away? She teleported back into her own doom.
No choice. I mean, I respect it because you can't really escape. You knew that Bunny B was still there towards that spawn with the way they've been activating and picking players on the rotates with the injuries in the first place. So you're just trying to kill more as much as you can to, you know, try to survive, because your next buy is going to be okay. You could already see Melia before we got this replay that they're playing here with, you know, a Vandal small shield. So at the end, it's just trying to keep as much as you can and trying to build the ult orbs in your favor, because that round was going to be a round for Mesos Millionaires no matter what. So you definitely see it's still somewhat of a buy that's salvageable for YFP. You're going to play op versus op. Focus now the op towards the B side, and Bunny B is using the op on the attack side to try to take A.
Switching up where this op is, where usually Marceline left A open, no smokes. Try to go for those first picks and dash out. This time she'll hold down B, a longer and probably better sightline easier to disengage out of. From the shadows used there from Slandy. Establishing on the mid-map, getting the on-site dwellers of YFP a bit pressed and stressed, but still alive. But the null command is going to be a thorn in YFP's side, all thanks to Habibti crossing the cage, elaborate in the corner. It's a great angle to hold, especially with help on the other side. Crossing with the Cypher trip, Animal too low of health to do anything about that. 3v1. This YFP may have just bought themselves another life. Slandy gets quite literally ran over.
Yeah, this is actually not over yet here. YFP keeping 3 players alive on top of that. I was going to say, I do respect for the second time the read that you have from YFP to play outside of the radius of the null command when it comes through, but it's also 2 times now where yes, the Cypher was able to be outside of the radius, but also there's no players playing inside the site to play around the trips that are up there. So you're kind of just grateful that Mesos Millionaires is moving up into heaven, over-committing on a push, and then you're playing outside of that radius and play from spawn to just get those picks towards the end. So Thanksgiving came a little bit late here on this side here for this matchup, at least the Canadian Thanksgiving, but you'll take it here for YFP's side as they're gifted a round and a chance here to fight and potentially bring this into overtime. Marceline, once again, out with an operator, but this time with a glass cannon. You're trying to make plays, a solo hold towards this B side, and thankfully, at least they're not going to get, you know, over-committed and hit quite early in the round. It's more focused now, once again, towards this A side.
Mel and Corrupt revealed by the knife at the A site. So you know you'll have to at least deal with Cypher trips, Cypher util, and of course the annoying harbor wall that Scary Shark does just to create mystery and tension in the mid lane. Now that's been taken care of.
Right here.
Some vision there for Animal with the camera, but no immediate move out of Mesos. Especially not knowing where this op is and where they want to insert Bunny Bee. And to go down mid, this is for the win for Mesos. So see if they could pull it off.
Yeah, it's definitely, once again, another very passive play being utilized here, and you can't get too much information coming through. So really, you got weak sides now from Scary Shark. They're going to have to come up huge in this position where, thankfully, there's not util that's going to flash them, so they could still find and fight duels here on the split. And that would be spiked down, by the way.
Yikes! Oh, Mesos are just walking into the line of fire. It's Scary Shark.
30 seconds left.
Gets 2 before she falls. Mesos took a big risk going through mid, and he smoked off the left side and then crossing instead of smoking the right and just keeping the truck rolling. It's not impossible for Mesos to win. He spotted the dart coming from the high ground side. Corrupt dances away. Beepty still has a flash. If you even allow Corrupt to step forward. I think Habibti even just got pinged. The flash comes out from behind, is elaborate. Corrupt tries to pinch at the same time, and it's YFP extending another round.
Like I said, it really came down to that position from Scary Shark to get that first kill there onto Animal. It was a nice attempt, at least for what Mesos Millionaire was trying to do with the TP that came out from Slanny. Try to push Scary Shark back so that the Sova can move in, so that Starlight can try to get the trade in. But you're trying to go for a split into that site despite you lose that in that moment. The rest of the players, the other 3 players are down towards Long B. What can you really do at that point? So you're still, once again, giving a lot of chance and a lot of time for YFP to, 1, close the gap on a rotate on the A side towards B, and 2, add that lurk and the retake from Elaborate on that flank. Allows your YFP to potentially bring this into overtime. There is still that last buy for the round, thankfully, because the amount of rounds that Mesos Millionaires has capitalized on in the last few rounds. There's a Blade Storm around rifles. Potentially, it was looking to be a big fight towards middle, but there's a bit of util that's slowing them at the very beginning.
Dash activated from Marceline already. Oh, against Bunny Bee. Who's going to be that star duelist? This is for the win for Mesos, or OT. Forced by YFP. Scrounge from their way back into this. And YFP are so stacked on the right side of the map, and we're just going to leave mid open. Scary Shark holds down B solo, with Smokes at least able to delay on the left side. Mesos will have a drone checking the corners with the shock bolt. Knives out, and a judge there from Bunny Bee. Immediately goes to the high ground and gets sauced up by Mel. Did not expect her to be that close. Usually they're deeper into the hallway, and Marceline gets an easy one. There's more trouble around the corner. She just stays too locked in on the sight line there.
Down
It's Mesos 2v2, both pings on the high ground. The BPT seeing if they're gonna drop
30
and
seconds
get
left.
sight lines. If they did, IFP getting pushed from behind by Animal. A lot of stress. Habibti wants to help. Flash at the front. Collects the spike. YFP a bit trapped with Hunter's Fury and from the shadows. Hunter's Fury to break them out. Mel takes care of Habibti. It's just up to Animal. They had a plan to pinch YFP. Now there's 10 seconds left and the shotgun prevails. We go to OT.
Once again, the amount of times that Mesos Millionaires have been going for the aggressive push on the top of the Heavens rope, this time with Bunny B's dash. They've done that before, so they were ready for it this time here for YFP. A huge first blood. Marceline angry towards that site, but that could have been a different story until we saw this 2v2 that was brilliantly played by both of these teams, where the hunter, the hat that came out from Animal gave you the opportunity to know where the fight was coming through. They exchanged perfect flashes from Melia to really split off that last attempt of a push from the last two players of Mesos Millionaires on that pulse plant. So again, this is a round or a game where both of these teams are finding value on their attack side, again with different approaches, but still a great brawl to witness this upper bracket round 1 between Mesos Millionaires and YFP. And Game Changers NA number 3 here as YFP in this round. The amount of times have been focused so much on the A side at the very beginning. The first OT, the first round of OT is going to be a hit towards B. They're not going to be ready for this here.
Especially when the fake cascade was pushed at A and didn't pull any rotations. Mesos were more stacked mid, allowed them to flex between either site, just reinforce it that much quicker. Making their way in is Marceline, and Bunny B denied that sight line. YFP have already started to set up camp, but on the high ground, Starlight with 2 tries to even things up, make the job easier for Animal's retake, but a 1v3. So difficult. IFP didn't waste any time getting on this site, and Marceline gets another one. And that's YFP leading this OT.
Exactly, and then when the Owl drone came out here on the attack side from Starlight and got that ping, like I said, they weren't ready for it. As you TP out, trying to get out from safety, that's an open B site. You have no idea where the dash is going to be coming through, how many more are dropping or jumping through from the danger side. And Mesos Millionaires really had so many bodies pushing in towards this B site that actually didn't even give a chance for YFP to set up to catch players off guard, which makes the rotate even more difficult for YFP because of these picks. They're like, okay, well, we feel we have to force the hand instead of trying to play like a retake here as a team. And the YFP are looking pretty good here. Attack side that worked in their favor, but they were weaker on the defensive side. This time walls are not being used towards middle. They feel like the way that they've been playing, giving up the mid side, has been working for them because of how Mesos Millionaires have been activating on these hits on the upper sides of the A site. So they could go into the same type of setup. You're seeing the exact same rotate. Corrupt's already moving back in, ready to Owl drone potentially here, and Indeed is not going to see anything there. So they know it's going to be an extremity hit where they still have an op and players to work with on either extremities.
Ooh, Animal's already been detected. I mean, the paranoia was just thrown their way, and Mesos gotta do the most from this. And Marceline, she's so stoic, 3 on the side with the op and the knives just to cut through the enemies like butter. YFP with a 7-5 lead in the half. Got such a deficit against them when they went into the second half and then forced OT. And all thanks to Marceline. We can smile. 1v4, now nothing. YFP win Abyss, which was Meso's pick.
That was sick there, and that's a great way to start here. The North American Game Changers 3 for these two teams. I mean, so far it wasn't a fake comeback. A great fight that came through. You talked about here, Lemon Kiwi. This potentially was like, oh great, Mesos Millionaires winning their map pick. This is going to be a great series and a great banger coming through. But now you're going to play on Haven, where YFP had a great match against Mesos Millionaires on that second map. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but this could potentially be a 2-0 towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, Mesos were up, what, 9-7? Like, they had such a momentum swing when Mesos went on attack. I was starting to really worry, but, ooh, we got a series on our hands, folks. We hope you'll stick around. We got to throw to a quick break. And when we get back, we'll have another map. Guess what? See you then.
A 14-12 goes the way of YFP, and we thought the Mesos Millionaires were gonna get away with that map win in Abyss. But, I mean, they had a couple of chances, Athena. They were almost making it happen, and it would just slip through their fingers.
I mean, earlier I talked about how I expected this Abyss map to go YFP's way, but Mesos, they really showed us that they had so much more under their belt. They showed us that they were a lot more polished than what they were previously. And now, YFP, they just brought that back. It was such a close game for both of these teams. At YFP at the end there, they just started popping off. Yeah, so when it came to both of these teams, I think Baby Bay just like kind of muted.
Hello?
He doesn't want to talk
Did you hear
about
me
it.
now?
He's not that serious.
All good.
But are you back? Are you back?
Am I back? I hope I'm back. So what I was saying is, if you're YFP, you have a sigh of relief right now, because honestly, it kind of felt like it got stolen away. And this almost ace at the end there, just anchoring the A site, was ridiculous. But yeah, it felt like Meso, they were in control of that attacking side, and Animal had such a good game in terms of mid-rounding and also the lurk timings that she was able to find, but it just wasn't enough. The clutch individual skill of YFP was just too much.
Yeah, we saw Marceline start to pop off, especially with that jet op towards the end. But these stats speak for themselves. Melia, 28 and 13, as well as Starlight on the Sova and Habibti. You can see all these scorelines. They're actually so close, and most of them are positive. So it just came down to a lot of these mini plays, a lot of these smaller kind of micro round decisions and hero plays from YFP to bring it above that. And I really think Mesos, they did such a good job. And honestly, for me, that map should have gone their way, should it have gone the way that it was supposed to. But I mean, YFP mechanically just insane.
It's just hard because you have it, you're about to close it out for Mesos. This is your map pick as well. It seems like it was going to happen, and then all the chances that you have is a YFP that is hungrier than ever to get them, and that's how it ends up playing out. One of those rounds, maybe was that round 17, where there was a chance, but that retake on the side of YFP was too good.
Yeah, and a lot of the entries from Bunny Bee specifically were insane, right? Like, the pathing that was chosen in a lot of these rounds was almost always on par. I mean, but this time around, being taken out, and it just wasn't enough. You know, when the flood comes out of heaven, there's just so much you can do.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the rounds that actually started for YFP to fully understand their playstyle and how they should be playing against Mesos, because they started playing a lot more retake on the B side as well as the A side. As soon as they set up that cipher somewhere, it was so easy for them to end up retaking, coming back into the site, and that's how they found a lot of their success, which they weren't getting early on. They were losing a lot of these rounds because of the aggression from Mesos, and they just didn't know what to do about it. But they adapted, it worked out well, and I think that round was definitely the turning point.
Yeah, I mean, that's you're 100% correct. And it's because of Bunny Bee's entries from the start of the half. I mean, even pistol round, getting, you know, the Omen flash paranoia with the updraft, dodging every trip. Like, I feel like Bunny Bee didn't get hit by many trips at all this game. And I think that was the deciding factor of why, you know, YFP was like, all right, let's just play retake, because Bunny Bee is just killing like 2-3 players at a time. And as long as we don't let her get these entries, we actually have a chance into the round, because some of those rounds weren't even close.
Bunny Bee has always been insane. Has always been. I feel like I say every Game Changer is one of my favorite players to watch just because of how insane she is. She's running it down. She's going to secure at least 1-2 kills before she dies in a lot of those rounds. But it's going to take a lot. Now, let's jump into the maps, because your second map is going to be Haven. And I know that you two have competed in the past. You two have competed for VALORANT. But I want to ask you, Athena, first. When you're if you're on the side of Mesos, you lose your map pick in the way that you did, how do you make sure that you reset for this map of Haven?
I mean, the good thing that Mesos has on their side is that they know that they did a lot of things correctly. At the end of the day, the things that it came down to were either whiffs or just a hero play coming from YFP. So it's really easy to kind of have that mindset where, listen guys, like, it's okay because we did everything right. If we just continue doing the protocols that we know, kind of having those really good setups, those slow defaults where we really work the map, we can win, we can outplay. We just got a little bit unlucky. It is what it is. And I feel like that's definitely the mindset they have to have, or else they're just gonna kind of let that last map eat at them, because again, I really think they should have won that one.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. Baby, do you agree with this? Is there something else that you would add, and something else specifically to this map of Haven that both of the teams need to pay attention to?
I was so surprised with how Meso just came in from a strategic approach on the first map of Abyss. So although both these teams have faced off before on Haven, I don't think that's going to matter at all, because clearly you see that Mesos, with the coaching staff and also the IG Love Animal, have come with game plans that counter YFP actively. So, I mean, I feel like the ball is in their court. Now, if they don't let that last map break them, this could be a really good moment to show what you're made of and actually show that we can compete with the best of the best, right?
Mm-hmm. Bunny bee.
We've had the chances to see. Yeah, that's just how it works sometimes. Yeah. Honestly, that's how it works a lot of the times for teams. And hey, whatever works, it has to feel good, because you want to push it to a third map no matter what. If you're on this side of Mesos, it is frustrating for sure, I think, on the side of the players. But yeah, the reset is going to be everything, because this is a map that is very doable for both of the teams. And because you guys were talking so much about the big three, but now we realize is a Mesos that can take down YFP. This is a very, very strong possibility, Athena.
Yeah, so one thing we did mention earlier is that Mesos did play YFP on Haven. This was somewhat recently in the NRG Neon Dream, and they did lose out, but it was a BO1. They didn't have that first warm-up game where they really proved themselves against YFP. And from when I was a part of that game, when I was watching it, I saw that Mesos had the right game plan a lot of the time, which kind of feels like just a rerun of what just happened on Abyss, where they had a lot of the right game plan. They had the right idea. A lot of their reactions were just super solid, especially with the animal lurking that you mentioned as well, Baby Bay. But it just came down to, again, a lot of those little small mistakes, some mechanical difficulty that they had. But they literally just proved themselves against YFP just now. So I feel like they shouldn't have this same problem. And I already saw that they were a lot more polished as a team on that Abyss map. So for me, I think Haven is one of the playgrounds that Mesos can definitely work. Their slow defaults play in really well into that. Their general playstyle does. But again, this is one of the big three. It is YFP, and they've been known to be demons. Doesn't matter what map, who it is, or where, they've always shown up.
It's something that is absolutely needed for YFP to continue their dominance against these teams that are at the very top, and especially because you're looking at the bigger goal, and it's not only winning against Mesos, but making it through the upper bracket, making it to that international in Berlin. And yes, a lot of the times you're taking it step by step, but you also know that it's very much in your hands to guarantee if your whole team is going to make it to Berlin, is going to be flying out. So it's just a lot of pressure to deal with, but that is the goal that you have at the end of the day, baby.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Everyone here is playing for that spot, hoping that they actually make it the easy way through to that upper final, right? Even though there's no real easy path, you know, you're gonna have to go up against either FlyQuest, or you would think you'd have to go up against FlyQuest or Shopify, no matter what. And yeah. I mean, even if you win this, like, yeah, you're going up against Shopify. What are you gonna do? It just feels so bad. You want to try to win it as cleanly as possible, to not show a lot of footage, because you know that there's teams watching you, especially even teams that you're gonna have to go up against of Shopify. They're watching this game, I guarantee it.
Especially the big three, that's for sure. If somebody is watching, is the big three. It seems like there's a tech history though, so we're gonna throw it to a break. We're gonna keep talking about the big three. You guys don't know, but we get paid every time that we say that. That's not true. So we're gonna throw it to a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It seems like the tech issues have been solved. So we should be diving into the second map of the second series of the day very, very soon. And we were talking a little bit about what's on stake. We talked about, wanting to make it to the international stage, but also wanting to get this win. And YFP, they're ahead by one map, but it was very close. So I feel like, as we were discussing, Athena, this could go either way for this map of Haven.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Haven, everyone has been playing this map for so long that a lot of the metas and the protocols and the defaults have already been established. And both these teams, they just proved to us that they are phenomenal with a lot of their defaults, a lot of their executes. Each team can kind of be that aggressive team that they need to be or fully understand how to play passive. So this will definitely come down to a lot of those hero plays and mid-round calling from both teams.
One thing to call out as well is that Mesos, you guys were mentioning that these two teams played Haven before in a best of one, but Mesos were playing that Neon, so we've seen changes already today, and that is something that we can always expect for Game Changers. When we start to see the teams playing the main event, a lot of the compositions are going to look like very different compared to what we saw before. So baby, we get to jump into the agent select now. Give me your thoughts as we find out very
Give us your thoughts on C Long.
I recently saw some videos of Prod 1v1ing somebody C Long. I forgot, like a fan or viewer. So like I have a lot of thoughts about aim duels happening at C Long, but
you have that in your head. Yeah.
That's
it's fresh.
That's about it. Honestly, I feel like for YFP on this map, they're gonna come in feeling way more confident after them basically heroically closing out that first one, right? So I feel like this for them could be a good moment and a big, kind of a devil that's flown off of their shoulder, considering the fact that they dodged.
Is that a saying?
I don't know. Usually it's devil on your shoulder, but they got rid of it, So,
okay,
yeah,
I see.
Making some stuff up, but but yeah, I think when a team has a close call like that and they're the one that prevails, especially like when on paper you should be the better team, I feel like that's when the real version of yourself truly shows. So. I would be expecting YFP to come into this looking very strong, but at the same time, I mean, if the game plan and approach is anything like it was on the first map for Mesos, it could be, it's kind of a disaster for YFP if they don't adapt fast enough. And I think that's something that they really struggled with on that Abyss map was the adaptations. I feel like specifically around mid on Abyss, that's where Animal was having like a lot of the great mid-rounding calls and the lurk timings that we were speaking of. And if something happens like that on this map, whether that's on A side or maybe it is C Long, who knows?
Not this again.
That could be kind of scary, but it looks like there's not going to be any changes for YFP this time around.
Yeah, I really like the Neon. I love seeing the fast pace kind of fighting towards that A long, trying to get that deep control all the way towards A lobby, as well as kind of the fast plays that they do towards mid. YFP have shown us that they can play super aggressive and be really proactive with what they want to do, both on defense and attack. I mean, you talked a little bit about hero plays, and we saw Marceline at the end of that Abyss game just going absolutely crazy, as well as Melia just trying to keep them into it, and ultimately that is what won them the game. So both these teams looking really great. I talked a little bit about Scary Shark as well earlier on the initiator role, and how for them they actually fully understand what it's like to be a duelist and how to set up a duelist. So that's going to be really good to watch. But Mesos, I mean, I'm genuinely blown away at how well they played and how much work they did, because they were so much more polished than the Mesos I remember watching just like a month ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it looks insane, and their protocols have been really good, really standard, really strict, and everyone kind of moves as a unit and understands fully what they want to do. So this can definitely go both ways. I'm just really excited for the Neon pick.
Yeah, I definitely. And I actually, it was my mistake when I said nothing's changing. I thought that was the Neon for the side of Mesos,
the other way around.
But they actually flipped compositions.
Yes.
So the first time around, it was Mesos on the Neon, and it was YFP on the Jet. But they have fully swapped. So this is like actually kind of.
It looked the same, but it's very different. They
like, wait a
changed
second.
compositions to.
That's not correct.
So the one that was prepping for the Neon is now gonna play against the Jet, and the ones that was prepping for the Jet now is playing against the Neon. Things are changing, but that means that this map should be very exciting, especially because it's a map of Haven. Let's find out how it plays out with your casters. Is Lemon, Kiwi, and Vance.
Thank you so much. And something about, we gotta say big three? Big three? Big three? Okay.
Big three, big three.
I see the numbers going up, but oh, this one's gonna be a good one, folks. 14-12 ended the first map on Abyss. Overtime for YFP. When they were at a deficit, they came back, and this is their playground. This is their choice of map of Haven.
So as I'm getting paid, I think I'm only getting paid in Mesos as well, so I don't think that's a lot. But yeah, my brain did kind of blow up a bit too when I was looking at these compositions to see that YFP is playing this Neon this time around. But I'm not against what Mesos is pulling out as well, because Bunny B is probably more comfortable playing a Jet, and there's going to be a lot of role changes for Mesos Millionaires as well. So you're just kind of playing into what you're comfortable with overall. Habibti having that experience as a Silva, but YFP are playing fairly similar to how they did this pistol run in the past. A lot of focus on this breach towards the back of B, so they can fault line left and right. And now instead of a Jet, it's a Neon that can fast rotate across. So the approach is still the same, and the first blood is still the same.
Man, you just have a molly from a breach that's slowing down Mesos. You're going through the back window, and that initial Aldrin from Habibi was just going through it. But man, Scary Shark going through a lot. All they see is darkness, and we're left with a 2v1. As Elaborate, Solo Cypher, that's all they played. The Master of One. Now how they're gonna wrap around this, not wanting to cross in front of B, but probably hearing those footsteps. Starlight is gonna adjust to support Habibti here. Maybe salvage this round. Elaborate with the 1-2 punch. Nope, flick in the nose. Did not close out on any of those.
There was an opportunity there, a slight window where Elaborate could maybe connect those shots and somehow clutch a 1 versus 2. But as you mentioned, the rotate across that was heard. I gotta say, at least when you're looking at the same setup that you had from YFP, this is also recency bias, right? As you're a team that has to prep against your opponents, but they're still playing the exact same way. You know that last time that you tried to work towards the C site, you got shut down and slowed down. So Mesos Millionaires this time around are trying to work towards the garage, back towards B, and it caught so many players off guard on YFP on a rotate because it gave so much of a gap the last time they did play this map on the Neon, the RNG Invitational, Energy Invitational rather, Neon Dreams. And that said, Mesos Millionaires is able to capitalize on the pistol round and potentially run away here with their attack side with how YFP are playing fairly similarly. No way!
Oh my god, a knife to the throat! What? And Mel gets away with another. Just a bit of judge action. And Meso also used the shock bolt to clear out the corner, so they thought they were safe to walk in with all the smokes they had so close. Mesos with back-to-back pistols. 3v3 though. Oh. Animal on the prowl. Prey in sight. And finishes off what they started. Scary Shark 1v3, and okay, let that gun sing. And who else want the sauce? Well, Scary Shark probably it's gonna be too hard to retake with this weapon in particular. I think Animal and Starlight are gonna push this together. 1-2 swing. Even with the early shots, I mean, Scary Shark gets that one for free just off the info of the sound. We'll just be taken out by the spike.
Yeah, definitely. That's a lot of big question marks here in this Pulse plant for Mesos Millionaires, because they did a great job stopping the bleeding in this hero play that Melia just did with this knife onto Bunny B right over here. Some damage being done. I mean, that's still beautiful reads coming through, but to get 2 kills, you ran away with Girder pretty much at that point. And then that just happened. You're getting so many picks coming through in the rotate back from Animal, and then Scary Shark are running into them one by one, where, you know, Scary Shark's going to be as good as the Classic with the Marshall, because it's kind of like the Guardian, where they've been so good with that weapon in the past. If you've witnessed game changers and seen Scary Shark play in the past with that. So you're looking at the bonus round from Mesos Millionaires in this round number 3. You get 3 shares and 2 Vandals, and this is an opportunity for YFP to really close that gap in terms of the economy value that they could bring here if they could close out the next 2 rounds.
Even like a third player I think I saw from Mesos were thinking about forcing and buying a Vandal, but
yeah,
just gonna stick to what they got. Stick to their guns, literally. Fault line, Scary Shark. really trying to toss up Mesos on the other side, bringing out all the util. You're pretty satisfied despite Mesos not getting any map control off of this. YFP holding a line. Marceline with 3. It was just the firing range for her. I got a little too quick with it though. As Animal gets the punish.
Destroyed.
I mean, we're still gifting one-on-ones this time around here for Mesos Millionaires, but again, it's the 3 players that only had pistols to work with, so that's not too bad. You still have an opportunity to keep the economy quite low against YFP. These last 2 players, Animal and Starlight, who've been quite good in the first map, do some damage here in this second map, but they're walking straight into a top B potential judge. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. That's a death there. And again, we've mentioned how this is going to be good here for YFP because they've only lost 1 player in the process. So the rebuy is going to be only on 1 player. So that keeps the economy quite up here against Mesos Millionaires, who now are at the bottom of the barrel of their economy system. They can't really afford an off on the attack side like they've been trying to do here on at least their Cypher on the previous map. But this time around, it's looking pretty good here for YFP on the defensive side.
Yeah, I'm not stoked about just the staggered peek against Marceline there.
Yeah.
A jiggle peek, you know. Oh, the flash! I mean, YFP know that Mesos pushed this mid courtyard. Last time was a fault line, now it's just a flash. Jeez. Talk about read like a book.
And that's because the alarm bot, or let's talk about it a bit. There was an aggressive push here by Marceline that just got punished, and that might be a turning point in the round for Mesos Millionaires because of that punish. Now you have an opportunity right here. It's still peeking 1 by 1, so now it's YFP gifting it back here to Mesos Millionaires, and it's back to a 3-on-3. You're trying to break util if you can, but thankfully the camera's still up on the B site, so they still have an opportunity to fight and play for info, especially after that ult that came through from Melia that spotted players on top and middle, so you could now try to pinch back and lean back into a mid retake.
Oh, the camera's gonna see this coming though.
Exactly.
Get a ping. Oh, they're gonna deal with that quickly, but at least you know the commitment is there. Mesos already flashed their way in. They still got a fault line.
Spike planted.
And
fights.
Yeah. Oh geez, Mel on the other side of the smoke. She's gonna push this despite all the trouble on the other side. Mel going for the ace, and she gets it! YFP steal a way around.
iBuyPower ace there for Melia that just powers through the first 2 kills through the garage door, and those were quick shots. Melia definitely popping off here in that round, but not until there was at least some great utility to support from Scary Shark in the last 2, in the first 2 kills, and the 3rd and 4th actually. You saw the flash that came through the support on the first 2 kills, then the fault line to stun 2 players right there to allow here Melia to get these picks. That was great synergy from both here. The value that this breach comes into the roster for YFP and why it's currently being used by the ex-Solstice roster here on this map. So a great job here for YFP to now break the economy in. Mesos Millionaires are going to have to try to work with a Marshall for long-range picks. I mean, it's a great combination. You have a Marshall with some shares to potentially fight back against jump peaks on the long C side, which we just tried to do there for Elaborate. And I don't think they're going to decide to do that a second time. They're going to think twice before they do that.
Good adaptations from Mesos, like, well, minus, you know, getting double killed by the flash from the breach in mid. At least they didn't let Marceline piece them up at A long. And this is following the exact same script of Abyss, of Mesos winning pistol, anti-eco, fumbling their bonus, and then YFP get back in the driver's seat. And I think that's exactly why you run a Neon. If you're YFP, you're very confident in your mechanics, higher skill ceiling there. Flashed up, though, in Garage. Mesos going to take a step back. And not a lot of map control for Mesos to work with, as they are trying to work down A main. Needing to worry about Marceline. You just never know if she's posted up there again. But now Mesos get some work going.
Yeah, you definitely have seen a little bit of a drop from a jet being utilized on this map, right? Neon's starting to show a little bit more. If you're Fnatic, you're pulling out an ISO and some Yoru plays too for fast rotates across. And now it just allows for you to really work the map into your favor to have these fast rotates available. And around the util that you have to stall is still quite good. Thankfully, at least now for Mesos Millionaires, they could, especially with that kill, they'll be able to get a plant and make it somewhat salvageable and winnable here, because that's 2 weapons now picked up on the post plant. And Rolling Thunder off the plant.
Mesos, yeah, we're able to trade that off of a pistol and an outlaw. Like, okay. now
taken.
Mesos on the post plan, trying to cover ground, elaborate, helps YFP break in. Now with the woman advantage, Bunny Bee gets discovered in hell. And now the smoke does split the site in half. Slandy has to choose her battles well, but gets overwhelmed by two, and YFP continue their streak.
And that's where it's unfortunately a little bit of a misplay in the post plan. Mesos Millionaires had everything in their hand to be able to fight here on their side on that post plant because of that plant that had the Rolling Thunder available, but you can't really utilize it against the flood attempt retake from the defensive side because both of your players are playing towards Graffiti and towards health. So where can you really move your Rolling Thunder without hitting your teammates? So everybody's isolated in individual moments where Slandy was probably caught with util in their hands, just waiting for the right moment to try to assist those other two players. And that's where it kind of just falls behind, unfortunately. And that stops the bleeding here for YFP to get ecoed. They have an opportunity now to keep the economy quite up. But at least here from Mesos Millionaires, they have 4 ults on their side, trying to push down with a trap play down towards Llama C. But at least map control is there.
From the shadows, discovered an opening pick too. Over at the A side, or yeah.
Yep.
Now Marceline trying to take over the C side. Rolling Thunder is just gonna absolutely stomp down YFP's defenses. At least there's some trades coming out of Corrupt before they stabilize back in their spawn. And Mesos are left with just crumbs. It's just to get any kind of offense going, and they still haven't even planted.
Yeah, because of how separated they are here between Animal and Starlight, Animal can't really plant. So it's just staying put, making sure that they could potentially punish anybody walking back into the A site, while Starlight is trying to get that lurk play. So with this lockdown, you're at least forcing players outside from heaven, where you see Starlight's kind of like watching it, and once they realize it's clear, I don't like the overcommitment towards the spawn though, and thankfully with the timing, she's able to fall back, and now they can play a 2 versus 3 in the post plant. Oh, until I say that though. Until I say that. Oh my,
Curse,
unlucky. Yep. My bad, chat. My bad.
And Starlight also got tagged. Now you're just going for a surprise play, and thankfully the Aldrin went away quite quick, and Corrupt was able to help. But YFP, they're on a roll.
And another, unfortunately, a fumble here in the mid-round for Mrs. Millionaires. Again, it was really good for Animal to stay towards that Graffiti so that she doesn't give her position away, giving a chance here for Starlight to get a backstep or to meet up with her teammates. Again, I didn't really like the overcommit back towards the spawn, but at least with the radius of that lockdown, it pushed the players back towards the spawn where you can meet up. But unfortunately, getting tagged from the Hunter's Fury, you're not giving yourself too many chances here to survive in a situation of a pulse front. You're already a player down. So you're trying it again, since you haven't seen it the first time down towards long scene. It works out. It pays off dividends for YFP. They get first blood. They flash to allow Marceline to fall back. And I'm not against that, right? The first time that they did it, there was maybe just an omen that heard it around for Melia that TP towards the A site. This time, especially against the lower buy, you're able to punish and get a first blood out of it.
I feel like Neon suits Marceline a lot better. Thinking about what she wanted to do on Abyss, which she would like dash down mid and have no route of escape, and now Marceline able to race back. It looks she's at it again. All of YFP collapsing on Mesos, and Animal just has a sheriff and a dream, I guess. At least I thought maybe she could get the catch on Corrupt mid dart throw, but a flawless victory for YFP. You're starting to raise a lot of red flags if you're Mesos, wondering if this would be a moment to use a timeout. I think only YFP have used the timeout all series, I want to say.
Yeah, you're right. I even think we haven't even seen one at all in the first map, actually, unless we were rambling for some odd reason and never really noticed it.
YFP took one?
Yeah, maybe.
Look.
Maybe. If
Coach
not,
Mesos.
Exactly. Coach Lemon Kiwi. For Mesos Millionaires. But this is definitely going to be a call coming out here from Rice Ballin, actually, who's been coaching this GC roster for quite a long time. And, you know, I would be against it. Rice Ballin, now known as Eric, has been he's now a collegiate player, finishing his master's degree over to Aspire and Swarm. So, and he's also been doing quite a lot with Animal in the past. So there's definitely that synergy there. There's a lot of respect given to Eric so far. And this call right here for them to realize what they could do with this is probably going to be a conversation like, look, we've literally ran this comp last time against YFP, where we played with our own Neon. So we should know what values YFP could cook up here and what they could try to do with the Neon in the composition, with how aggressive YFP has been with the outside piss around that was eventually read by Mesos Millionaires. But now it's to see how can you punish here Marceline's over aggression. They've done a great job I think I like to say like that third round where Animal was playing a little bit further back, letting the players in the overconfidence of YFP come towards her where she punished. So there's potentially that opportunity right there for Mesos Millionaires to play outside of the trap plays and try to fight back in that moment.
Yeah, because Mesos Millionaires have really only been dropping rounds due to just walking into the traps that YFP have already set up defensively. Talked about Marceline's role at C long, even just playing A main. Like, Marceline's all over the place, and where you insert Animal is going to be quite important. Now, the first try at C, and being able to catch Marceline, a big adaptation from Mesos. But now sensing a breach on the other side. That's one fault line gone, and a whole breach gone as well. Mesos off to a good start.
Yeah, it was the aftershock here that pushed out Melia, but that allowed here two players to swing out. And then you see the overconfidence that was mentioned before. Marceline's out in the open trying to fight against the triple peak, and they get picked off, and then you're not giving too many chances here for a C Anchor to really hold in the area. You're forcing now Scary Shark to play the hero and re-peek back into a fight.
I was going to see, did Animal not want to go and look after the... Oh, yeah,
yes,
shot in the back. Oh, that's so free. Ooh, pings through the cage. Elaborate, maybe should have shot earlier. I don't know. It's like whether you wanted to reveal your position or not. Could you take the 1v2? And any hesitation like that is going to cost them, which surprising to see that out of a team like YFP and a person like Elaborate, who I thought was stellar on Abyss. But after this timeout, Mesos have found their footing, have maybe shaken off some of the nerves after maybe a frustrating map loss initially.
It was definitely a moment where Elaborate had the ping of like 3 players down towards Long C, and you have a sensory overload to be like, oh crap, which one do I want to focus on as I have a split second before I can start spraying my Odin. And especially after that ping, you know they're going to try to reposition within that second. And I feel like they were about to shoot, and then, well, Mesos Millionaires did the same thing. They just answered back to the cage because they knew at least Elaborate committed down towards Long C to throw that at. So a great punishment to fight back here for Mesos Millionaires after this timeout called by Riceball in the first place, by Eric rather, as he changed his alias. But that said, this is just one of those plays after the timeout to say, okay, well, maybe for YFP we can't play as overconfident as we can, because it wasn't really too much of like a synergy play. It was more like, let's try to peek out one by one and try to win our duels, but you're playing against 3 players, so now you're going to play a little bit more, not necessarily scared, but at least try to leverage more utility around that. And you can already see the setup. YFP is looking to potentially just answer back with a fault line to answer back into Marceline's op down towards sewers. And then the rest here for Mesos Millionaires is just the same thing. It worked the first time, why not try it again? Focus on the C side, TP across, trying to force his swings out, and they do!
Okay, just they jiggle peeked, saw nothing, and finally took a firm step forward. And you lose your Jet, and that's such an important person too. Bunny Bee has been that playmaker for Mesos. And Marceline, you're gonna make that same mistake twice of pushing out C long. She's not even gonna overextend at all. Well, at least she'll be in sewers with the op that she desperately wanted at the start of the round. So she'll insert herself into a new spot and see now that Mesos are gonna shift over. Will that help YFP weaken Mesos even more? But Mesos are not even going to go A, so for YFP to have sightlines on C and A, not see anyone, there's only one place Mesos could be. And the Sonic is thrown, detects them all mid.
Yeah, this is a great position so far by YFP. After that first blood, they already have control towards the A side. They could stack up towards C with the camera to be the support. Now that it gets broken up, you're seeing a util coming through there, but Rolling Thunder and a fault line to support on that end from the A link. I mean, everything's in play right now for YFP to just anchor the C site.
Oh, man. The aftershocks from Slandy are something else. Even from Scary Shark, too. Mesos were just getting crunched in garage. Things are still not going well. You just can't get to a site without YFP being there to handle you. 6-3. This is YFP's choice of map. They came prepared. They have a game plan, and they're executing it.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Mesos Millionaires, they did try it again this time around, and it kind of worked because they were still playing a 2 versus 3, right? A double swing this time from YFP instead of just having Marceline swing out behind Scare Shark's utility. It was actually both the Omen and the Cypher from Elaborate to come across here and to try to get these picks with Melia, and it worked out in their favor because Melia, I mean, has been popping off on the defensive side so far for YFP on the defense. But that said, outside of that, there's not enough from Mesos Millionaires to try to force rotates or to break util with the position that you currently have. they could just play comfortably here for YFP at that point when you're winning these duels. They'll try it. Third time's a charm, but this time it seems like they almost want to try to sell a fake here towards the C site, where the others are still anchoring like an aggressive push towards A. But the spike is also towards C, so there's, I don't know, this fake, I don't know if it's going to be working too well here for the C site for Mesos Millionaires, but...
Not again. Not again!
Yeah,
oh, the first blood. Got walls up just to make it look like you crossed, but you didn't! Marceline, this is her lane. You're getting pulled into the line of fire. It's a deadly hand for YFP. Now you got the Hunters. Area BP is so done, and honestly, I thought Marceline was gonna leave. Sometimes she gets really hungry to get a montage going. This is an opening for Mesos, but Rolling Thunder hits them in the face. And again, every time Mesos even think about a site, YFP are all there to trap them.
I mean, Starlight just also TP'd in front of two faces right there, which she couldn't really get map control towards A. And I was going to say, yes, it looked like Marceline was very hungry for these kills, but, I mean, even if they died, that's still a great job. They burnt out a fault line, from Slandy and a Hunter's Fury from Habibti just to take control of A long. How much utility do you have left for Mesos Millionaires to actually hit the A site rafter? Literally almost nothing outside of maybe one more flash, maybe that was available for Slandy, with already 3 more players inside the site because of the delay that was being pulled out here by Marceline. She's done her job. That was a great hold towards the end there by YFP. And now, which again was a great start for Mesos Millionaires, and again, since the timeout that looked like they had an answer, it's back for YFP in the driver's seat again.
Oh, well, if you got an SMG and a pistol, I guess you may want to scrap through B, but YFP, look, you're thinking about B, they're thinking about killing you, and oh my god, MVP has flashed it. Whoa! The fumble from Mel, I was not expecting that. Yeah, the biggest of size. Hey, the damage is done, I guess.
And that was a team flash too, but at least Elaborate could be here, avoids the fault line. That's 1, 2, nope, just 1.
Ooh, well, Mesos made the most. The vibes were not there originally. Mesos proved me wrong. So you know what? Aura. The Mesos are I'm teaching you words too, and Mesos teaching YFP how an offense is done. Marceline is still alive though, and that's when you gotta worry, but I don't even know why I said her name when Corrupt got 3, so.
I was actually aging watching these fights happen with all these whiffs, and then thankfully you pulled back the years by saying the word aura, and I'm back to my regular age here to look back and be like, okay, this is cool. Everything came back to normal. Corrupt gets a nice 3K, who also stepped up to the plate from the first map too. I mentioned before when I was mentioning the latest edition of Corrupt on the first map, they weren't looking too hot here on Silver Roll and Abyss. Belize going into this map now has proven to use great utility here on the Silva on the defensive side, and also adding fragging capabilities on top of that. And when you see Corrupt, the latest edition, put numbers behind everybody else who's been, again, pristine throughout the whole Game Changers year, you know this is going to be a scary lineup now, and why they're considered that top 3 that the analyst desk was talking about. That's $5 for me, right?
Yeah. Starlight, though, how much does she get paid to be up here? It's from the Shadow.
Not too much, that's what she's leaving.
Oh, she is dipping. Oh my god. How is she still alive? I'm pretty sure Bunny B got pinged, but they're gonna hold the line. There's 3 above them though. It's gonna be a pain sandwich, and Mesos are already posing down the high ground, so YFP are not gonna be surprising them for too long. But surely Bunny B hears what's up here. And they're just trying to, play their lives, play out of sight, play out of mind. Maybe they'll forget the spike is planted. But for YFP, they're in an 8-3 lead. It's just a matter of time. They start the flood in. Mesos hold the wall. Starlight is done sitting back and watching, and you just got a note to worry about. Maybe Mesos have this going after all. Mel in a 1v4, and Mesos, they're not out yet. 8-4 half.
Yeah, great utility towards the end for Mesos Millionaires, so they really brought it back, as you just mentioned. The last 2, I mean, I was keeping a great focus here on Scary Shark and to Melia to see what they had, onto what they had on the post plant coming through, which was a flash and a paranoia, and they cycled that quite well to make sure that they had another smoke there on the top of heaven for Starlight and Slandy, rather, just to talk about those 2 players that had those flashes on the post plant for Mesos Millionaires. And that was very well done. It allowed another smoke to come through and not really give a chance for YFP to flip back into the site. So Very, very nicely done. You're stopping the hemorrhaging as well to give yourself a chance here to fight back in the second half, but you are playing the defensive side. Mentioned where, you know, it's not always out of the fire here when you're playing in so far behind, but that's usually when you're playing on the attack on the defensive side, because it should be easier on the attack because it's a three-sided map. But now it's YFP at 8-4 lead on the pistol round, now on the attack as well. That could potentially close out the series.
So YFP never even let them get close to the site without having to fight for it. Think about like the C long pushes, the A forward pushes, and Marceline owning that role well. Usually she's a jet on this map.
Yeah.
And she is playing like the most confident Neon we've seen. So now it's the ball is in YFP's court of how they execute the plan. Mesos don't have to worry about that as much. They just have to hold the site. Now going around the drone. Okay, no one's in any funny corners. You got no sights on the high ground, but it's smoked off. So there's a window for YFP to work with. Some sounds being made as Animal to roar right back at them. But she is stuck up here, and there are reinforcements from Mesos on the immediate retake as soon as the spike was planted, and YFP off the corner just strike at Mesos as they were on the retreat. Only a one-woman advantage, though, for the post-plant.
And not too much to retake, only 2 ghosts as well. This is going to be so difficult here for Habibti and Slaney to get anything done. They're just going to funnel through. I mean, just walking into the slaughter.
Silence.
At least Habibti gets 1 for her troubles, but I don't think there's any more that's going to happen out of this.
Usually Mesos have won like every pistol, but this is just a YFP map that is one of their strongest in their pool that Mesos haven't been able to really crack down on YFP's plan, let alone slow them down. I mean, they tried the trade, but as soon as they were on the retreat, YFP just put salt to the wound. Look at these swings. I want to say there was even a cipher trip that might have pinged somebody on Meso, so just even more of an edge on YFP.
To look at the buy that Animal had, right? She went for a Sheriff and just a turret, which is something that's common that you see these days as well as a cage on the pistol round, but on maps like Ascent or something like that, because the turret could ping people and you hide behind a lot of obstacles, for example, on Ascent, which you can't do on A-side Heaven because you can really only hide behind default boxes. So you can't afford to get flooded by utility. You have to give up the site. But you're playing a KJ, so you can't really go for trap kills or cameras on a retake. So it doesn't really give you a chance here to play that strong retake on that A side. But Mesos did try to gamble to work down towards middle instead on that pistol. And this time, gambling on an eco to work down towards C, where both of these times, unfortunately, they're not going to meet any opposition, and breaking this trip is going to give their position away.
Like, who trips here? like Mesos are like, darn, like, we thought we had the game plan, and this is about to get foiled. And looking down this lane is Corrupt. Like, they know something that we don't. Like, they just know exactly where Mesos are.
Yeah, I mean,
Sonic ended up. Oh, actually,
it's
all
going
the way
to
at
side,
A.
yeah. Exactly. It's just a bounce for that side. They realize that it's open. And they know that now Mesos Millionaires are stacking somewhere on their eco is not the A site. And as they break the trip, you already see Elaborate ready for it. There's going to be 2 players fighting against them. Make that one.
At least Mesos have time here. BD. Oh. Elaborate in trouble. Mel. Close range. 1, 2. Almost 2 to loot to the 3rd. Oh my goodness. YFP. It's just like another day at the office. Just another 9 to 5.
Yeah.
Mesos, you're about to say goodnight to them in the upper bracket if they don't come up something soon, and I don't even think they have a timeout to have the time to talk about this.
Yeah, maybe 1 left, right? Because this is the only timeout that was used in the first half between these 2 teams so far, so there's one opportunity to work something there. But you're mentioning it was a trouble coming through from Elaborate. You just saw in this replay that she still ended up getting her last kill towards the end, which is fine. But overall, there's a little bit of a miscommunication between the breaches on both sides and her teammates. Because remember that hit that was a little bit crazy on that B side a little bit earlier on? It was a team flash that came through there from Slandy onto the entry of Bunny B in the first place when they were playing the attack side. But nonetheless, you mentioned the scoreline that's a lot heavier on the side of YFP to close out the series. And Corrupt staying with only a pistol in the bonus round so they could have full kit to support the team, and it's to use an Alotron to sell a fake here towards this garage, which is not even needed. But if he trying to push out towards the A side, gets punished there by Elaborate with the Guardian. That opens up the site towards A. Corrupt's just going to do their job. They're going to keep everybody at bay towards the C site. And then that's A side for grabs.
you can appreciate Mesos' efforts to be creative, to just take big risks. Like the C-long push that they had that got foiled, to now Bunny B pushing sewers, not getting anything done. It is only a 4v4. It's not over yet. And here's the retake from Mesos already in heaven at the backside. It is a one-way smoke for YFP and sightlines. And okay, Slaney got flashed on her way down. Not ideal to take a fight against someone in hell, especially when they were stacked there. Only one choke for Animal and Starlight to go, and they're on the retreat. Mel is on the hunt.
And you know you have so much time left before the spike goes out, so you can't pull out your knife and run away, because you should expect here that YFP, especially in this bonus round, that they want to continue to push forward and get rid of your weapons. So you run away here, knife in hand, Starlight gets caught, and they even line up on top of that trying to escape. I like the call at least. I was going to say you have to save your weapons at this point because it's such a heavy lead that YFP has, and this is going to be an eco round if you're going to lose all your weapons. You're seeing the results. Sheriff's, a Stinger, and small shields, and you can't even stack anymore because when you're stacking, it's not at the right place. You're hoping that you're able to do some sort of a trap, or at least delays, right? There's recon dart with the fault line to delay, so you can focus down towards the B site. Few players playing towards Bunny B. Sorry, Bunny B is playing towards Bunny with Starlight in front of that B site. That's why that kind of caught me off guard there. But at least they have 4 positions there. But for the rest, where you're trying to stack somewhere else, there's still gaps here that YFP could take advantage of.
This is a good read initially from Mesos.
Yeah.
Just to be stacking B, just hoping to get that close range battle, but creeping up at C is the rest of YFP, along with Marceline having... I was kind of dropping bars there for a second. Hold on, but sorry.
I was going to drop a beat, but I don't think you want me dropping beats.
You know what? Someone's about to get beat here. I think it's the people with the guns. Corrupt. Gonna take care of the flank. Another good attempt at Mesos to be creative. You know you can't really fight this from front to back with just sheriffs. You try to be cheeky. YFP just will not stagger. They will not falter. Now they're about to go to match point, series point with Slandy pinged out. She'll go 1 for 1. Every ult orb matters, but with 1 round possibly remaining, you might not even get to use any ults.
And despite Mesos Millionaires losing this round and overall here potentially the series, you can still see there's at least a progress in terms of how they're doing their setups, their protocols that you currently have. Because that's the beauty of the double initiator that you played here on your eco round. You used it both to try to find information towards the A side. You realize that there's nobody there. You still have a stronghold towards the B side. You have a turret trying to play like a one and done for Animal to swing with her sheriff inside the garage, and an alarm bot to allow for you to know that the hit's happening towards the C site and you can play the retake. So there is protocol, and where you gambled towards the stack, unfortunately it wasn't going to be where YFP was heading towards to. So more power as well to YFP on how they're working that map to avoid here these heavy pressures that are being held by Mesos Millionaires and these lower buys that they have, from ecos to stingers to sheriff buys. So it's a great read from both IGLs, from protocols, and from reads. But this is going to be the last time out being utilized now by Mesos Millionaires, the only one that they have left potentially in this series. While YFP here, they have weapons. You're at 12-4 so far. You have so many ults that are good here to site take, to even play the post plant. This is going to be a very important timeout to be called by Eric so far, the coach.
Almost wanted it earlier. So it's like, okay, if this doesn't work out, plan B. This doesn't work out, break the glass, plan C. This doesn't work out, let's get pizza later and we'll just go to lower bracket. Like, it's like, this is your one chance. And if you're Mesos Millionaires, I mean, you did just bring on like 2 new players for GC3, and there's still a lot of building up that you need to do, clearly on maps that you're weaker at, like this one. There. And Mesos put in a lot of effort trying to go for flanks and to catch YFP lacking, but they have been anything but slacking. YFP are so good at these mid-round reads that you just really can't catch them not looking at a sightline that you're trying to push. Now with an owl drone, they're going to take their time. Step 1, get information. There's someone on top of the box. Marceline going to go right after it. Zaps them away, but who expected Buddy to be on the left side? Well, Corrupt is going to put out that fire. Now Paranoia at the backside just in case anyone from Mesos is trying to reinforce. Now everyone from the defense is off the site and got a plant for YFP.
And there's a lurk as well from Elaborate to win that fight. This is GG.
Oh, Slandy The GOAT from the first round, the anchor from the Abyss will only see the Abyss. 13-4 for YFP, taking the 2-0 in our series after an intense overtime on Abyss to pure domination on Haven. A big congrats to YFPX. I hope you enjoy facing Shopify Rebellion next, though. That's gonna be a fun match.
It's really not easy for any team that's moving throughout the bracket, right? If you're going from either end, it's a team playing against Shopify Rebellion. If you're on the other side, you're going to have to play against FlyQuest on the other end that had a great series overall, like a 13-4 and a 13-1 victory that they had in their own matchup earlier on tonight. So it is going to be a tough bracket, a tough series no matter what to make it to GCC. So you're hoping to battle it back and at least learn from something from your other opponents moving into the lower brackets. But this time around, this was a rematch that has been repeated here between YFP and their opponents here for Mesos Millionaires, but unfortunately here there's no third time a charm for Mesos.
It'd be very doable for Mesos Millionaires to go up against Teddy Tactics in that lower bracket and what kind of run they could do from there. But
Sorry,
just getting to the main, just see how much Mesos you can collect and how deep you can go from there. But hey, we got our semifinals sorted. FlyQuest versus Refrag, Shopify versus YFP. Fun little bracket we have. But this is the fun little desk we want to talk to. First, we're going to go to a break, and then we'll see what they think on the other side.
It's a 12-match win streak now for the side of YFP as they get the win against Mesos Millionaires. And it was towards the beginning, it seems like it was a possibility for things to get closer, but it was a YFP that we were looking dominant and A's going their way, full control of how this map of Haven was going to play out, baby, and that's what gives them this 2-0.
Yeah, I kind of set it up a little bit too. I was like, once you get that, devil off your shoulder.
Not this again.
I hate to go back to that again. But no, seriously, like once you get over that hump of like, okay, oof, that was a close one. Let's chill out. Let's play like we know we can. You have a way more confident team, and this is the YFP that is a part of the Big Three. This performance right here showed that.
For sure, they were looking super, super strong, and it felt like their confidence 100% was there. I actually fully agree with what you said. Maybe not the saying, but I fully agree with it feels like they just pushed past and they were definitely more comfortable on the Haven as well, whereas the Abyss more felt like maybe that was just their warm-up game to warm up their comms, or they figured out where all the issues and all the small mistakes were, and they fixed that going into Haven. And I mean, first kills though is insane because this is 14 first kills for YFP.
I mean, every single one, pretty much. 14-3 first kills. It's already in its statement by itself, but I think we saw it across the game and how this map was playing out. It was full control by the side of YFP, and as you guys were mentioning it, you play the first map, it's kind of close, but that's not really you. You want to play like yourself, and that's what we got to see towards the end for YFP, a YFP that plays the way that we expect, that plays like one of the favorite teams to win this tournament, to make it to the top 3, top 2, baby. So it's what we need to see more of for this team.
Yeah, if you start off slow against a team of the caliber of Shopify, you're just going to lose. There's no chance. You want to catch Shopify off of them being slow on the first map. So YFP are going to need to come in with the same amount of, synergy and honestly, the aggression going into that next series, because if they don't do that and they start off slow like they did against Meso, on that Abyss map, it's not going to be nice playing from a deficit against a team like Shopify.
And something that we talked about towards the beginning and then going into this map of Haven was the compositional change for both of these teams. And it was a Marceline going on this Neon that we didn't see last time that they played each other on Haven. But it worked out very, very nicely, Athena.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen Marceline play Neon in a while. I think it's been at least 3 months, at least in an official match. And it was crazy. They really popped off. They used the operator. Their util usage with that stun was just insane. And of course, the mechanical skill that came with it was amazing. We saw that long A fight where Marceline was just sitting behind bricks, gets an operator shot, still survives and stays, uses the wall to fake the leaving, and gets another kill. Those are the types of plays that you only make when you're super confident and super comfortable. Marceline really showed the dynamic that they had with that Neon and being able to utilize in so many different ways.
It's a dream to have a player like this just going in, performing to this level, and seeing it in an agent that we've never seen before, at least for this beginning of Game Changer. So it's great to see Marceline popping off on the Neon. I think we all want to see more of that because the Neon always makes the gameplay so fun. But now I want to highlight another player here, and is Melia, who baby not only got an ace, but did so good throughout today.
Yeah, oftentimes when you think about teams, you think about Star Duelist players, but what about the Star Controller player? And that's where you have Melia step in. And yeah, don't get me wrong, Marceline is a flashy player. The kills look fantastic, snappy, but really the consistent one across the board is Melia, the actual hard carry, so to speak. And honestly, a lot of it, including the ace, is because of the supporting cast, of the initiators too. So it's nice to see how this team can perform and who really steps up when everyone's on the same page and playing for one another. We saw tons of great flashes there from Crazy Shark or Nora, right? Whichever way you want to go about it. But
Crazy Shark is crazy.
Crazy Shark. But yeah, the flashes were crazy, actually. They set up so many different teammates very well. And honestly, it just so happened to be Melia being the star of the show in this series. It was just such a crazy performance. I mean, plus 30, 1.84 rating on Omen. That's just new.
I was literally just going to say that. The 340 ACS That is across 2 maps. Like, overall in this series, that was Melia's scoreline. They performed phenomenally. We were talking about how on Abyss we thought that the map was going to go towards Mesos, and Melia was one of those players to almost drop 30 kills to bring it back. So definitely huge props to Melia. Also, that ace was insane. You saw that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Disgusting stuff. Like, actually, that was gross.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you see because we have so much talent in Game Changers that it might not be part of those very well-known teams, but they still make it happen no matter what. So we definitely are going to continue to see a lot more of those as the days go by. But now it's time for the Verizon post-match interview, and this time around I'm going to be joined by Scary Shark. Scary Shark, congratulations on this win. You went 2-0, and the first question that I want to ask you is relating on how you got this 2-0. Towards the beginning, it was the Mesos that had the advantage, closing out that map of Abyss, but you make a comeback and you close it out. So how do you make sure that that map goes your way in overtime?
I mean, just testing each other, trying to like keep the energy up, not get tilted, keep problem solving, seeing what they're doing, seeing what they're not doing, and just going round by round, and just like staying together as a team, and just resetting your mental.
Yeah, it's just like that. It's keeping it simple, and you guys are winning this way over and over again in Game Changers and the qualifiers as well. And something that I want to ask you is, we mentioned it before on the desk, is we see a lot of compositional changes for Game Changers teams. So for you changed your composition in Haven. We started seeing more of that neon being played out. So what is the reasoning behind changing this composition, and can we expect more of those changes on other maps that we didn't see today?
To be honest, I forget, and we're playing Neon since Neon's just really strong and overtuned right now. You can just get a lot of value, and it's really easy to synergize over compared to the Jet.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Neon was popping off, looking insane, and your team is absolutely one of the favorites to make it far in the tournament in this top 8. So my last question that I have for you, and you said it a little bit before, is you're taking it step by step in a way, but you have Shopify Rebellion tomorrow, and that is not an easy match for anybody. So what are some of the things that the team is looking at to make sure that you win this match and you are able to make it past that?
Just try not to feel any pressure. Like, they're a really strong team just overall. So just like try not to feel pressured. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. Just like going in like a really strong mentality. Strong, but just like playing the game, really. Trying to enjoy the moment.
Yeah, just doing the best that you can and pushing it, doing and playing your game, which is something that we've seen you do so well. So once again, Scary Shark, congratulations on this win. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. And now we get to send it back, bring back the analyst desk, because we're going to close out the day. Today, in a way, I feel like, Athena, it went as expected when it came to those teams and those individuals popping off. But it was, especially that first match, a lot closer than we expected. And there's some good chances that we're going to continue to see that as we go into tomorrow and the day after and until the very end.
Yeah, I feel like the first game we saw today going to that 3 maps, we kind of knew it was going to go to the 3 maps, but we did not think it was going to be that back and forth and that close. It felt like every team kind of understood the assignment and knew how the other team played, and it was just who kind of came to the battle first and kind of understood how to adapt. But then that second game, that almost threw me off. I mean,
Seriously.
we were all super confident it was going to be a 2-0, right, Baby Bay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it was a 2-0, but it's the way that the first map happened. I mean, we expected the Abyss to 100% be a one-sided performance for the side of YFP, and what we saw was anything but that. That's how you know that, you know, teams are they're cooking, they're doing stuff, they're trying their absolute hardest to try to take out one of these teams from the top 3, and you know, maybe RF will be one of the first to do so in this tournament so far.
There's a couple of chances here, and the teams that we saw losing today, they're not eliminated just yet, but they need to go on that lower bracket run to make making it to the grand finals possible. But for tomorrow, this is when we start to see a little bit more of the back and forth between the favorite teams. The big 3, guys. The big 3 is going to be in the upper bracket, and is going to be Reform going against FlyQuest, and then is going to be YFP going against Shopify Rebellion. Baby, do you have any predictions? I want to ask any surprises, rather, for what can happen tomorrow.
I think FlyQuest is a team, and I think, Athena, you would agree with me on this, that could actually make a run all the way to the very end. I think they've just been getting better and better and better, and I think that they just have a lot of depth into how they can approach certain things, like certain maps and certain scenarios. Now, that being said, when you have Floor on your team, I mean, Floor is just, I mean, if Floor wakes up and just decides, yo, we're winning, it's done. You know, it's a wrap. You know, we're going to Berlin. So I think a lot of that type of matchup goes in that type of way. You know, it all depends. So, but I'm very excited for these matches tomorrow. I cannot wait to tune in and watch them. It's gonna be.
What do you think? What do you think, Athena? Do you also feel? I mean, maybe in the lower bracket, I'm looking at Oomfies. I feel like there's a chance. I feel like Mesos look. I feel like there's some possibilities here for one of those teams to make a little bit of a deeper run.
I think it's probably gonna end in like YFP versus Refrag again in that lower bracket. That's what I'm expecting. So obviously kind of agreeing with Baby Bay, we're seeing that Shopify and FlyQuest are gonna go through. So I don't think there is gonna be too many upsets, but based on the YFP that we saw today and the YFP that we originally were talking about, I feel like we did see some weaknesses that we haven't seen before, and the only way they could use that to their advantage, I guess, to beat Shopify is by genuinely working on them today. And I feel like that is going to be kind of the real big game changer, because exactly what Baby said, if Floor is on, like, it's over. Like, it's genuinely over. But again, if Melia is on, who knows?
Any of those players, any of the players that we have right now, they can turn up. Yeah. Any of the players can be the difference makers, and to make sure they can take a map, they can take one of those bigger rounds, an ace. I mean, I feel like those are the things that you have to be expecting for tomorrow. This is everything that we have for today, though. It was an amazing day 1 of Game Changer Series 3, and we'll see you then. Bye.
Bye.